good, Jillian.
Yeah, I know. I needed a combat sport to kind of get that energy out.
At that age.
So that I'm not aggressive in my normal life.
At that age.
At that age, yeah.
Oh my gosh, you're killing me. That's so crazy.
So it's good when kids try everything, even if they don't stick with it.
Correct. Correct. Okay, I'm going to look here and see where we are headed. So we've got a couple events going into elimination. We've got Y14 men's foil, cadet women's foil, Epee, Saber. What's going to come here first, I wonder? I'm going to click on this and see where they are in the cadet men's Saber.
There are a lot of fencers in cadet men's Saber.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, maybe we should flip over to the
medal ceremony.
To the medal ceremony. Look how great. Cadet is at 64. Get there.
And that's Samir giving out the medals.
He is a two-time Olympian?
Two-time Olympian from Egypt. And he helped set up this tournament.
He actually also is, he competes in vet events in America.
And he usually wins.
And he usually wins because he's a really amazing fencer.
Some of these Olympians, he told me fencing is an addiction.
Yeah.
And he said, even if I want to stop, I can't.
He said that really?
Yeah.
That's fascinating.
And I can kind of relate to that. You get that adrenaline rush like you do, and it's a good addiction to have. It's an addiction that gets you out of the house, gets you exercising.
Right.
Might be expensive and a lot of time.
Teaches you discipline.
Yeah. Out of any addiction to have, fencing's a great one, but he's like, I can't stop. No matter how old I get or what happens, I have to still compete and feel that feeling.
That's amazing. Amazing. Okay, so it looks like a big Tim Morehouse contingent there. What is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. Six of the 8 are Tim Morehouse fencers. That's crazy. If I look back and see, I mean that just goes to speak to the strength of the program, right? There's a lot of Y12 fencers.
Yep.
Let me go here. I want to just look and see something. Y12 men's Saber. 43 competitors. And out of 43 okay, I want to see this. I've got this computer system here that works and gives me all the details that I want as long as if I'm patient.
Some of these Y12 boys could fence cadets if they really wanted to. They would just be fencing up. And cadets is happening at the same time, so we have the older boys in Saber fencing right now while the Y12 boys are finishing up.
So it appears there were 15 Tim Morehouse fencers. A third of the field were Tim Morehouse fencers.
Wow.
That's impressive.
That's a big number.
And they kind of have that home court advantage.
Right, because this is in the downstairs of this building at Chelsea Piers. There is a Tim Morehouse club. There is at the club. It's primarily Epee, but there is a Saber program, a growing Saber program there as well. And the second location down the road in Portchester is, very close. So.
You talked about fencing up, where a Y14 fencer can fence in the cadets, which is 17. And I first started fencing, my father, Dan Buchanan, who was a 4-time Olympic fencer, said for me just to fence against my peers and succeed against them. And what I would do is go into open competitions and get destroyed. And he said he told me not to do it, but I had that addiction you talked about when I was young, same as Samir Mahmood you're talking about. And I developed a loser's attitude because I was getting killed. I wasn't ready for that level. So I would say to the parents listening here is that your children should make sure they succeed against their peer age group before they go to the next age group, because it could be very difficult. Even sometimes the top of the Y14 group, when they go to cadet, they get killed a little bit too. Right. So it's a very slippery slope, and I would say succeed against your peer group first. Yeah, it's interesting. So there's a child. He's not fencing this weekend, but his name is Miles Chambers. He is a Y10. He was a Y10 fencer last year. He's a very tall 10-year-old. I mean, now he's not 10, he's 11. But he was a very tall 10-year-old, and he would go to every competition and win gold every single week. I mean, he was ranked #1 in the country for Y10 fencing.
last year, and you know, he would fence up because he's physically larger and he's got skills, obviously. But I thought it was very interesting. You know, I do a lot of tabulation for the club every single week. You know, we do weekly reports, we do content that goes out to all the parents as a roundups of the competition. So I get a sense, I can actually see who's competing and doing what each weekend with competitions. And, you know, you'd expect him to walk in to Y12 and just trounce people. And it was not the case. What you're saying is completely correct. I mean, I will say now he's a Y12 fencer, and I think he's got like 2 golds and a silver so far this season. So I think he's doing fine. I think he's matured with his peers, and he's in the right place. But it is, I mean, it's good experience to fence against people.
It's good experience unless you get killed and develop a loser's attitude, which I did. It took me a couple of years to actually break out of that. The temptation is here. You come to an event for a weekend, you're spending all sorts of money and time and whatever, and why not enter everything? And okay, as long as the expectations are managed by the parents, that be prepared that you might not do as well at the older age group as you do at the younger one. I guess if you manage expectations, you could do it, but that's all.
And it's kind of fun to grow into an age group and realize that you have grown, because a lot of times you're just in competition with yourself, like where was I last year? And now how am I doing? And suddenly you're realizing you're making it out of pools in Division I senior competitions when a year ago you weren't. And you're getting experience from fencing people who in the future you will be in their place. And it's very generational watching fencers come up into the world and grow into their shoes.
Right.
And you talk about the incremental increase. One of the young fencers who's now in college, no need to mention his name, was a really top dominant Saber fencer at Y10, Y12, Y14. And then when he went into the cadets, it was a huge difference because from 14 to 17 is a huge age difference. Kids are growing up and mature and stronger and everything. And he didn't do so well at the beginning, but the first year, you know, he'd make an occasional 32. The next year he'd make a 16, maybe squeeze into an 8. So you can see the incremental change as you get older within an age group.
Yeah, and with each age group there are certain things that work, and then you go to the next level and it doesn't work anymore because people are smarter, they're faster. You can't get away with your same stuff that you can in the past. And I remember when I first started fencing, I was 12, so I was a little older than a lot of these kids here when I started, and I was the same height when I was 12 as I am now, essentially, besides maybe an inch. And right now I'm 5'9", 5'10" with shoes on. And so at 12, I was like this really scary monster, but the thing is, I don't think my fencing was that great technically. But I would win because I really wanted to win, and I was scary, and I would just run at people, and they would run away, and I would just hit them. But then, and that's in Y12, and then I get into Y14, cadet, and suddenly that doesn't work anymore. People aren't scared of you, and you actually have to have a strategy, you have to have technique, you have to actually know how to fence and use it. So people, because at one point I remember when I went into cadet, I would just run at people, and I'd run at them like this, and then they just go boop, and hit me on the arm, and then it was over, and I had to actually sit down, keep my arm down, be calm, not just rely on
learn how to fence.
Yeah, actually learn how to fence.
So I'm the converse of getting better within an age group as you get older. I'm going to see the opposite this week at the Veterans World Championship. Because if you're in the 50 and over category, well, when you're 50, 51, 52, you're the younger one in the category. But when you're 58, 59, you're going to be going against people who are 50, 51. So then as you get older within the category, your results are probably going to go down because you're against younger people. It's the opposite of...
I have to say, as a vet fencer, I don't know if I agree with that, because I had to say, like, particularly the 50s, like, some of those women are in top physical condition in their late 50s. I mean, the 51, 52-year-olds that come in are super, super fit. So there is a difference, but the technique changes. You know, there's a woman who is 82 years old. You've probably seen her many times, Eileen O'Leary. She started fencing in her 50s. She's in her early 80s. Every time you see her on the strip, I'm retiring next year. She's been retiring next year for like 5 years. And you know, she doesn't move her feet fast because she's 82. But she's as sharp as can be with her blade work. And you literally, like, sometimes you can't get a point off of her.
I saw one of the male fencers, I think his name is John Lawrence. I'd never seen him before. I heard he's made a few teams. He's a great, he's a Britisher who lives in the States, fences here now. Big guy. you know, a little heavy. You know, he's not like he was when he was 30.
Right.
And I go, how's this guy succeeding? And I'm watching him. He's keeping his distance. He's not, you know, very quick on his feet, but fast enough. But when he did a feint disengage, he did it like an Olympic fencer. So he had something in his arsenal that I said, oh my God, that's how he succeeds. He's got something in his holster. So.
That is remarkable.
Yeah.
It's remarkable when you see it. But then you think about it, like, I mean, a vet fencer, if they've been fencing their entire lives, you know, 50 years of experience, right? You would hope that you have some
That's
secrets
a lot of time,
you
yeah.
hope that you have some secrets in your weaponry.
There were 2 vet fencers who every night they would come to open fencing at my old club in Arizona, and they would they would fence each other like 5 times.
Oh
They'd show up at 8 o'clock when everyone was already tired, and they're like, why aren't you fencing us? And we're like, we're tired, we've been here. You know, all the kids, and they would fence the kids, and they wouldn't even move, and they could beat kids
just
with their hands.
Like swatting them away.
Yeah, just swatting them away, and they're also thinking more than the kids are.
Right.
So they know what the kids are doing before they do it, but once you kind of figure them out and their tricks, they don't work anymore. But I would always fence Paul and Lloyd after open practice was starting.
Paul and Lloyd. That should be a series,
Paul and Lloyd, yeah.
Because I'm sure they're super interesting. I'm sure there's very interesting things going on.
I don't know if other sports are as age, I don't want to say age inclusive because all sports are done by people of all ages, but I think fencing might be unique for everyone training together, where you can fence someone of any age. I'm not sure in boxing if they put, you know, a Y8 boxer against like a 50-year-old boxer in the ring because fencing is the only combat sport without weight categories.
Right. Could you imagine? Lightweight, heavyweight.
Yeah. Because in fencing, whatever you have in your belt, whether you're young or old or fit or slow or whatever, you have things that can overcome someone else, and your style can match up with someone's just right, where you still have a chance against them, and I think that's really, really great. It's very democratizing.
Right. So Jeff, talk to us a little bit about international, the international fencing that you're going to see this week, because it's different. Like you don't do pools of 50s, pools of 60s, pools of 70s.
They do.
No, I thought that they all competed together and then they separated out.
No, they compete within their age group, their age category. The only time that they don't is in the team event, where they'll have 2 from each category, the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, in the relay system as they go to 30 touches. It's a little bit different there. It's sort of interesting.
So it's balanced, right?
It is balanced. Yeah.
I mean, I know that we've talked in, you know, USFA or USA Fencing has meetings for veterans, you know, town hall meetings once a year, and there's often a conversation about how, you know, with the team competitions for the veterans, you know, you can put together a super team. Like, I mean, the tradition usually is like you get a team of people from your club. Maybe there's 4 women from your club, 4 men from your club that'll get together. And then there's also there's the super team. Like 3 of that 50 medalists will get together and put together a team. You're never going to beat them. Or like, you know, 2 from the 40s and 2 from the 50s, all of whom are medal winners. Like, again, like they're really good. They're super teams. So
you're saying they're from different clubs and they're just making a composite team?
Yeah.
See, that's not fair. So the argument is you want everyone to compete and have fun, but there's something inherently wrong when you can have a super team like that.
Right.
I remember I was in charge of an international competition, and we brought a full team.
Right.
And they wanted to put together the best Russian fencer, the best Ukrainian fencer, the best Italian fencer. And they were the 3 best individual fencers. They would have won.
Right.
But we did the effort of bringing an entire team, and they just wanted to do that. Right. So some argument is, oh, we want to have fun.
Right.
Well, this is a competition.
I mean, it's fun.
Yeah.
But it's not fun when, like you said,
that's not
you
fun.
go and it's 45 to 2.
Right, that's not fun.
That doesn't feel like a win.
Right.
That doesn't feel like a fun afternoon.
And you're not having fun if you're just washing the floor with someone. There's no,
right.
You know, you don't have to think too hard. You don't have to fight. You're just playing with them, and it's a little sad.
So the conversation always is, hey, can we change teams so that you have to have a 40, a 50, a 60, and a 70? One of each. You can create any team you can create a super team, take a medalist from all 4 age ranges, but do the age ranges, because then it becomes, you know, better.
Yeah.
More evener.
I remember when they first started with the vets here in the States, it was 40 and over. At the World Championships, it's 50 and over. But it was 40 and over. Okay, so I went, I could still fit into my uniform. I was in good enough shape. My weapons worked. I went to a competition, and someone that I had had good success in my regular career, I drew in the gold medal match, a guy named Tom Lutton, and he beat me. I said, okay, he's training, I'm not. Good
Right.
for him, he's tough.
Right.
So I came back to the next one. It was in New Haven, about an hour from where we are right here.
Right.
I come in bending my weapon. I was second last time. I'm going to kill everybody. This time I lost a bout in the early round, and I drew Lutton in the round of 16. Same guy, who I don't think I ever lost to in my open career.
Right.
And I threw the kitchen sink at him.
Oh,
and
your
he
tricks.
he threw the kitchen sink back at me twice as bad, beat me 10-4. And at that point, I walked out saying, okay, if I'm going to be a veteran fencer, I have to go back to training 2-3 nights a week because
Right.
everyone else is doing it.
Right.
It's not a pleasure cruise. You can just walk in, and here I am. So that's when I said, if I'm not prepared to train, so I give these guys a lot of credit into the older ages because
Right.
it's hard on your elbow, it's hard on your hips. I've had
Right.
both hips replaced, hard on your knees, ankles,
right.
fingers, hands. And these guys,
Shoulders.
they keep going at it.
Yeah.
And you look at, they're still very good.
I mean, when you watch the men in particular, I mean, the women are amazing. But when you, particularly, the men are faster and more physical, right? Even 50s and 60s, there'll be open fencing. There's a couple places in Manhattan that have open fencing, and once in a while I'll go. And like, I don't want to fence the men because they're gonna just wipe the floor with me. Every once in a while I do, but these guys are fast, even into their 60s, you know?
Well, they are fast, but not all females are not strong and fast. And look at Julie Seal.
No, I know. Julie Seal's fire.
I could even tell you at the end of my career at the Fencers Club, Ann Marsh was at Columbia University. She
Right.
would fence at the club. There is no man that was stronger and tougher than Ann Marsh.
No, it's
So
correct.
if they ever fenced. I think that's the hardest bouts I ever fenced was at the club against Ann Marsh. And when I got into the shower that night, I realized how many marks I had on my shoulder from her flicks. So
You had welts.
yeah, I had welts. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks, Ann.
Yeah.
I
That's
liked-
Ann Marsh
yeah.
Senek, who is a 2-3-time Olympian.
Yeah, 2-3-time Olympian, and she was one of the first American fencers, female, doesn't matter female or weapon, who went into the international scene and really succeeded at
Right.
a big level. I mean,
Right.
she was a point-getting machine. She was fantastic. Great attitude on the strip.
Yeah, she runs a club up in Potomac, Maryland. Or Potomac, I'm sorry, in Michigan.
Michigan.
And I want to say it's called like Nova, maybe?
No, I'll think of it before we're
Yeah,
we're
we'll
off,
figure. We'll remember
Yeah.
it. Yeah, but she has kids now who are massively competitive. She has 2 kids on the circuit. You see see her regularly. I see her bag every once in a while, and I'm like, Ann Marsh. Am I related? Lisa Marsh? We're not related.
No?
There is no relation. Okay. Okay, we are going to start getting some bouts. That's exciting.
How soon? 5 minutes,
Okay. In
Okay.
5 minutes or so, we are going to get some women, top 8. What did he say it was? It was Y8 women's foil. So we just saw Saber, right? What's the difference between Saber and foil? What we saw and what we're going to see?
So in Saber, what we saw, it's a little similar with the area where you can hit.
Epee.
Did you say Epee?
Oh, is it Epee? I think, Tim, you said Epee? All right, so Epee. So let's talk. So we'll talk about Epee. Epee is the derivative
Also different,
from the old duel, where you would insult someone's wife or something. Say, that's it. I challenge you to a duel. And the duel was, the objective was whoever drew blood first. You're not trying to maim or kill the guy. Whoever drew blood won the duel first. So that's why in Epee, whoever hits first, there's no right of way that we'll talk about in foil and saber. Whoever hits first, you won the duel. That's the way it works. Now, of course, we have double touches, which is a little bit slightly in a duel. I don't think, maybe both people will get killed or whatever, but,
That would be terrible.
That would be bad. But anyway, that's the reason for that. And you can only hit in epee with the point. You can hit from the toe to the head, because in the duel, wherever you drew blood.
Right.
And it's certainly a huge advantage if someone's taller, like you, 5'9". When you were 12 years old, if you're fencing someone 5'9", probably some of them were not even 5 feet.
Tiny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that would be a huge advantage because your arm was so much longer, you can keep a longer distance. So in epee, as you get to the senior level, you'll see that a lot of the fencers are very, very tall.
I was on a plane going to a NAC. I want to say it was probably last year or the year before. And I see this guy wearing a USA fencing jacket. And I think, oh, he's part of the team. I don't recognize him, but I don't recognize everybody. I mean, I know some of the top players, but I don't know everybody. And as soon as the plane stops and he stands up, he's like 6'4". Like, oh, he's an Epeeist. That's why I don't know him. But I know that he's an Epeeist because he's so unbelievably tall.
And in Epee, you see more upsets than normal. Paul Soter, who used to be the national coach in the USA fencing, said it's just big, tall guys with sticks. Anything can
big,
happen.
Tall guys with sticks.
Yeah. So.
And it's harder to come back in Epee too.
And that's because of the double touches.
Yeah.
Because all these fencers, if you're a great fencer, if you have a lead, just getting a one-touch lead could be huge because you have the ability to double and double out. It's not that easy, but yeah, it's a big deal to get a one-touch advantage in Epee as opposed to Saber, which touches come quickly.
Yeah, and Saber, talking about historical origins of the different weapons, Saber derived from a cavalry weapon because when you're riding a horse, you need to be able to slash downward. So that's why Saber slashes and the other two weapons poke.
And you can poke also with Saber, but yes,
you can, yeah.
You're right about that. But to go further with the cavalry, when you look at Epee, there's no target. You have a target in Saber from the waist up. Why is that? Because if someone was on horseback, if you hit them below the waist, you could harm the horse. And the objective was to maim the person and get the horse as a spoil of war. That was the reason for that. And then foil, which had nothing to do with anything other than that it was a practice weapon, is a combination of the two. You can hit with the point like in Epee, not with the side, but the torso is the same target area as in Saber.
Okay, we are getting a bout in a moment. It is going to be
Katya Sarajin and Liada Parsons.
Liada Parsons and Katya Sarajin. Thank you. Okay, so we've got a referee, but we have no fencers.
We have one.
We have one fencer. Sarajin.
And we'll see which side they get on the strip, and then I'll input their names, but.
Yep.
Oh, I didn't know that the Saber target being above the waist was because you don't want to harm the horse.
Yeah, I didn't know that either. That's good.
Very PETA friendly and yeah.
But before you had PETA and friendly,
yeah.
I mean, it's practical. You do want the horse as a spoil of war, right?
Yeah. So we have Sarajin on the left getting ready.
And then on the right, we're going to have Liada Parsons from Candlewood, just up the road here.
She probably woke up in her own bed this morning.
Probably, and just jumped in the car and came here early for her moments. Yeah, Candlewood is literally like 30 minutes from here. So she's probably local. Katya Sarajin is from Marks Fencing in New England, so not as local. Local-ish, but not local.
Well, New England includes Connecticut.
It does, but I think that Marks is actually up in the Boston area.
Ah, yes.
And
yes.
the name Marks comes from Michael Marks, who was from my era. He was the best foil fencer. I think he won 7 national foil championships. He took a silver medal at the World University Games in 1985, I believe. He made 6 Olympic teams, the last one being in Epee, even though he was a foil fencer.
Oh my gosh, we
have
gotta
a
see if we
t-shirt.
can get this over here. Hey Tim, can you bring that over? Can we see
have
that?
a t-shirt
Can we see that?
of Ziad and Eli.
Hey, can you put the camera on us for a second? Look at this shirt. It is unbelievable. Could we kind of, I want to put it close to the, put it up to the camera. It's basically the 9 States t-shirt from last night. It's fantastic. It's Ziad, it's Eli, it's the logo, it's them last night.
That's great. I saw
That's so great. That's so fast. Thank you so
terrific.
much.
It's funny you saw that because I saw someone else had a T-shirt of the 3 commentators on the thing.
I can't believe it. Where is that one?
I need that t-shirt.
I know. I'd love to wear that t-shirt. I could make my children wear that t-shirt. That would be the funniest thing in the world. They'd hate me. It's you know.
Are they embarrassed easily?
Well, no, but as a teenage mom, like, it's my job to embarrass. I mean, I want to make them uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Like, I want to make them embarrassed.
Makes them
at certain
stronger.
times. Makes them stronger kids. But also, you know, that's my job. Okay, so we are going to be off in a moment. They've done their salutes. They've checked their weapons.
And this is not a final bout. This is in the top 8.
Also known as the quarterfinals.
Quarterfinals.
Exactly. And
They're
it's
bouncing.
It's always great to make the top 8. You know why?
Why?
You get a medal.
Yeah, that is true. I don't know why I question that. At the Olympics, you don't get a medal in the top 8, though.
No,
unfortunately.
And you don't get one for 4th either.
No. Oh, you have to fence off for 4th.
Oh my.
So why in fencing? I've always wondered this. Why in fencing you get top 8 gets medals?
That's a good question.
Jeff, do you know?
I don't know the answer for that, but I sure am glad that they gave him in the top 8 because I had a lot of 5 through 8s along the way.
You and me both.
Yeah.
It makes you feel a little better. I remember getting my first top 8 finish, and it's your first medal, and you get that confidence boost.
I was just going to say, I also feel like when you make the top 8, all of a sudden you can like breathe a sigh of relief. Okay, I've made this position. I'm going to get a medal. I'm going to get points if it's a SYC or an event that, you know, a regional event where you're getting points. I'm going to get some points. I feel good about it. And then you're like, everything else is gravy, right?
You get a podium picture.
And
Non-combative.
Wow, are we a minute in and no one has thrown their...
So if there's no touches scored for a minute, unwillingness to fence was once known as passivity, then non-combativity. The name changes, but...
His card did have a P on it.
Yeah.
So that's the passivity, right?
Passivity, yep.
Oh, my jerk.
So now, except for the Olympics, you have 2 bronze medalists.
Yeah.
In NACS you have it, at the World Championships you have it, right?
Yeah.
It's part of the reason they did that is because they wanted to shorten the time frame, and no one wanted to watch that bronze medal match.
Right, right.
It just they for TV purposes or whatever. And I have to say that at the 1986 Nationals, we still had to fence off for 3rd.
Yeah.
And I lost 10-8 to Dave Littell, and that was a heartbreaker because I didn't get a medal. There's no place worse to be than 4th.
No,
yeah.
it's correct. Well, for teams, we were talking about teams. For teams, you fence off for 3rd.
No, for teams you fence off.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
There have been psychological studies that on a podium of 3 people, the happiest person on that podium compared to 2nd place is 3rd place because they're just happy they're up there. 2nd place,
They're
least
sad
happy.
because they lost.
They were so close to having gold.
So that's a
red card.
P red card. So we fenced, well, I don't know if the word fenced is the word, but we've gone 2 minutes.
And there's been no action.
We've jumped around for 2 minutes.
So they gave them a red card?
Yeah, so they both get a point.
Oh, well, that's silly. That's silly ridiculous. Okay, so now the weapons have touched.
So in a real duel, no one has drawn blood at this point.
No.
I'm not even sure anybody's in it if they haven't even touched at this point.
They've touched blades. Oh, there we go.
And actually, the lights came on the machine and flicked off very quickly. I think the machine was so surprised that any lights went on that it didn't know what to do.
That's interesting. Okay, so it's 2-2.
We have a coach talking to the referee about something.
Oh, goodness.
Something's going
You know,
on.
the rules are clear.
Yet another moment with the box.
And when we talk about the box, it's the scoring machine that is reading the circuit that is completed when the tip of the epee touches the other person's jacket. But the strip is grounded.
I was going to say, so basically this is just a big circle of electricity from end to end.
So
and then you complete it when you touch.
When you touch with 750 grams of pressure. But we use the word box. It's really the scoring machine. And the reason I say that is because we're not going to talk about the box in epee or in foil, but we will have some saber bouts later. And the box where the referee is, where the fencers are standing at the on-guard line, it's a 4-meter zone between the on-guard lines. That's called the box. And in Saber, we'll talk about that a lot. But yes, this is technically a box also, but we don't want to confuse the viewers.
Yeah, scoring machine.
It's a scoring
machine.
And then we've got the reels, which is what they're attached to.
In epee, the entire strip is kind of the box.
Nice to see you.
Yeah, we're just
do you want to
the
get on the
TV.
microphone and call over the
The armor?
the armor? Do we need an armor?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, we need an armorer. We're just the commentators. We don't know how to fix that.
Armor to the final strip, please. Can we get an armor and the final strip?
That's fun.
So while we have time, they're involved with non-combativity, unwillingness to fence, passivity, whatever you want to call it. For this, it's a new day. The story of how it was born.
Yes.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
So it happened at the 2001 World Championships in Nîmes, France. The finals of the men's Epee team was between Hungary, which had 3 of the top 16 individuals in the world, so they were loaded, against Estonia, which had 1 top 16 guy, Cabo Kaburma, and 2 others, Bout and Lloyd, who were good fencers. They're in the finals, but they weren't at that level. So the Estonian strategy was for bouts with Lot and Voigt, they would try to score no touches, let time run out just to keep the score close so that Kaburma, their superstar, could try to win the World Championship by himself. Okay, so it's a tactic that's been used before. Now, the Hungarians were the better team. Hi, how are you? Nice to see you.
We're on camera. We're live
We're
broadcasting.
commentary.
Yes. No. but we are on camera. We're live. We can hear. So.
So what happened is the Hungarians were the better team. They had the lead. So when the Estonian retreated, put his arm down just to stand there, the better fencer should go after them.
Right.
Go after them because they played into their game, and the Hungarians retreated and put his arm down. Now, okay, they took the bait. That was in Estonia's best interest, but that's irrelevant. Hungary won. Hungary won anyway. But what happened was I happened to be on the FIA Rules Commission at the time, and here's what the problem was. Fencing was a bubble sport in the Olympics. They were at risk of being removed for the next quadrennial.
Even though fencing was one of the original sports
And,
in the Olympics.
and always sold out at every arena. But women's softball was popular one time. They were out. Wrestling, and different sports get bumped. We were at risk. So on this night, the finals of the World Championship, which was on live TV, the ESPN of Europe is Eurosport. It's live on Eurosport. And not only that, in a sold-out arena, the president of the International Olympic Committee, Jacques Roget, was the special guest of the FIE president, René Rock. He brought him there to show him what a great sport fencing is and why it shouldn't be removed from the Olympics.
No.
Yeah.
And in front of this, it's pretty funny when you think of it, but it was a disaster because then they had 2 fencers not fencing right in front of the IOC president when fencing was a bubble sport. So the week after this is over, I was on the Rules Commission. We got an edict that says, it's happened. It can never happen again. You guys better fix it. And they've had some iterations over the year. I think where they are right now is probably a good spot.
That's kind of like 2 baseball teams, the batter and the pitcher just refusing to hit or throw the ball, which makes a lot of sense. I don't see that happening in a lot of other sports. And fencing, I think, over the years has improved as a spectator sport. When I first started fencing in 2012, they had just started using these masks that had a window in the mask, so you can see the facial expressions of the fencers and not just this black mesh. But I think there were safety issues with these masks, even though it was like very tough glass. But we also, with the scoring machine, people can understand what's happening, but there are a lot of new advances that people are working on with VR and fencing. At the Tokyo Olympics, they were trying to come up with a way to show in replay like new VR, augmented reality technology with lighting, showing the path of a weapon. So we're always trying to come up with ways to make fencing even more exciting and understandable, accessible, fun to watch for the audience. And I guess our commentary is also part of that as well, because we want fencing to be as easy to understand and watch, so people aren't just wondering what is happening right now.
Yeah, and there is a backstory to the clear visor mask, because fencing was told by, I think it was Peter Diamond of NBC, said if you want to become a spectator sport and stay in the Olympics, 2 things you have to do: go wireless and get the clear masks. Well, they've succeeded with the wireless, okay?
Yes.
And they tried the mask, but the problem with the mask, it was rushed. I don't think there were any fatalities, but there were some injuries.
Yes.
And there were some problems with the rivets wearing out and the glass cracking or whatever it was. And they tried it a second time, and then it was shelved. And they said, it's too dangerous. We're not doing it.
Right.
Yeah, because before these fencers compete, they have to get all of their gear tested.
Right.
And it's different for each weapon, but they test whether the lame is worn out and if the electricity works. But then they take kind of a a stabby thing and they puncture your mask with it, they hit it and see if the mask gives way to see if there's a weak point, and if you had that visor mask, it would probably break.
Yeah. I'm always amazed, when you walk up and they do their, because, some weapons checkers will be like bang, 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 like banging on your mask, and you're like, oh my gosh, I hope it passes. 'Cause if it doesn't pass, then I've got to, at the last
shell out
minute,
$200.
shell out $200 for a mask that I'm not comparison shopping, and I'm just getting what they've got, right? But yeah, I mean, it always passes. Not good.
So
for now.
This is sort of ironic. There's 37 seconds left
In the first period.
Yes, and the only action we have seen in this
one action.
We've seen one action in that entire time, almost an entire period, and because the action happened where the machine sort of fritzed out or something, that's all we've seen in this particular bout.
Yeah. Okay, so the armors are leaving the strip. They appear to have done their jobs. It looks like the scoring box is working. We've seen the women check with their weapons again. So we're going to go back to the action here with this cadet women's Epee top 8. I'm sorry,
Hopefully we
quarterfinal.
see some action.
Yeah.
Hopefully we'll see some action.
Yep.
I mean.
Or it'll be like Hungary versus Estonia.
Okay, so we've got some connections. Let's go. So it's Parsons on the aggression, but Saragin gets a point.
So one has to ask the question, what was really gained by them getting the P cards, P yellow, P red?
Right.
Why didn't they start fencing at the beginning? Sometimes it's done obviously for strategy.
Right.
Okay, but what was the strategy here?
You want to wear your combatant down? I mean.
I don't know. Were they just feeling each other out? I mean, it doesn't mean you have to go 100 miles an hour and throw your caution to the wind, but
Try something, maybe.
try something. Yeah.
Yeah, I think sometimes, at least in saber fencing, you have to kind of throw something in there just to see if it works, even if you might lose the touch, because you're learning from, especially someone you've never fenced before, you have to do things to see how they react to it.
Okay.
And just kind of waiting for them isn't going to tell you any information about them, besides they're going to wait for you. They're both kind of reading each other without doing anything.
So they will get 1 minute now. We're down to 37 seconds, actually.
What do you think their coaches are saying?
Score touches.
Yeah, get moving.
You know, Tim Morehouse and I have something in common.
What is that?
We both drink Diet Coke.
Oh my gosh, I know, I noticed that.
And another thing that's happened yesterday and today, I've bought 2 Diet Cokes, and somehow they've disappeared into Tim's hands both times.
Are you had one this morning.
It's gone. It's gone.
And then Tim wanted your cookie too.
Well, the cookie I gave him, but the Diet Coke is different.
I got him his own Diet Coke. I went downstairs
I
and
saw
got
you got
it.
me Diet Coke, but
How many Diet Cokes is he gonna pilfer?
I don't know. That's 2. I think I'm done with Diet Coke.
All right, it looks like Parsons and Saragin are getting ready at the line to face off. And saluting us.
Saluting us.
They saluted us,
That's it.
right?
I love it.
It's time for that T-shirt.
So, yeah, exactly. They need to make a T-shirt of us for sure.
We need some fan art.
Yes, I want that. So Parsons is coming in 11th position. She is fencing Saragin, who is coming in 3rd position. So you would think that Saragin would be, I don't know.
But Jeff said there are more upsets in Epee. And sometimes the pools
It's very different.
can't really tell you much about how someone is going to fence in the DEs.
And we've got 2 points awarded.
And when we say DE, we're talking about direct elimination. This is a direct elimination, so whoever loses is out for the day, and whoever wins continues on through the bracket until the final.
Oh, we've
Nice.
got 1 light, so.
So we talked about the upsets. I remember I've done commentary for the FIE, and it's very important that I keep the tableau so I know who's in, who's out, who's eliminated. And a lot of times it's really bloody in Epee. You use a lot of the top 16. Like the top 16 that come into the tournament have a bye going into the first, into the tableau.
Right.
And you lose a lot of them very quickly.
Wow.
More than the other weapons.
Because the person who has a bye is just relaxing. Yeah, I mean, maybe not just
Resting,
relaxing,
preparing.
but they're not fencing, and sometimes you need that first bout to wake you up.
shake off the dust.
No matter how much you warm up, it's not a real competitive bout.
And you didn't fence the previous day. The other people, they fenced the whole day. Yeah.
And they learned a lot from that day. I actually would prefer to not be in the top 16.
Well, so Eli's been in that position all year.
He's been
Because he's been in the top 16
for quite a few years now, right?
Well, yeah, for a long time. So basically, that's his MO now.
Yeah.
But what you're saying, I mean, I wonder, like, you don't get a sense of who the other people are that you're fencing. I mean, I'm sure he's sitting there watching every single person, but his international experience now is very different than his international experience would have been earlier in his career when he had to work his butt off to get to the second day.
Well, we're going to interview Ziad El Sissi,
Yes.
4th in the world, so he now gets a bye into the tableau of 64. So let's ask him what his mindset is going into that.
Yeah.
All right, we had Sarajin just come in, and I could see Parsons was a little bit surprised because they're lulling each other by bobbing in and out, and you don't know when someone's going to lunge.
I mean, that's the game, right?
It's a little hypnotic. You kind of hypnotize your opponent until they think, oh yeah, she's not going to go, and then all of a sudden that's when you're going. Kind of like when you're arm wrestling and you hold someone there just long enough so they're not paying attention, and then you pin their arm down.
So here we have a situation where Saragin on the left is scored a couple of attacks like that. There's no really attack, but that's, you know, she lunged at the
Going
opponent,
forward.
Going forward. And, well, technically it is an attack. It doesn't have right away. And Parsons just counterattacked the last couple of times. So she's behind by 3. She's got to
do her own thing.
She's got to provoke. And see, again, she's counterattacking. So it seems here that Saragin seems to be the stronger fencer.
She is leading
and
her.
you ask yourself, in the first 2 minutes, why wasn't she doing this?
Right,
You know,
right.
so what was she thinking?
What was she waiting for?
Well, if she wins the tournament today, we'll be able to ask her later.
Yes, we will. I mean, we can't pick favorites, but we've got a line of questions for her now.
Yeah, she's a favorite for questions.
Back in the same position 3 times now.
Now, you see what happened. That's 4 in a row where Saragin on the left is attacking with a straight lunge, and Parsons is just counterattacking. At best, she's going to get a double. At best, she'll get a double touch. But 3 of the 4 times it was a single light against her. Once she got lucky, got a double touch. But when you're behind, that's not helping. It's helping your opponent get closer to 15.
So she did just try. She did, and
there we go. I see a little bit of frustration in her body language.
I feel
Parsons, a lot of fencers have tells of frustration, and she bent her blade a little bit. She made a face. She's getting a little frustrated. The mask is on the ground.
That's the end of the second period. They get a 1-minute break, and then they will go into their final period. Or, well, it's up to 15. So it's 15 or the end of the third period.
Sarajin looks relaxed. She was smiling.
She's just drinking her water.
She got a pat on the arm from, I presume, her mom. Looks like
mom or coach mom. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, one time I accidentally called my coach dad as I was leaving. Because I think when you're fencing competitively, you see your coach more than your parents sometimes.
Sure.
When you're traveling with them every weekend and you're at practice every night and then you come home and you just had family dinner, like your coaches kind of become parents.
Right, it's true.
My coach would sometimes give me advice, like life advice, or he'd be like, are you doing your homework? And
they have to coach should do, right?
Yeah, they have a sort of a family role beyond being your coach sometimes.
Yeah.
Well, Parsons looks more relaxed now.
She got a good pep talk.
She got a good pep talk. She's smiling. She's relaxed.
She's smiling.
There are a lot of things that are still in her control here.
I mean, the other thing is she's in the top 8. She's getting a medal, right? The day is not lost, right? She's worked very hard to get here. I think there were 60-something kids in this event. So
it's a big event. Yeah,
it's a big event. She's made it this far, which is a good thing.
But you can't be complacent. You can still be hungry and want more. Oh, and then I see she has more energy, but she ran right into Sarajin's guard.
But that's okay. That's okay. I'd rather she gets hit that way than doing counterattack. So that was the right strategy.
And there she gets the point.
That was the wrong strategy, but she got lucky. I wouldn't do that again. So the right strategy didn't work. The wrong strategy worked.
12-7.
Sometimes in fencing you can win the wrong way. It's a little bit hard to explain, but you can sometimes win on something that's a little bit of a mess, or you got lucky, or the other person just was controlling the bout, but they were a mess too, and It just doesn't feel right, but you still won. And there's a right and a wrong strategy in a lot of situations, but sometimes the right strategy doesn't work because you're not executing it correctly.
Right, or sometimes, okay, sometimes you do what appears to be the wrong strategy, but it's a surprise tactic, like a duck stop in Saber,
Yeah, out of nowhere.
which we've seen at the Rio Olympics from Ibtihaj Muhammad, and it worked for her because she
Okay,
surprised
so
her
we're
opponent.
at 14-8. So if Saragin gets the point, or if they get a double,
Oh,
she
on the
went for the
toe.
toe touch. Yeah.
Nice touch.
I love a toe touch.
That's
Because
the
we
first one.
can't do it.
Second one we saw.
Second one.
Yeah,
Second one.
yesterday we saw one of the
Yep,
boys.
Parsons just got a toe touch. So again, now we're 14-9, 1 point away from the end for Parsons and Saragin.
But in the second half, Parsons is at least doing different things.
She's come alive.
Yeah, much better. And just go down swinging. Do not go down on a counterattack.
Correct. It's hard to get close. They're very good at keeping distance. And again, and again.
This bout could have been a lot different if they started like this.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
true.
14-10.
So Saragin got hit on 2 counterattacks in the last couple of touches. So now I think she should try to draw Parsons towards her. I'd be a little more patient here. Nope.
And we're getting double points, so we've got a winner. 15-11, Saragin over Parsons. So Saragin will move on to the semifinals, and Parsons is done.
But she learned a lot,
But she learned a lot.
and she gets a medal.
She will get 6th, 7th, or 8th. Right?
Or 5th?
Or
Maybe.
fifth, depending
Maybe fifth,
on
yeah.
where she came out in
Yeah.
the pools.
Yeah, I'm gonna look at this and see if I can get. Yeah, she'll. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. The semi. So we're going to top 4 after this. We'll see who. Maybe we'll get another bout here.
I'm going to ask Jeff a trivia question
Okay.
in the meantime.
Excellent.
Without looking at the map that's over there. Can you name all 9 of the 9 states in the 9-state fencing cup?
Rhode Island, Massachusetts, Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, Vermont. Oh, snuck that one in. Got a couple more to go. Maine, I said Maine, okay.
You did not say Maine.
I didn't say Maine?
Yeah.
It's not Pennsylvania? Is Pennsylvania there? No. New Jersey, New York, I said. All right, what did I miss?
Pennsylvania.
New Hampshire.
Oh, New Hampshire.
And New Hampshire.
All right, it was not bad, not bad.
That was pretty good.
I'm glad I wasn't on Jeopardy.
Right.
Did you hear about someone on Jeopardy the other night? Miss Bet had the right answer and just put the wrong bet in and wound up not winning.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it got.
What did they bet? Something really low?
They bet nothing,
Oh.
and he was the only one to get the right answer. He got pilloried on social media.
That's so.
That's the thing
crazy.
that's hard about social media. Now everyone can comment on anything, and if you just make a
Yeah.
little mistake, suddenly you're all over the internet.
Yeah, so friends, speaking of which, if you're watching live, feel free to
You can comment.
Comment on our chat. We don't mind.
Everyone's a critic. Everyone's a commentator now.
We've got answers. You know, Jeff is very, very knowledgeable about all 3 weapons, right?
I think so.
The history of fencing,
Yeah, I've been around a long time.
the Olympics. Tell us about some of your favorite Olympic bouts. So you commentated for London and Rio.
London and Rio.
So you saw Tim Morehouse.
Yeah, not only did I see Tim Morris, I was his team captain. And I will say, I was Tim Morris's captain in 2008 in Beijing.
Right.
And in Athens, he was also there, and I was team captain. But I will tell you about the greatest moment I ever had in fencing.
Okay.
I wasn't fencing, I wasn't reffing, I was team captain. And we were in the semifinals. The men's Saber team was in the semifinals in Beijing
Right.
against Russia.
Right.
And we were down 40-35. And the final bout was between Keith Smart, who was our closer,
Right.
and Stanislav Pozniakov, who was a 5-time world champion. Now, 4 years earlier in Athens, the roles were reversed. For the bronze medal, we were up 40-35 against Russia for the bronze medal. Keith was against Pozniakov. outscored him 10-4, and we lost the medal by 1 touch. It was devastating.
Oh
So here we are 4 years later.
Same
The
thing.
same team, not in the bronze. This is to get to the gold
Right.
semifinals. Same 2 fencers, only we're down. And Keith is coming back, making a great comeback. And it's 44 for Poznikov, 43 for Keith. And we're just sitting there, we're holding hands in the box.
Oh,
So
I
you know,
mean,
yeah,
They only
just-
need 1 point.
They need 1, we need 2. And what happened is Keith, as he's trying to stalk Poznikov advancing, he goes off the side of the strip.
Like
Now,
balls.
No, he walks up the side of the strip. You know, he's like a car that needed a wheel alignment.
Right,
He's
right,
going
right, right.
And the side judge at the end, the floor judge, side judge, raised his hand, signifying that Keith was off the strip.
Right.
And when Keith saw that, because it was only a few people could see it, TV didn't see it, the ref didn't see it. Only people looking down that angle, like our box or Keith, could see the guy at the end of the strip raise his hand. Keith saw the hand, he flinched as if to stop because
Right,
he saw the
right,
the
right.
hand go up. Poznikov just popped him on the head, and it's 45-43. We lose, and the side judge.
And the side judge doesn't.
No, he did something. He pulled his arm down.
Oh,
He pulled his arm, and I can't make this up. So I said to Keith, "Don't shake his hand. Don't take your mask off. Don't do anything.
don't leave the strip.
And I go to the referee, Zolt Kaposhvari, who sadly has passed away since then.
I mean, the fact that you remember all these names.
well, this was an amazing, oh yeah. I go, we want a video review.
Right.
And he says, you're not going to get us on this one. I said, oh yeah, we're going to get you on this one. They go back in, and 5 minutes later, they come back out. It was Keith Smith, I believe, Great Britain, came back out to tell Kaposhvari that Keith was off the side of the strip before the action begun.
Right.
And the rules of fencing are clear. No new action can begin after the halt. And the referee goes, no touch. And we go, oh, baby, we're getting a do-over on an Olympic medal touch.
Right.
Oh, wow.
Keith unbelievably gets the next 2 touches.
Wow.
I mean, Keith was on fire.
Look at the
then.
hair in my hair.
Yeah,
It's
I know, me too.
unbelievable. And that puts us into the. Now we have a medal. It's gold or silver. At that point, we didn't matter.
Right,
we
right,
had a
right.
medal. And Keith came flying off into our arms. He headbutted me right in the face. I had a bloody lip, a bloody tooth. And everyone's looking around. What's funny, we're here at Tim Morehouse's place. Where's Morehouse? Because Morehouse was in the boxers, and he fenced great that day, by the way. Morehouse, when it happened, fainted. He was out cold on the ground.
Oh my
You
gosh.
could ask-
He fainted,
He-
not fainted.
No, he fainted. He fainted out,
Like
cold.
passed out.
Fainted
Wow.
out cold. So it was really the most incredible moment.
Wow.
And the reason for it is because 4 years earlier, it was the worst moment.
Right.
The exact situation.
Right.
And thank God for Keith, because the thought of him being in that situation again, if he had lost 44-44, it would have been devastating for him.
Sure.
So he was a true American fencing hero, as was Tim, who fenced great, as was Jason Rogers and James Williams. Those are the 4 people.
And this is when Tim got his silver medal.
That's-
That makes him silver medal Olympiad.
That's when he got his silver medal.
I had
Yeah.
never heard that story.
Oh, this is the most amazing story.
They need to make a movie about
They
this.
did.
Totally.
They made a movie?
They did. Bud Greenspan was the famous Olympic documentarian.
Right.
He's passed away too. And his company, Cappy Productions, did this. They made it with the Beijing story. It's out there. The Beijing Olympics, it's one of the 6 or 7 vignettes. And they had come to Beijing not for this. They came to us with fencing because they expected our 3 girls, Mario Zagunis,
Right.
3 ladies, Seda Jacobson, and Rebecca Ward, all were contenders for the gold medal.
Yeah.
That's why they were there.
They came to our practice. I was in touch with them all the time. When they can come, that's their story. Well, as it turned out, we won gold, silver, bronze.
Right.
Zagunis, Jacobson, Ward. We swept the medals.
Incredible.
But there's no real story there.
Yeah.
There's no real story.
There's no drama.
So then I said, on the weekend, what was happening, Erin Smart helped the team to the silver medal the day before. Erin Smart, Keith's sister.
Right.
So I contacted Cappy Productions. I said, I think we have a story coming for you here. Come watch the Keith Smart match and
Right,
see
right,
what happens. And they finally got all the videos and interviews, and they made this incredible vignette. So the Beijing Olympics of 2008, everyone should try to find it.
Yeah.
It used to be up on YouTube. I think it was taken down.
We'll find
Yeah.
it.
I
We'll
want to
find
watch
it.
What a great story.
I want to watch it.
Yeah.
Why is our live stream black? Our screen is black. Hello? Yeah, we're not live. I
I
don't
saw
think.
an interview with
We should take a break,
Eli
maybe?
from yesterday show
Yeah.
up. It's there? Oh, it's a different link today.
I think that this is today's link, but maybe not. Okay, I'm wrong. Who knows? I'm just going to do a call out real quick. Both Keith and Aaron Smart went to Brooklyn Tech,
That's right.
which is where my daughter went to school.
Ivan Lee as well.
Ivan Lee as well. We talked
Right.
about it yesterday.
Wow.
Exactly. There's a lot of fencers who've gone there. Do you know Rita Combs?
Yes.
Yeah, Rita Combs is also an alumna
And
from Brooklyn Tech.
And I think Demetrius Valsamis, who is a second-generation fencer who was an NCAA foil champion, I also believe was Brooklyn Tech.
Yeah,
A lot,
I
of,
mean,
lot of top fencers from
a
there.
lot of top fencers
Yeah.
from Brooklyn Tech. I don't know what that says.
I don't know.
Smart kids.
Definitely smart kids.
Fencers are smart kids, I guess.
I think so, right?
Or fencing makes you a smart kid, too.
Perhaps. Perhaps.
Uses your brain.
Perhaps. Yeah.
Fencing is really funny because we're not just jocks. Some fencers are just jocks, perhaps, and they're not thinking too much, and they're just such a powerhouse physically that they win. But I think most fencers are also a little bit nerdy, too.
Aww.
We fit into that
Do you think
nerd
we're
and jock.
nerds?
I think they
Oh
go
my
hand in
gosh.
hand.
Do you feel like you're a nerd?
My son calls me a nerd.
I mean, I guess we're nerds.
I don't know if I'm a nerd, but that's my son used to make fun of me with the fencing thing. So I'll tell you an interesting
Wait, he'd
story.
make fun of you? I think fencers are like gods. What are you talking about,
Well-
nerds?
Well,
Nerds are, I think being a nerd is not a bad thing, because if you're a nerd, that means you're passionate about something
Right.
and there's something you like and you're
Right.
intelligent,
Right.
and you don't care what other people think and you're just doing your own thing.
Well, the reason I'm here today is something along this nerdy thing. I talked about my son. I'll talk about my dad, Daniel Buchans. My dad was a baseball player and stickball, handball, whatever sports you played in New York City in the Bronx. And one day he was coming home, and two of his friends were fencing. He had two friends that were fencing on the street.
On the
Two
street.
of his buddies.
Outside?
With
outside.
what weapon?
Foil. They're fencing foil. So
On the street,
my,
just for fun.
my father made fun of them and said, "Oh, that's a blank sport." I'm not going to use the word because I don't want to get killed. And they said, "Danny, why don't you try it?" He said, "Okay, I'll try it." And he tried it. He fell in love with it. He said he couldn't walk for a week, but he fell in love with it. Basically, they challenged him to a duel when he called them out. That's
In the Bronx.
yeah, that's what
on
happened.
the street, I
And-
challenge you
and-
to a duel.
And all three of these guys made the Olympic team.
What?
Amazing.
Yeah, they're all in the USA Fencing Hall of Fame, and that's how the whole evolution of it was.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
That's so interesting.
Interesting story.
Yeah. All right, I think we're going to take a break because we don't have any action in front of us. We got to go rustle up some action, get some
let's
fencers
do it.
over here later. So this is the 9-State Fencing Cup. This is the live stream coming to you straight from Chelsea Piers in Connecticut. And we will be back in a few minutes with some more fencing action all day long. We're going to be back and forth, so we'll see you shortly. Thank you. Okay, we're live back at the 9 State Fencing Cup, coming to you live from Chelsea Piers in Connecticut, Stamford, Connecticut. We are about to join a final bout for the cadet women's epee. We have 2 competitors. On the left, we have, her name is Song. I'm going to get her first name in a second, I'm sorry. And on the right-hand side, we have Sarragan, who we saw earlier, right?
Yeah, we saw her in the table of 8.
We saw her in the table of 8. She made it to the table of 4, and clearly she's made it to the final. So we will see. We will join them as soon as the action happens. So this is exciting. Now, what were we going to? We were going to talk with Sarragan about her why. What's happening?
Why she was non-combative at first in her table of 8 bout.
Yeah, why she was non-combative. We'll see if it happens again. Maybe that's her strategy, right? Quiet, and slow. I mean, I'm not slow, but.
This is the final?
This is the final. Jeff, join us. Jeff Buchans, he knows everything. We got to get him on here.
Hi there, everybody.
Welcome
He's
back,
an Olympic
Jeff.
commentator.
Yes.
And part of our job today is making these kids feel like they're at the Olympics.
They do.
The 9 State Olympics.
The 9 State Olympics, exactly. But you know, you don't have to be from the 9 states to come here. We have kids here from. We have kids here from.
We had one from Georgia.
We have one from Georgia. Do we have anybody? I feel like. I'm sorry. Beyond his pay grade. We got. Oh, here we go again.
A problem with the score box?
Problem with the score box.
Calling the armorer.
They were the last ones to use it, so why should it be not working?
Bizarre.
This scoring box is not our friend today.
But the fencers are staying calm and collective. Song is sitting on the piste. The piste is what you fence on. The strip of metal.
Right. Now, is it always a strip of metal?
It doesn't have to be metal.
Because I have to say, it's not always metal where I fence.
Back in the day, sorry to date myself, very good and they would have it sometimes on carpet and you get holes in it. One of the rules is that they don't want people straightening their blade out on the strip is because it would poke holes in the very thin
Yeah.
Copper.
Okay,
I've fenced on that copper before, and you slide around because it's not fully attached.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to step away a second. I'm going to go award a medal. I'll be right back.
How's that for multitasking?
Right?
You go from lead commentator to lead medal awarder.
We have so many hats that we're wearing. Yesterday, people were asking me when is this medal ceremony happening, and then we had to take charge and just wear another hat.
Well, the key is when you're at a table like this is to put up a sign that says, I don't know, so they can go somewhere else and ask. Because, one of the things I learned is when I go to a big tournament, stay away from the bout committee table.
Yeah.
Because you're just going to get peppered with questions.
Yeah.
So just don't go near it.
So many kids have been asking us, are you the bout committee? Or do you know where the remote is for this machine? Are you the armorer? Are you a coach? We're like, no, can't you see the microphone and the headphones? But we could be talking to people over walkie-talkie or something with this. But we're
ready.
So Jeff, can you explain the weights that we put on the end of an epee before a bout?
The epee weight is 750 grams, and the referee will push it down to complete the circuit, and then the weight has to be pushed up by the spring. It can't just hold it up there. There's a difference between holding it and pushing it back up. And some referees make the mistake of just sitting it on top, and if the light doesn't go off, they think it's okay. No, you have to push it down. It has to push back up. It's a big difference.
So, can kids rig their own springs?
Yes, you could.
It's a simple mechanic.
The word rig is a bad connotation.
Okay,
There's
sorry.
something wrong. They can cut the springs.
Right.
And whatever they do with the springs doesn't matter as long as it holds up 750 grams.
Right. So it's not like you need a mechanic to come help you.
No,
this is something that you can do on your own.
I not only need a mechanic, I used University of Penn's longtime coach, Dave McConnick. So
McConnick.
He fixed my
McConnick,
blades.
the mechanic.
Yeah.
Kind of like your friend Al Malparet.
Malparet.
Malparedo.
Yeah.
Malparedo. All right, and we're off with this bout.
Cadet women's epee.
Song looks very relaxed. She's not really going in with full energy, it seems. Like they start off very relaxed. Even her lunge at the end when she got a light was...
It was medium motion, slow motion.
Slow motion.
Yeah.
But sometimes slow is just as important as being fast, because it's that change in speed that's
You hit
that's
it right on the
difference.
nose. It's the change of speed that means everything. Think about a pitcher. Every pitcher in the major leagues throws the ball 100 miles an hour. And every batter in major leagues can hit a ball that's thrown 100 miles an hour. So you throw another pitch that looks like a fastball, but it's 87. It's the change of speed that makes the difference.
Yes.
Okay, so it's Angela Song on the left. And we have Katja Saragan on the right.
And Song is from CFC, New England, and Katja Saragan is from Marks Fencing in New England.
So chances are good that these two have seen each other before.
They're both New Englanders.
Yeah, yeah. Because
You're right.
though they probably compete within the region, they also compete in their area. There's always a lot of local competitions.
Song practically had her blade on the ground for a moment there because they're too far away from each other to really do anything unless you can see them coming if they're going to advance lunge
Okay,
towards
so
you.
this is one of those situations where they've been waiting, right?
They're going to get a.
They're going to get a yellow.
P yellow card for no touches from me. I mean, Song is just look at the difference in footwork.
Song is
Saragan's
just-
bouncing back and forth, trying to set. Song just likes to stalk very slowly.
In a way, that's kind of scary. Like, what is she planning? She's made it this far, not really moving her feet that much, and so you have no idea what she's really thinking about.
She must be up to something by now.
I know.
Yeah.
I used the word conniving yesterday, which sounds mischievous, but you have to be as an epeist.
Well, I was going to say, it's kind of like, okay, she's off the strip. It's kind of like a cat, like a big game cat stalking, right?
Yeah.
Slow, 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 boom. That's what it feels like anyway.
You make them think that you're just relaxing and standing there, but then you strike.
So we're coming to the end of the first period, 33 seconds left. I mean, there's been some activity. We have seen action, so that's good news. But it's primarily Saragan doing all the work.
Oh, Song put her hand up to
Why
stop the bout.
She wants the passivity, the P yellow card. No, she asked for it.
For her.
Yeah, for both. Oh, she asked for it.
Why?
Why would you ask?
Well, she's got the lead, and evidently she feels that it's in her best interest.
She's
has the
closer
lead.
to 15.
Yes. How about that?
So what does that mean? I don't even understand that. So why would you ask for it?
Because she has the lead. Maybe she wants to provoke a P red card, and then if there's a P black card, the fencer in the lead wins.
Right.
So if she's so happy with that one touch.
Okay.
Wow.
All
Did
right.
they give a lot of P red cards before they give a P black card, or is that the third
No,
stage?
that's the third stage. Yellow,
Really?
red, black.
Wow.
Okay, so we are taking a 1-minute break. These women are going to go back to their sides, and they're going to chat with their coaches. Clearly, both of them have coaches that they're chatting with.
Technically, they took a 1-minute break before the break. That's why
because
got
they
the
were
yeah.
in the. But I mean, there was action. Like they were
moving.
They were moving.
They got, but
They weren't really combating.
yeah, they need a touch. They have to get one touch. I've always been a believer that when the fencer in the lead has taken a risk or done something to earn that
To
lead.
get that lead, right.
And I always felt the onus should be on the person who's behind to create the action.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I'm up 1-0. I thought maybe the bout's going to end 2-1 through. Why do I have to do anything?
Right.
So I was always a believer, even when I was on the rules commission that formulated this rule, that the onus should be on the trailing fencer. Now, if they're tied, that's different. But
Well, they're not tied. We are 2-1 in favor of Angela Song coming into this in 4th position. And Katja is coming in, and Saragan is coming in 3rd position. So they're very, very evenly matched so far.
In Saber, you can't really think that way. If I'm ahead, the other fencer has to create something because by that time they're already ahead of
done,
you.
right.
You blink and they've already won the bout. You can't sleep for a second.
Okay, so the impetus is on, or the onus is on Saragan now. You would think.
she came out with, it seemed to be that she thinks it also.
Yeah, good for her.
Yeah.
But Song has made a move, and now she's back.
She's stomping forward just a little bit to provoke Saragan, but Saragan is not letting that provoke her to finish
Someone's
at all.
going to change the tempo here, though.
But
Someone
Saragan's behind.
has to.
It's on her to decide if she's going to take some risks here.
Okay,
And she
so
did.
she did, and they both got the point.
And you see what Song did. She had no intention of doing anything other than doubling. If she
Right.
has a 1-point lead and she could double every time, she wins.
So the first point is very important in epee.
It's very important, but in a 15-touch bout, how important can it really be? I mean, it's nice to get the lead and everything, but when you get to this level, both fencers should be able to go out and get touches. By the way, Song did try an attack last time, and Sarragan did doubled out. When you fenced Saber, what was your mindset on the first touch? Were you looking to come out of the box hot and go after your opponent?
I do. I come out of the box hot.
You do?
But
Yeah.
but I also, it's also a fact-finding mission. Like, I come out, I think everybody, I mean, most of the people in life, we come out hot
Yeah.
just to get a sense of who's going where, you know?
I think it's good to use like a simple attack the first time to see if there's someone who's going to pull you short or parry you, or just kind of get a sense of how they react to the base action.
Yeah.
And then from there, you have a whole strategic wheel that you can use. It's literally a strategic wheel because it's sort of, we were talking about rock, paper, scissors. You're like, oh, if they play rock, that means the next round they're already thinking about playing scissors, and that means I should play rock the next round. But then if you're overthinking it, suddenly you might forget to use your body in the correct way. If you're being a little bit too cerebral. Sometimes you have to let intuition take over.
Did you like to control the dance when you fenced? And
Definitely. I was always the more aggressive fencer because I always wanted to take control and be the one to push the other person and provoke them into counterattacking or parrying me and then going around it.
Okay, so now Song really, she's got the lead, and it's going to be, it's Sarragan's really got to work hard to come
And then
back.
she doubled out.
She doubled out.
Sarragan attacked from way out of distance there.
Yeah,
So
you can
she-
see that.
She had to almost redouble her footwork to get to reach, but at least she got it. She got it. A double out of it.
Attacking from a close distance is scary in epee because you're so close that the other person can just easily double out. But if
Right.
you attack from too far away, they see that coming and they also
But
can
they just-
double out.
Or
Yeah.
parry you.
So you have to find that perfect sweet spot.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, we are coming to the end of the second period.
And the score is 7-5.
7-5.
That's a nice one.
And Song just got another one.
Is that what that one little epeist was talking about when he said his favorite move is a squat?
I think so. I think so.
That was a surprise when that was his answer.
Derek, yeah. Derek Lee, our Y8 champion
Yeah.
in epee.
I mean, he's so young to know that that's his favorite thing.
It's not, would you call that an action or that's more of a move?
I don't know
A
what you call it,
squat.
but when I think of my favorite action, I wouldn't think of the squat as the one. Unless
Yeah.
every time the opponent that tries to attack, he squats and hits him on a counterattack or something. Maybe that's
That could
what-
be his
Maybe
secret.
that's how it works.
Yeah,
Who
maybe
knows?
that's it. Yeah.
Okay, so we are back with our coaches. Sarragan's not getting any stern words, but she is getting coached. I don't know how she feels. Song seems very calm. I mean, as she would be. She's in the lead, right?
Yeah, her coach just walked away and is letting her just think by herself.
You look at her, you wonder like if her pulse is like 30. She just
Right.
seems like
She seems very calm.
yeah.
Very calm.
Which is, that could be, for depending on who you are, that could be really good or really bad.
She could be calm or she could be exhausted. We're not sure which. I mean, she does look tired.
Or you could be so calm that you're not in the bout completely. You're not staying active and on your toes. But in other cases, being calm is good because then you're zen. You're just playing the game. You're not too worried. Because fear is an enemy of success in a lot of situations.
There's nothing worse than being out there and being afraid.
So here's an interesting concept. So today we're seeing the final for cadet women's epee. Later this afternoon, there's also there's Y14 women's epee. I wonder if some of the kids from this event will go into the afternoon event.
Probably,
And
yeah.
how tired will they be?
But they're going to have such a good workout by the end of the day.
I was just gonna say, I'm always better like in the last hour of class. If it's a 2-hour class, I'm always better the longer I have to be warm.
And
I'm
then
always
you're
better in my second event.
Yeah, you're running on adrenaline.
Yeah,
You're
yeah. Your body's like ready to roll.
You got all the nerves out in the first round.
Up, there we go.
Floor. The referee immediately pointed to the floor.
So did she not get that point?
No point.
No
point?
No touch.
Oh, sad.
So does that mean that the strip is not grounded? Because it sounded like she hit the strip.
Goodness.
We've been having some armory issues
Right.
on this strip.
Okay, so it's 9-6, 2 minutes left. We go to 15 or the end of the third period.
Sarragan's
see.
playing with the distance a little bit more. Jumping in and out,
Yeah.
making it close, making it far. But then when they got close, Song was the one who
Yeah,
took
who
the
was
point.
able to get the connection.
Sarragan was more active on her feet in her quarterfinal round of 8 bout as well.
Song really likes to lay out that one stomp.
Because it's scary out
Yeah,
of nowhere.
of
It's
course.
like, what is she?
Like,
what
what's
is she
coming
doing?
next?
Yeah.
What's coming next?
It
A
is
lot of double touches.
It's mesmerizing to watch her. Can you
Yeah.
imagine being the opponent?
Yeah,
She's going in slow motion.
yeah, that's totally.
Even when she's finishing, it's a little bit slow,
I know.
which is crazy that you can't parry it.
It's some, you know, it gives me it reminds me of the visual of like somebody like with a bug flying around you, buzz, 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 and then you just swipe it out. It's kind of like what Song is doing here with Sarragan.
Oh, that was
Parry.
Wow.
beauty.
That was so beautiful.
It seems that she's just so confident that any touch or any blade
Anything coming
that's
at
coming
her.
her way, she can just get rid of or do a double light.
Yeah.
We may get to 15. 13-8.
So again, I asked the question. Song seems like a slightly stronger fencer here. She's having her way in this bout. Why did she provoke Passivity, a P yellow card in the first period? Everything since then has been her dominating. She
Yeah.
scores at will. Why did it have to go that way? I'm not quite sure.
Maybe that's a
strategy, maybe.
theme throughout women's epee fencing right now, where you start off really passive.
Well, maybe if she's the champion, we're going to get to interview her and
Yeah.
ask her.
We are
For
going to
sure.
get to we are going to get
We're-
to ask her.
and that's when I'd like to ask her.
Yeah.
I hope I don't insult her when I ask her, but maybe she gives me an answer that I wasn't thinking
Maybe
of.
she plays a long game, and that's like she just lays that out in case she needs it in, going forward.
Yeah.
Later on, yeah,
You know?
because she'll know she's ahead, and if they get passivity later, it'll give her a point when she's already ahead.
Yes. So we have our winner in Cadet Women's Epee, Angela Song.
Will we have a medal ceremony first, or should we interview her?
I feel like we should interview her, but we'll see. Nope. I think we're going to do the medal ceremony first. We're getting an announcement for the medal ceremony. I'm going to give a quick look and see where Angela Song has been so far this year.
Let's look at her stats.
Yeah, I'm going to pull up her stats if I can get them on. Okay, we're going to go Angela Song. And, you know, my understanding is that we're going to get a bunch of finals pretty quickly. She is from Cavalier Fencing Club.
It's a good name.
Very good name. She's had 1 gold and 1 5th through 8th finish so far this year. Her gold was at the Trick or Retreat RYC at the end of August, and she got 8th place at the Neil Lazar RYC 2 weeks ago. So she, in junior actually, and she got the first place in cadet. So she is not a stranger to the gold medal stand. She's had 8. She had 8 in last season. 8 gold, 2 silver, and 8 bronze. So she is not a stranger to the medal stand. That is for sure.
She's used to it, and we could tell while watching her
yeah,
fence. She
yeah,
was
she
really
just, she was
secure.
very, very confident. Can I reach below you real quick? Sorry. Okay. All right then.
We will have that medal ceremony shortly, and she can wear her hardware when we interview her.
Are we gonna do the medal ceremony and then talk to her? Or shall I go grab her? Yeah. Yeah, I'll go grab her. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Hold on.
Angela Song.
This is her. Here we go.
Hi, Angela. Hi, we have headphones for you. And Jeff has a good question.
Congratulations, great fencing.
Thank you.
So you fenced great that bout. pretty much did what you wanted to do on attacks and reposts, everything. So in the first period, it seemed that you, after you had the one-touch lead, you wanted to get a P yellow card.
Well, yeah.
So what were you thinking? Why did you want that?
Well, I didn't like intentionally want a P yellow, but I like defending better, so I just wait for her to attack, and if she doesn't, P yellow is works for me.
So once you had the one-touch lead, you said you didn't want to attack at that point. That was
Yeah.
your thinking. Did you actually go to the referee and say, I think a minute's gone by?
Yeah, because I don't know. If I get a P yellow, it's helpful.
Okay, well, you've answered the question. Thank you. Jillian?
Yeah, you were ahead the whole time. What kind of mindset do you have when you're defending and you're one touch ahead and you're just letting someone come to you? What is going through your head?
I'm just trying to defend, I guess, just trying to get the point.
And what has your season been like so far? We were looking and we saw that you already have a gold this season so far. And what's next for you?
Well, so far, actually I got like a minor procedure, so I didn't fence for 3 weeks. That's why I kind of came here to practice. And
This
then-
is just practice for you and you got a gold medal?
Well, yeah. I mean, honestly, if you look at the seating, it's kind of clear that, I mean, I should kind of get first because everyone else, I'm the only A and everyone else is C. And stuff.
So your speed, your foot speed is different than some. So you're the only A in the group. Now I watched Sarah get in a lot of the fences bouncing back and forth, and you go at a very methodical pace. Is that intentional, or are there times when you pick up the pace as well?
Yeah, that's not intentional. It's just, I don't know. I probably should go faster, but I don't.
No, why? No, I mean, we were just looking at saying, we looked at almost like you mesmerize your opponent, like they're worried, like what's she gonna do or something like that.
Yeah, I guess unintentionally, people think my lazy footwork is intentional, but it's not. It's just I'm lazy.
That's really funny. And you're coming back from an injury too. And it's been a long day. Epee takes a long time, so you're kind of reserving energy. What is your goal ultimately for fencing?
I have no idea. I just do it. I like it, so I'm doing it. I don't know.
That's good. Just let it take you wherever it takes you.
Yeah.
That's great. And I think we'll have you get your gold medal now.
Way to
but
go. Great
congratulations.
Good job.
Nice to meet you.
That's right.
And there you have it.
I never thought about while watching someone fence if they're just going slow that it's not really necessarily a tactic.
Yeah.
It's a tactic that worked.
It worked.
Um,
Why expend more energy than you have to?
Exactly.
She didn't need to. But she called it lazy footwork, which is funny. And she said she asked the referee that a minute's gone by. Interesting.
And I could kind of, you can kind of get a sense that she is just training for something else because she's very calm. It doesn't seem like she's worried or a lot is on the line while
No.
she's fencing because she's planning for something else and she's coming back from a procedure. So
She did say that she's the only A, everyone else is a C, so she expected to beat everyone today.
yeah,
Right.
yeah.
That's not always the easiest place.
That's not always
When you come into a competition that you're supposed to win, it's not like you're even striving for anything. Their starting point is you're supposed to win. So anything less than a win is a bad day.
Right.
That's a tough one.
Yeah, that would mean that someone overtook you, and that would be really bad
That's
for
what-
your ego.
That's the way we used to feel it. The national team event used to be a big deal. It's not as much anymore. But the New York Fencers Club, like we marked on our calendar the day of the men's foil team at the national championship. And we always felt going in, because we had a very strong team, that anything less than first place was a huge disappointment. And it's rough coming in with that weight on your shoulders. I mean, you still had to fight to win. We didn't always win, but you felt if you didn't win, it was horrible. Like if you took second, it was like the New York Yankees in the old days. If you didn't win the World Series, it was a disaster.
Right, exactly. So she's kind of coming in being
Yeah.
the New York Yankees back then.
Back then, because they haven't won, I think 2011, I think was the last
Yeah.
time. So it's not the same for the New York Yankees.
It's been a while.
Yeah. I don't know about the New York Fencers Club foil team, but I know the Yankees aren't the same.
And there she is, getting her medal. And we have a new guest.
So we are seeing the medal event for the medal awarding for the cadet women's epee. We just spoke with Angela Song. I didn't get to listen in. Can you tell me what exactly she said about the passivity?
She was up by 1 touch in the first period.
Okay.
By the way, I'm Jeff Buchanan.
Hi, Jeff.
So
Nice to meet you.
We have
Sandra
someone new in the booth. We have Sandra Marchant. She is an incredible epee fencer. She's been on the world team twice.
Thrice.
I'm sorry. She's been on the world team 3 times. She's just back from Switzerland. You were fencing there last weekend.
I was at the Satellite World Cup last weekend.
Right,
Yes.
and she also runs Rogue Fencing Club up the pike.
Yes.
Up the pike in Connecticut. What do they say? Up the line.
Up the line in Connecticut.
Right, 'cause
Yeah,
it's all about the train line to New Haven.
Yes.
Whatever. And Jeff Buchanan is still here, and he is in charge of everything.
So the fencer, Song, who won, she's up 2-1 in the first period and clearly was looking to draw the P yellow card.
Of course.
And the ref didn't call it because time went by. So she put up her hand to stop the thing. The ref stopped it.
Rightfully so.
Excuse me, the minute went by and got the P yellow card. Now she was a stronger fencer. She's an A, the other fencer's a C. She said she's expected to win. So I asked her, did you do that on purpose? She goes, yeah, I like to defend. I'm up by 1, I like to defend. So
Angela has a very strong defense. I've competed against her actually in a few events.
Nice.
And very strong head, up and coming athlete. It's nice to watch her fence.
She was very calm.
she's very calm. And then we talked about her slow, methodical, mesmerizing, apparently plodding footwork. We said, do that on purpose. And she goes, well, I have lazy footwork. But she doesn't really, she won easily.
Yeah.
And unless someone's going to out footwork her, why expend more energy?
She didn't need to expend the energy, clearly.
Also, she's been fencing since 8 o'clock this morning. So what time is it?
It's been a long day.
Yeah, it's a 5 hours later, and she's just now getting her final, getting her gold medal. So
tell us about your life in the vet fencing world.
Oh, my business. Okay. I've been fencing 27 years. Every time I had a child, I took a year or 2 off, and I've had 3 children.
Oh my gosh. Just a year or 2 off.
Yeah. I won the double gold at the Canadian American Cup, national champion, double gold North American Cup, gold medal at Worlds with team. So yeah, I get around a little bit.
Yeah, and you're going to be in.
I'm not going to Daytona this year. I did not make it. I made it the last 3 years.
Right.
But my consolation prize to myself was
I'm going to scooch forward because I need to do some actual statistical stuff. You guys can talk together while I do these. I know the chairs are the worst.
They fight back, really.
They do. It's the floor.
Yeah.
So my consolation prize was that I went to Italy for a week to train in August in an international vet camp with 27 other women. So that was pretty fantastic.
Great.
We did a tournament there, and Shari Zaft from USA and I took gold and silver.
Nice.
That's amazing.
And then because I still want to continue to train strong, though I didn't make team, I want to make sure I'm ready. I went to Switzerland for the Satellite World Cup last weekend. And as the second oldest person there, I made it through pools, made the 30% cut. I did get out in my first DE, but I had a heck of a lot of fun, and I learned a ton. European fencing is so different from American fencing.
How?
I'm sorry. I'm like making the worst picture ever here. I'm so sorry.
How is it different?
European fencing, there's no hesitation. The fencing is closer. The actions happen faster. When they make a decision to go, they go. There's not as much passivity. I don't think I saw a single passivity card called all day in the women's event or the men's event. So it's very, very unique. So I got to bring that perspective back, and I'm retraining my athletes and tweaking some of the drills we do to make it more European. It's stronger, it's closer distance, and there's no hesitation.
So what age bracket are you in this?
I'm in the Vet 50, but I still do the Div 1s and Div 1As.
Oh, no kidding.
I train on Friday nights. I go with one of my students, Jess Davis. We go into the city, and I get to train at the athletic club with the girls, which is pretty fantastic.
Wow.
And it's a huge opportunity, and I'm super grateful to have that. And that
is the Epee Club.
Keeping me, in shape.
So who made the 50s this year for Daytona?
Shari Zaft, Julia Genzer. Actually, Julia's daughter, Nicole, was competing today. So she was here this morning. She might still be here now.
Let's find her.
Yeah, she's
You have to text her.
my phone's over there. I can do that. And who else? Ann Totemeyer and Michelle Chimenti. So we have a really strong team. Honestly, I'm anticipating another gold medal for team women's epee. Yeah, I really am.
And how many of these 4 were with you on the team? You were there last year?
Yeah,
So
the only one I was not on the team, and Michelle is on the team.
So she's the new.
So yeah, she's the yeah.
She's the new Sandra.
She is, but I'm going to fight hard.
But
you
you're
know
going to
I
come back and
will.
be the original Sandra.
Why do you think I did the camp in Italy and went to the Satellite Cup at the age of 53? Because I want it.
Yep.
So you're still young in the 50s. We were talking yesterday, right, maybe this morning, that as you get older into your bracket, it gets tougher. Your first 3 or 4 years, that's the time, right? That's the sweet spot.
It is, but you know what? When I won nationals, I did it as the oldest person in the 49 bracket. When I was in the 40 to 49.
Oh, that's interesting.
That's fantastic.
So that was huge. That was like a nice feather in my cap.
I think experience makes a big difference.
You know, I think it's experience, and some fencers have talent. Some fencers have, you see different things in the fencers. And honestly, I don't think in my own game I've actually had this like super strong game. I have grit, and I have drive and determination. And that's what I bring to the strip. Maybe not, I'm not technically sound, and I'm not, but I bring that to the strip with me, which I'm going to kick and get there.
I actually think you probably are underestimating your technically sound element. You are a coach,
I teach
right?
that to my students.
You teach your students. You teach it in college.
I do. I teach at Quinnipiac University.
I think that you probably are underestimating the value of your technical
my
skills.
resume doesn't look like Jeff's resume. That's for sure.
No, you have a great resume, but people like you, I didn't enjoy fencing. No,
Tell us why.
Because you're pains in the neck. In baseball, you say that person's not an easy out.
Right.
Yeah.
You know you're in for a battle. Now, I was a lunch pail fencer, too. I tried to be a pain in the neck as well.
Yeah.
But I have to say, there's something to be said for that. Lots of people have talent, but it's that type of stick-to-itiveness. I have to tell you that I missed the Olympic team in 1988. I lost out to a guy, David Littell. And David Littell was an old tennis player when he was younger. Came back to fencing and made the Olympic team.
Doesn't that frustrate
and
you?
It was frustrating because he never gave you a touch. You can never breathe with him. And that sounds like you're that type of fencer.
You can't let your guard down, literally.
Yeah, so that's good. That'll take you a long way.
The
right?
biggest compliment I think I ever got, which was supposed to be an insult years ago, I beat one of the girls, and it was like I was like in my late 30s, and it was a young girl, and the coach went up to her and he goes, "Don't worry about it. She's not a good fencer. She's just opportunistic." And I was like, "Oh, you bet your butt I am." And I took all the opportunities she gave me.
Wow.
So
she's
it was
not
supposed
a good
to be
fencer. She's just opportunistic.
And I was like, you know what?
Oh my God.
I'm going to own that, and I did.
So
That's a terrible thing to say.
So other than your general pain in the neck to fence type fencer, let's talk about your technique. What are your go-to offensive and defensive moves?
Ooh, okay. So I think I am a little bit unique in that I have 2 favorite grips. I don't have one.
Okay.
I French grip and I Belgian grip. So French grip is all distance and timing and like sniper actions.
Well, you're tall, right?
Yes.
How tall are you?
I'm 5'10".
So you're taller than most of your opponents. So that French grip with that extra.
Although it's epee, a lot of women
Also?
epees are tall. Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
so with that, you're not taking the blade, right?
No. I can because I was taught how to parry, how to take the blade. The only thing I'm not good at with my French grip is a prime.
What's a prime?
A prime is where you drop the tip and you close the line this way and you hit here. So it looks wicked cool. You see the boys do it.
So we may have people tuning in who know nothing about fencing.
Oh.
So we got a glossary basically of terms that we are explaining as we go along. So prime.
So here I'm going to attack you. Show me how you do this prime parry.
Yeah.
So I would pull your glove. See how my hand is up here?
And then
my tip is here, and I would hit you right there.
Yep.
As your
sneaky
tip goes past me. Yeah.
Wow.
It's a bold move.
I like that. I've never even heard that term.
Prime?
Yeah.
That's the first parry.
Parry
So that's
one.
your French. That's with the.
Well, parry
I
one.
can do that with a Belgian.
Oh, we're going to switch
here we
to
go.
some action on the line.
Let's see this. This is exciting. Saber.
Yeah, so this will be fast. We love fast Saber.
Is there going to be lots of yelling?
Yes, because the Tim Morehouse fencer is on the strip. So we have the two kids are Alexander Francois. We call him Lex.
Okay.
He's with Tim Morehouse fencing. We got a nice salute. I don't know why they salute us, but I love it.
Okay, we'll take
And
it.
Jaden Brandt on the other side. He is from Stanford Fencing Club. So these guys are local, right? This is like their home.
It's their home turf.
Because this is, Lex is a Tim Morehouse fencer. This is one of his home clubs. Jaden is over here from Stanford. This is his hometown. So
Fantastic.
we've got a nice crowd watching.
So do the coaches do not coach for this, am I correct?
Coaches do coach.
Oh, they do?
They are allowed to coach, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I wondered how that worked here.
That rule goes back and forth, right?
Well, it depends on the club.
Right.
It's...
Right. Well, so at the 9-State Fencing Cup, you are allowed to have a coach, particularly at the final. We have Coach Mustafa over here, and I do not know the coach from Stanford, but he's here.
That's Alex.
Okay,
Yeah.
we've got Alex over here on the other side. So Jaden Brandt is coming into this in the 23rd position, so he did not do great in pools.
Okay.
However,
He
this
was a
season
sleeper.
so far, he has won a silver, a bronze, and 2 other medal stand appearances.
Outstanding.
And
So we have problems with the scoring machine,
the
unfortunately,
scoring
apparatus.
machine. Do you know who the MVP of this
the
tournament?
armor.
The armor.
Armor.
They've come to our final strip over and over and over again. I
By
think
the way,
4
you said
times.
it's really nice in the commentary table. We'd be getting saluted by the fencers.
Yes.
It's much different than I was a referee, because then I would get a different type of salute.
At the beginning, you probably got a lovely one, and at the end, you might not have gotten the same.
Yeah, not exactly.
The same salute.
So in that first action, by the way, the beauty of Saber, it's so fast.
So fast.
In Epee, you have to think. It's not always the same speed. It's different. And these guys come shot out of the gate. So Brandt came out with a big, long attack, and Francois was there for the parry and the riposte. He got the touch.
It was beautiful. It was quick.
All right. So wait, that's the French action. Then with the Belgian, what do you do there with the pistol
More
grip?
capable of making preparations on the blade.
Okay.
Or going through the blade very strongly.
Okay.
Yeah. But I have fenced saber and foil in the past. I did one saber tournament for fun. And
How was that?
it was exciting,
And
but I
fun.
never wanted to do it again.
Oh my gosh, why?
Ooh, nice tap.
That's both actions. Same thing for Brandt. He's 1 and 1. One was a good one was parried. And another, that's 3. That was in the box.
Okay.
Okay, that footwork is, I'm desiring it.
Yeah.
Nice
Another
touch.
one. Wow, it's one after another. So Francois got to figure something out, put out
He's
a
gonna
line,
have to make an
retreat,
adjustment.
do something. Look at that, he pulled the
As he
distance.
did. He
was
pulled the
nice.
distance
Yeah.
and was able to keep it.
Brandt's quicker. His forward's
Yeah.
just a touch quicker.
Yeah. I think he's a more experienced fencer than Lex.
This time you see the ref, the arm was pulled back. Brandt's feet were coming forward, not his arm.
I
arm.
wondered what
And
happened.
they determine on the arm.
It's-
Okay.
So for those new to fencing, if there are any here, watch the fencer's arms. That's what determines the attack. The forward motion of the arm threatening the opponent's valid target.
So that's helpful. Oof.
And that was a beautiful parry.
Yes, it
by
was.
Brandt. They're very much in the box. They're not going anywhere.
No.
So we had an exhibition here last night with Ziad El-Sisi
I
and
heard
Eli
about
Dershowitz.
it.
And it was, what was fascinating about it was that they went back and forth, up and down the strip. There was very little action within the box. And I think as you get older and more experienced, especially as a saber fencer, you know to use the length.
The
of the strip.
athleticism comes
Yeah,
out of the opponent. Yeah.
For sure.
Well, the first half of the bout was all Brandt, and since then, Francois has come back to
Francois
actually
come alive.
taken the lead.
Okay, and we are going 7-7, and we will get a break at 8.
Okay.
A 1-minute break. And that was
He tried for
all
a bold
Brandt.
counterattack there.
He did, but Brandt came at him.
Okay, let's see if any adjustments get made
So
when they come back
tell
in.
us about, you said you won the gold medal in the team. Tell us about the team, because it's 2 from each age group.
It is. It's really unique.
We love that.
And it starts with 50, it goes 50, 60, 70, or how does it work?
It does, 50, 60, 70.
Yeah.
So there's 4 in each age category that
Yeah.
go to Worlds, and the top 2 that perform the best in the individual are the two that are drafted into the team event.
Is it a choice of the team captain, or is that the rule?
No, it's the rule. It's the rule. Yeah.
Whose rule? Are USA Fencing?
Might
Well,
be
Rita
FIE.
Combs.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rita Combs came over, and she was the one who was like, okay, this is how it works, and this is, yeah.
So in other words, if you're the best fencer far and away at all the points, you're number one, and number 4 beat you by 1 indicator in a weaker pool.
I guess.
Okay,
yeah.
I'm just checking.
Unless, you know, I'm sure things may get changed depending on if someone had made the team for years and years and somebody hadn't.
Yeah.
Maybe they would make an exception and say, hey, you know, we want to put them in this time.
Right, let them have it.
I think that has happened. Ooh, okay, here we
We
go.
are back.
Good information.
And Jaden Brandt came right out, fast and furious.
A counter riposed. Wow.
Wow.
You see that Brandt's attack was parried by Francois,
And
whose
then he-
riposte was
and then he
parried.
Yeah.
missed it.
You don't see that very often. Beauty.
Okay, it's Brandt. Oh,
He looked for the blade there and didn't find it.
oh my goodness.
I like this referee because she makes her decisions quickly.
Oh,
This
she
is
does.
Charlotte.
Yeah.
Charlotte, yeah.
Yeah.
She's doing an excellent job. Sometimes
That's
you see a
beautiful.
referee hesitate just a little bit, and even if they get the call right, it appears that they just weren't sure. Yeah, you want a quick and decisive call. and She's doing that.
Yeah, that was
very,
fast.
very nice.
That was very fast and very nice. Sneak it in there. 9-12, it's still anybody's.
So Francois went back too quickly, too easily, ceded ground too easily. I don't think he's going to go back on this one.
Yeah.
Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Keep going. Keep trying.
He's trying it.
One light.
Wow.
One light is
That was
definitive.
a beautiful
There is no
counter.
question there.
He has a counter, and then I think the timing prevented Brandt's light from going on. Blocked out.
Again.
Yes.
That is
This is
sneak
a
attack.
great match.
Stay in the middle for him, because going backwards is a huge advantage for Brandt.
Everybody needs a moment.
Yep.
We were talking about our favorite time stalls. Tie your shoe,
Oh,
fix
yeah.
your sock, fix your hair.
Oh, no, that's not going to work. You
Yeah.
you can't do that.
14-11. And we have a finalist.
Great
We have a
bout.
winner.
That was a great bout. That was fantastic to watch.
It was a beautiful bout.
Well, you say Francois can't go backward, but the other fencer's trying to, and Brandt's shot out of a cannon 100 miles an hour.
Oh, yeah.
So
I
he's-
mean,
that's
every step of the way.
every step of the way. So that's a fitting champion. He earned it. That was great.
Yeah, he
So
is a great
How,
fencer.
how often do they train? How often do the Saberists train like this?
I think it depends on clubs, but I think most of these kids are getting at least 2 lessons a week. Sometimes they're in the club every day.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
I know at Tim Morehouse, some of the, okay, you want me to step out?
No, you stayed. You take this one.
Okay.
Here
Do
we
you
go.
want me to move?
No, you get to talk.
Oh, my God.
We get to ask the questions.
Okay.
Catch your breath. Okay, we're gonna get
We get-
Jaden Brandt. Welcome, Jaden Brandt. Put your headset on. Okay, are we on the
Fantastic.
screen? You're right there. Our camera's right there. Hello, everybody. You just came off the strip. You just won the gold medal. You were very aggressive off that line.
Yeah.
Is that your thing?
I try to keep aggressiveness because when it comes to defense, it's always really risky,
Yes.
and that's why I always try to keep it more offensive
Right.
than defensive.
Right. You had a couple of, you had a double, it was a double parry or a double repose.
Counter repose.
Counter repose, yeah. That was amazing. Like, we don't get to see that very often here. Is that something that you practice?
I practice at the club. I try my best to kind of keep it simple, but when it comes to risky things like getting a counter parry,
Yes.
I try to keep that minimal.
Right.
But sometimes it just I don't know, it just kind of happens.
Yeah, and at least if you're on your toes, you can catch it, right?
Yes.
So Sandra was asking, so Sandra, this is Sandra Merchant. I'm Lisa
Nice
Marsh.
to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
This was an absolute treat to watch.
She's an Epee fencer.
Oh.
So
nice.
we've got a whole different perspective.
Oh, yeah.
But we were talking about how often you train. How often do you train in the club?
I try to keep it at least 3 to 4 times.
Right.
Like something like a healthy amount, but not too much, because I don't want to overburn myself.
Right.
So I try to keep it to an amount that I feel comfortable with.
Okay, so we are like 6 weeks into the new season, and you just run a gold, you've run a silver, a bronze, and 2 other medals. So clearly you're working very hard on the weekends.
Yeah,
Is this normal for you? I mean, do you take a break? Do you?
definitely. I take if I'm not feeling good, I would take a break. I wouldn't. When it comes to fencing, practice is definitely key. Well, you also have to have a good balance
Right.
of
Right.
practice and break.
Right. And how many lessons a week do you do? Like, do you do lessons and class, or is it a combination?
I do a mixture of lessons and classes. I
Right.
do lessons usually on days that I would go to class, so I can practice what I've learned
Right.
and use it.
Right.
I can't believe we just heard an athlete say that. That's what every coach wants to hear.
She also is a
Seriously,
coach.
that's what every coach wants to hear, that they're using their lessons in practice.
So if you ever want to switch to Epee, Sandra is happy to take you.
Always
That was
down.
an absolute pleasure to watch. It
Thank
was
you very much.
fantastic.
Yeah, and we're
Yeah.
going to be giving you a medal in a minute. So
Sounds
thank
good.
you very much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Congratulations.
Absolute pleasure meeting you. Good luck with
I'll
your
give you
future
that.
success.
Thank
yes,
you.
yes, thank you.
Thank
He's
you
on the road.
Is on the road. Thanks so much.
You could
So,
see he was in
Sandra.
control on that strip.
He was in control on that strip. And you know what I also think, oh my gosh, it's like a crowd of people in front of us. You know, at certain points in this environment, so we're sitting right in front of the final strip. There's strips behind us. I think you can see that at different places. There's 36 strips here. There's 15 events each day. There's over 1,000 athletes here in total.
This is phenomenal.
It's
And
a lot of people. But it's so funny because, like, you have the final strip separated. Sometimes people, like, are afraid to come this way, and other people are just, like,
we've got all the
cluelessly
kids
walking
over
through.
here, like,
Now-
making
now-
faces.
Yes, all the kids want to get on TV.
Oh yeah, of course they
Which
do.
is hilarious. But so let's go back to that, what you were so excited about. So he said he practices 3 to 4 times a week, which
Yep.
at a high level I would expect that.
Absolutely.
But he also said something that I thought was interesting. You know, he takes a class on the same day that he takes a lesson, right? What happens if you don't do that? He's practicing what he learns.
Well, you're hoping that it'll still assimilate and transfer itself into that.
Right.
But the fact that he said that
Right.
at such a young age, I mean, that's what every coach wants for their athletes. And he came right out and said it, and I was like, wow.
Yes.
Which is, that's every coach's dream, for the athlete to say, I want to use my lessons in class. I want to transfer it. I
Yeah.
want to make sure it works.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's good.
he gets it. He definitely gets it. He's got big success in his future.
And he's just a cadet.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure I know he fences up in junior, but again, he's
Of
under
course, he
17.
seems like the kind of kid that wants to challenge himself.
Sure.
Well,
Sure.
sounds like a very interesting interview. How old is he?
I did not ask,
Yeah.
but I know that he's in cadet, so
Yeah.
he's under 17.
I do have to say, this is the only regional event I've ever seen where, starting last year, I give Tim credit. This is phenomenal. The parents love it. The athletes love it. It gives a name to the sport. It gives fame to the sport. It gives everything that these athletes are working hard that they deserve.
Yes.
You know,
Yeah.
and this is great to see. It really, truly is.
And one of the byproducts of this weekend, they're going to have a post-produced half-hour show that's going to be on MSG Cable or MSG
Oh.
Plus, NESN, the New England Sports Network.
It's about time.
So Tim is also, he's a shaker, he's a mover, an innovator.
Yeah.
And he's done this before. And how often do we see fencing on any local TV?
It
really?
needs to be seen.
Yeah.
In Europe, they're paying hundreds of dollars to go watch fencing.
Seriously.
Yes.
Last
And-
weekend in Switzerland.
I don't know what they were paying there, but they were paying there to go and see
Right,
it. And it's
right.
like, come on.
So the
Here,
stands
we
were full
don't
of people
get it.
cheering you on?
Yeah.
I love it.
And here, there's like, you know, this is fantastic. This is what we need to breed in America. And if Tim can innovate it
Right.
and give it life, yeah,
Right.
this is what needs to
Yeah,
happen.
he's done a great job here.
He went to go grab his jacket, and he's going to miss his gold medal.
Of course.
Let's go, Jaden. Let's go.
That might have been a little of our fault.
That's true.
Whoopsie.
And I think he took it off of his friend.
Okay.
We see a kid running through here in just a tank top. That's fantastic.
That's camaraderie.
Yeah.
That's really good.
Well, you know, we saw this yesterday. I mean, we see this a lot with the women, or we saw this a lot with the women yesterday. You know, these are kids, once they reach the cadet or junior level, these kids have been generally seeing each other every weekend for 5 years.
Yeah.
They start at Y12,
Yep.
Y10, Y14, and they see each other every single weekend for years, and they become buddies.
Yeah.
You know, I know you're facing against somebody and he's your mortal enemy on the strip, but in reality, they're all buddies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's good too for the parents, I think, because it's a healthy relationship for the kids to have with each other.
Right.
It's good for the parents to not have to drive every single weekend,
Right.
you know, and it does make them close,
Yeah.
which also breeds good study habits off the strip, and yeah.
They are so cute. Look at them, arm in arm.
Look at the smiles. That's the best.
That is the best. That is the best. It looks like I feel like we're gonna get some action because we got a ref.
Oh, super.
I'm gonna find out what he's got going on. And you know the ref.
I do.
What's his name?
Bentley.
Yes.
Yes, we've seen.
And I've seen his children too. His children are beautiful.
We've seen him several times in the last couple of days.
I think the refs have been pretty much living here. Everybody's camped out.
Oh yeah, totally,
Yeah.
totally. There's food, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Spend the night if you want. Sleep under a table.
Yeah. No, he's a good ref. He's been repping for years, actually, all over Connecticut.
I'm going to go get Jillian.
Okay.
Let's bring her back in.
Let's
so
go get Jillian.
This is going to be the end of my protest.
Jeff, you're gonna leave
Yeah,
us.
so I like to do this all day, every day, but I leave at 7 o'clock tomorrow for Daytona for the Vet Worlds. I have to do laundry
Give
and packing.
everybody
Nice-
all my best.
Nice to meet you very much.
Absolutely.
Hope you make it next year.
I will make it next
Very
year.
nice
to
to
meet
be
you.
with
Great
you.
working with you.
Thank you.
And I hope to do it with you next year as well.
Yeah, I mean, I hope
Yeah.
I hope there's some Olympics in your future.
Well, we'll keep our fingers crossed.
Yes.
Fingers crossed.
Thanks a
Yes,
lot.
yes.
Thank
Thanks,
you,
Ed.
Jeff. For
Have a
joining
safe
us.
flight,
Thank
Jeff.
you.
Okay, that was Jeff Buchans. He has been with us yesterday and today. He was the Olympic commentator in Rio and in London. He was the captain of the team for two Olympics before that, so he knows a lot.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit. He was telling us the most amazing story about. Do you guys want? Actually, okay, we're going to do a whole rearrange
All right,
here.
what do we wanna
Sandra,
do?
can you come sit here?
Of course.
Because Jillian knows
Of
how
course.
to. Jillian knows how to operate the computer. So we've got some technical situations going here. We've got something coming in here. Can I see that, please, so I know it's coming? Okay, we have the final coming for, is this cadet? Cadet women's foil, right? Yeah. Okay, I just need to write the names down. And, oh. Okay, so we have, here you go. Okay, thank you. We're gonna have multiple finals coming here. Why is this here for me? I don't know why this is here for me. That just happened. Can't the kids do this? This is theirs.
A lot of action is coming up on this live stream. We have
Yeah.
a lot of final bouts in the queue.
Uh-huh. And this is how it works, right? We have nothing going on. We'll have nothing going on. That has to go there.
And then all at once.
all at once. Okay, so we have
Allison Chen.
Allison Chen and Zihu Dai, who goes by ZZ. She's a Tim Morehouse fencer.
Spelled D-O-I.
D-A-I.
D-A-I.
You mean you can't read my chicken scratch?
Perfect.
We are introducing Allison Chen. She's coming out. for her
Cadet women's foil.
Cadet women's foil. Okay, where is she from? Which one is she?
All
And then
right,
we've got
ZZ.
ZZ Dye. I have all my computers going here, Sandra. You're going to crack up.
Oh boy.
I've got everything going. Let's see.
After Julia. Hi. How are you.
Hi,
This is
Julia.
Julia on the Vet World team headed to Daytona next week.
Ah,
Do you want her to come back?
yeah, let me.
Yes.
Allison Chen is on our left, and ZZ Dai is on our right.
So here's the interesting thing about us here. We will just grab people out of the audience to come watch.
Absolutely.
Which is, there's nothing wrong with that, right? Okay, so these, okay, I don't know where Allison Chen is from, but I'm going to find out momentarily.
Is it Katowski?
Well, there's 3 Allison Chens.
Oh, okay.
So I'm looking her up.
Really? You're on your phone? We have like 10 computers in front of us.
I know. This is how I operate. She's from good, yes, that one.
Gudkovsky.
Okay, let's go. Work, please.
So Allison Chen is from New Jersey and fences for
Why is
Gudkovsky
this not
Fencing Academy. And right now, we were talking about this earlier, but they put a weight on the foils to test if that button is working at the proper amount of pressure.
Okay, so
There seems to be an issue here.
feels like there's always an issue here.
There we go. It came off.
Okay, so Allison is coming in first place.
Oh, fantastic.
She's had a great day, but she has not really competed that much this season. She has no medals so far. I think this is her first match this season.
Definitely getting a medal today.
Yes, you need to put that a little closer to your mouth.
How's that?
Much better.
Okay.
Okay. So if you are just tuning in, we are at the 9 State Fencing Cup live from Chelsea Piers in Stamford, Connecticut. We are currently watching the the cadet women's foil between ZZ Dai on the left and that's Allison Chen on the left and ZZ Dai on the right. Allison is coming in first place after the pools.
Ooh.
And ZZ is coming in 6th place. ZZ has more experience so far this season. Allison, this is her first competition for the season. However, last season she had quite a bit of success. She's an A23 rated fencer, so she's not a slouch at all
No,
when
you
it comes
can
to
see
this.
that how she's moving on the strap.
Yeah. So we talk about this, the field, and you got a point there.
She did.
For ZZ Dai. We talk about the field, right? Where is the target? The target is just the torso, not the arms, not the hand, not the mask. Just is the mask?
Well,
No.
do you see the little stripe beneath the neck? That is also a target on the bib of
So
the
just
mask,
on the bib. So
but not
basic-
the face.
So it truly is just your torso.
Yes. Yes.
because
So
that's where all the vital organs are.
Yes, of course. And this was the dueling sport.
This was the training weapon for all the weapons, actually.
This is fascinating
So
to me.
back is target, shoulders are target, flank is target, but like you said, torso only.
So what's the crazy parry behind the back? Is that parry 7?
There's
no, parry
multiple.
7 is a low parry in the front,
Okay.
located under number 4.
Okay. So there is what's the twisty one in the back?
You just twist
Is
around.
that
and
parry
hit.
6?
No.
There is a
It's
number.
just a fancy
there is
hit.
a number. I don't. Oh, what's
There's
happening?
a back flick.
Something is happening. She's unattached.
Her alligator clip came undone, I believe.
Yeah, she came out.
And usually when a fencer has USA on their knickers, we call in fencing the pants knickers. And when they have the USA symbol on their pants, it usually means they've gone international. You can just put that on your pants, but most people do it when they compete internationally because then you are required to have that on your knickers to show
Right.
which country you represent.
Yes. It's
So-
a badge of earning.
So is it intimidating when you get on a strip and you see someone wearing a USA knicker?
Not always. I mean, it depends if you're easily scared. It
Yeah.
could be a way to prove yourself.
Yeah.
But some people just put it on their pants because they feel that it looks cool, but they haven't earned it. Same with the USA flag mask. That means
Right.
you've gone to world championships in
Right.
order to earn that. But you can also just buy one, but that's kind of cheating.
Ooh, that's tenacity right
Do not
there.
want that.
So I love watching the foilists because It's very elegant, it's very pretty, but they contort their body in so many different ways to get touches. When one doesn't go, they try for another one. And it's really close distance once they're in like that. See?
And it doesn't stop unless they're turned completely around, so they can just keep going at it when they're infighting, when they get really close together.
You see, I feel like you see that a lot when you're watching Olympic fencing for foil.
Yeah.
So here's the secret. ZZ Dai,
Yeah.
she's a Y12 fencer.
No
What?
way.
And this is cadet. This is the oldest age group
Yes.
we have at the 9-state cup.
Yes.
This is, cadet is 16 and younger, unless you have a special birthday, and then you could be 17. If your birthday is in January, February, March, in the beginning of the year.
So we have, we're coming up at the end of the first period. They get 3 3-minute periods with 1-minute breaks in between.
Absolutely. That's when they want to go and talk with their
Parry
coach or
riposte
think about
for
what's going
Chen.
on.
And when you see the referee like kind of cross their arms, kind of doing a sign of the cross with their arms, that means it's a parry. And as you watch fencing, you can read the actions called by the referee through their arm movements.
Something happened with the clock
The
here.
clock just malfunctioned. It went from like 30 seconds to,
Yeah.
so that she's rolling it down to what the actual time was.
Now, ZZ needs to be thinking about what just happened because she made her attack and got parried. So now if she goes in for the same thing, she's going to have to make the disengage.
Right. Right. So would she try for a different attack?
If she's going to make an attack, she should do like a lot high-low, low-high, or feint disengage, or try to draw a parry riposte and counter riposte at that point.
Right.
So she does have lots of options. Let's see what she chooses to exercise here. This will be interesting.
Yeah, we talk a lot about how, or we've talked a lot about you keep doing it until it stops working, right?
Yes.
So
Yes.
that stopped working for her, so she's got to find something different to do.
But she's probably going to need to attack because Allison is up. She doesn't have to attack.
Yeah.
There's some infighting right
Yes,
there. They got
right there.
Twisty.
But it also stops if they touch
Bodies?
Bodies.
Yeah.
Chen pulled it short with a distance parry. When I say distance parry, that's kind of where you run away with enough distance that your opponent finishes their attack.
And that one was off target.
Yeah.
She looks a little frustrated there.
She does.
Foil would be really frustrating with the amount of off targets there are because you could set up something so wonderful and nice, and then when you finish, you hit their arm.
Look at
Yeah.
that.
It was a nice direct attack.
She gets the point.
She's listening to her coach. She's trying to build, but it looks like Allison's in control here.
She is on the attack.
Landed.
And landed her attack. Ooh, wow.
Good tempo there.
I was
like
going to say, this is what
starting
we're talking
slow
about.
and then bum bum. There's definitely some coaches can tell their fencer a rhythm for them to replicate, like ba ba ba.
Yes.
And they know what to do with their feet and with their hand. You can even train with certain rhythms. It's a very musical sport.
It's really funny because when you first start and you hear the coaches go ba 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 ba, and you're like, what
What
are
is that
they doing?
noise?
Yeah. And then you see how it all comes to fruition.
I remember the moment it clicked for me that rhythm made a difference.
Yeah.
And it was at Nationals when I was 15. And I remember just out of nowhere, I was like, rhythm? This is crazy. And then all of a sudden I'm getting touches I wouldn't normally get.
Beautiful counter attack.
That was a beautiful counterattack by ZZ Dai.
Yes.
With like 1 foot off the strip, basically.
Counterattacks are very risky in foil because the person who's attacking has the right of way. So if you're going for a counterattack and the other person hits you, they're going to get the point.
A lot of body contact there.
Yeah.
ZZ needs to work her tempo a little bit here.
Because Chen has been working her tempo for sure.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
And she moves with such agility.
And that might be what makes the difference in this bout.
Oh.
That was a beautiful lunge.
Beautiful precision, direct attack right in.
I see a little frustration coming from ZZ.
Yeah. Well, let's hope she can delay enough time here to not let the score rack up high enough and get to talk with her coach a little bit.
Yeah,
Maybe
fix
give
her
more
hair, maybe
suggestions. Yeah,
tie
take
her
a
shoe.
break, fix her sock.
Because you have to use the frustration to your advantage and let it help you instead of hurt you.
I love the fact that you've, both the bouts I've just seen and witnessed here, we have female referees.
Yes.
And they are spot on.
My
Look at that.
coach, Ariana Klinkov, was one of the first female referees, especially at that level, and it really took a lot for women to get to that point, and she was one of the pioneers of that. And she tells me so many stories about how hard it was being the only woman and like kind of in a man's world.
Oh, that was with insistence.
She's frustrated, Donna.
Yes.
Oh, she stomped off the strip.
A lot of frustration. The coach is still telling her things, and she shook her head a little bit.
There we go. Come on.
This is a lot of points for a first period. I think that we had a timing issue, but
Yeah. Okay.
off target. It's okay.
I think it's just so natural rooting for the underdog at
Yes, totally.
Yeah, I'm not
Yeah.
sure why, but it's kind of human nature. You want to help out the person who's struggling. You see that
Okay.
you see that
Yes.
yourself in them.
Okay, so we got
Yeah,
a
we
1 minute
do.
break.
It's relatable to be the underdog.
And at this point, we drink water.
Yep.
We're talking with our coach. We are not talking with our coach on the
No, it
left-hand
looks like
side.
Mom over there, perhaps.
Yeah, because she's videotaping.
Yeah.
You never know who's a mom and who's not.
Right, we
You
never
don't know. Well, the only reason I assumed that was because I saw the big iPad. I
Right.
didn't see
Oh,
any
yeah.
like coaching gear. I didn't see anything that resembled a team.
Right.
So therefore,
Classic sign of a fencing mom, the big iPad.
Yeah. Right?
And then the Tim Morehouse coach on our right is giving Zizi a whole demonstration of what he wants her to do.
He's emulating Allison and offering suggestions, perhaps.
Allison's just taking a breather.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just resting. Resting comfortably at the end of her strip. And Zizi's getting a full-on tutorial, which I think in some cases works, and in some cases it's also like falls on deaf ears. 'Cause
It
you're
might
just
be
so
too
wrapped
much.
up, right?
Yeah.
You can't learn something new
You
in the
need
middle.
to keep it simple. You really, truly do. And
Yeah.
Allison's looking very confident right now.
So
and
when
that's shaking.
When you're strip coaching, what do you tell your fencers?
You want to keep it as simple as possible.
Right.
And each of my athletes is different. So it depends on the athlete, I'll be honest with you. Some of them don't want to know. They need to figure it out, and you say to them, so what's going on here? To get their perspective.
Oh, strong
Wow.
legs. She was on the very edge of the
She
strip.
was.
I mean, her
And she
heel.
did a squat.
And this
Yes.
is why they're athletes.
Yeah, I've never seen better. There's no one in the world who lunges better than the foil fencers. They get down so close to the ground.
They do.
People
Those
always,
hips.
after a first day of trying fencing, people always say, oh, my legs hurt so much, and it's because you're constantly in a squat the
Yeah.
entire time. But that's
Some-
good you say when you coach, it depends on the athlete, what you
Yeah.
tell them, because that's a sign of a good coach. Every kid is different, and some kids,
Okay, so she's just retired her weapon.
oh yeah, some kids react really well to being yelled at and motivated in a certain way. Like I know my coach could be really harsh on me, but that's because he knew
That's what you
worked
do.
for me, but someone else, he would be very like gentle and knew what motivated them and what they
Sure.
needed to hear. But it takes a long time to really get to know a kid in that way.
Absolutely.
So did the fencer request to retire her weapon, or
She
did the ref?
I thought it was the fencer.
Yeah.
And sometimes, you know, that little breather, changing weapons,
Right.
sometimes can help reset. It's helpful to have a reset word.
Yeah.
When touches don't go your way, on the way back, close your eyes, say your reset word. One touch at a time. And it sounds so cliche, but it's the truth.
It's totally the truth.
And there's a flow in a bout, and when someone kind of has the flow and is getting all the touches, you can break their
Yeah.
flow by taking a break and suddenly, yeah, exactly, a reset.
Okay. We've got Zizi
She has a lot of
Dye
energy.
on the offense.
She was pushed to the end of the strip last time, and now she's now she's the one pushing, and Allison Chen lost her
Yes.
weapon.
Yeah.
Oh, and Zizi is frustrated. She and her coach are having words.
Ooh, she just couldn't get in there.
She did not get it.
Wow, Allison was playing some strong D in that.
Yeah. Yep.
There we go. They're both trying to build here. Okay. Ooh, with insistence. She was able to get it. Well done. This is where you have to trust your training, right? This is where it all comes down.
Right, right. And it looks like Allison is like a runaway train at this point.
Yeah. She actually makes it look like she's taking a lesson. I mean, her confidence is right there.
She's done this a million times.
It shows, right? There's something to be said for experience.
I feel like the term good luck sometimes isn't a good term because some people don't need luck. They're like, I already have this. I don't need luck on my side.
Yeah.
Right.
Here we go. Let's see if she can build. Come on. She had a nice high line parry, went in, but off target. Let's get more fluid. There you go.
There she goes. She got the point.
Beautiful.
And she yelled, which we love.
I love a yell.
We love a yell.
It feels so good on the body when you do that.
Are you a yeller, Sandra?
In DEs, I am. Ooh.
You save it for DEs?
I generally do, yeah. Because in
That's
pools,
interesting.
you know, anything can be fixed.
Right. So we talked about this. Are you, what's your opinion? Like, do you get the best results you can get out of a pool, or are you one of those people that recommends you just get your way, get through? You want to be in the middle of the pack, or you want to be at the top of the pack?
No, I'm always going to try 110%. There's never any not.
So you
in
always
me.
go for the top.
Oh yeah, I'm always going for it. But I've known there's been 2 times in Pomme de Terre where I've seeded last out of pools and won.
Right.
Wow.
Gold.
Right.
Because I'm one of those fencers that figures out their opponents.
Right. And with 10 points in vet fencing, you
I have time to do it.
You have time to do it.
I actually
right.
wish it was 15 for vet.
Last week, a couple weeks ago, I was in Pennsylvania, and I was wishing for 15 points because
Yeah.
I figured her out
Right.
the middle of the second period, and I got 4 points straight, and then she just wiped me out.
So frustrating.
Just wiped me out.
And it's
If
not
she
like
fell.
you're fit enough to keep going to 15. You
Yeah,
have enough
of
energy.
course.
The fencing's giving you energy.
The
Sure.
training has changed over the years so much. And the belief that women can do things now, that, you know, and people of a certain age can do things now. Ooh,
For sure.
Parapost off
Aldo
target.
Montano, I think when he won a
Right?
gold medal at the Olympics, he was in his 40s.
Yes. Yes.
And he is in better shape than most of those 20-year-old
Right.
guys.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think the age is just, it's a challenge, definitely, but that doesn't mean you can't overcome it and come out even stronger.
Yeah. I firmly believe the 50s and 60s should be 15 points.
I mean, definitely the 40s.
Yeah.
I mean, the 40s are
Yeah.
ridiculous. Those women are so fit.
That might be their peak, is their 40s.
Yeah.
And now they're
exactly.
talking about opening bets up into the 30s, right? A
That
bet
seems
group?
crazy.
Because a lot of people in their 30s are still fencing Division I.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, exactly. There's 40-year-olds that fence. I mean, Sandra fences Division I, so.
In America, it seems like after college, a lot of fencers graduate like me, and then there isn't,
And they
you know,
stop.
with after doing NCAA fencing, suddenly going to a NAC is so quiet and boring. Like, you don't have a whole team cheering
Yeah.
for you. You don't have all your teammates. It's
kind
different.
of no man's land
Yeah,
is what it is.
you graduate, and then all that's left is the Olympics, and then you're like, I need to have a job and a career, and I can't focus on that.
So Zizi Dai is holding off Allison Chen. We are getting our break between our second period and our third period. It's 12-7. Is that correct? 12-7? Yeah.
Yes.
They moved our block, so I can't see the score anymore. I'm going to have to go fix that. So yeah, we are getting coaching and rest, talking with Mom. Allison Chen looks tired.
She keeps sitting down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's been
again,
a
it's
long
a long
day.
It's
Absolutely.
They started at 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
It's already 1:54.
Yeah, it's
Almost
a long
2.
day.
Okay, but the coaching has changed a little bit over here. He's not showing things. You're talking now over here, so maybe they're coming to a middle ground where, you know, she thinks she can make a breakthrough here.
Yeah, she should. She could. Anything is possible.
They're
One point at a
pointing
time.
at
3
her.
minutes. Anything is possible.
Yep.
I've seen crazier stuff happen.
Actually, she just needs to tie the score.
Right, exactly. And then it goes into priority.
Let's go,
Foil.
ladies.
Okay, on guard. Ready, fence. So in America, we say ready, fence,
Yes.
which is fine, you know. But the French,
It sounds so.
it's
like-
so much more fun,
Yeah.
right? Press,
Great.
allez.
There we go.
And Zizi Dai is taking the point, the first point. She is.
Ooh,
and what-
Ramiz.
What she
That was wicked.
she and her coach were talking about apparently is coming to fruition. 12-9.
Let's go.
We love a comeback story.
And she's a Y12 fencer. That's
She is
crazy.
a
Yeah.
Y12 fencer.
She still has, I don't know how old she is, but she still has at least 5 years
Yeah.
left in this event in cadet.
Talk about stepping up.
Wow. Wow, and we got a yell from Allison Chen. That was a
Yeah.
very hard-earned point, but she's happy to get it.
The thing about the yell is a lot of times it's subconscious. Like you don't even think, I'm going to yell right now. It just comes out
No.
of you because it's all the unreleased energy coming out.
Wow. We are
This is
picking
a
up the
close
pace.
match. There we go.
13-10.
Once you're at 10, you're back in.
She's moving well too. Do you see how
Yeah.
her legs are moving? She needs to play more of the offense again. She got her.
Off
That's how she
target.
scored her touches. The defense wasn't working for her.
She's active in defense,
Yeah.
but not enough to hold back
Yeah.
Chen's attack.
If she's going to do it now, she needs to take off.
She's taken off her glove. I'm not sure what's happening there.
Finger
Yeah.
problem.
Yeah. Yeah, again, another method.
Mm-hmm.
To buy
She
a
had
myth.
the flow. She lost the flow a little bit.
And now
It's
she's gotta get the flow
14-10.
back. She does not want to lose this point.
She needs 5 more points.
Off target.
Chen just needs 1 more point
Yeah.
to close off this bout.
Oh, come on, pick it up.
Beautiful-
pick it up,
beautiful
Here we go.
actions.
She's growing. She's working it. There we go. She's owning it. What's coming out?
Ooh, still off target.
Point control. Tip up. Her tip was down.
Good movement in the feet, though.
Yeah.
These women look
Yeah.
tired.
It'll be over soon. They just need to, they can sleep later, but not right now.
Oh, nice try.
Body's touched. Stop the action.
Oh,
Yeah.
And the
Chen's
The
arm-
extension came out. That was a
Chen's arm was
beautiful bout.
so extended.
Yeah, so Chen took the point. She takes the gold. Zizi Dai takes the silver.
Yep.
Her teammates run over and give her a hug. Aw, it's very sweet.
The
All of whom are-
camaraderie in this is fantastic,
Yeah,
right?
it's a lot of Y12 fencers over there, which is
Yeah,
fantastic.
they're looking young.
Yeah.
And
Fencing
even
friends are the best.
Despite Allison's tiredness on the strip, she
Okay,
she
and
owned it. Do you want me to hop
Oh,
off here?
No, you can stay right here.
We have some Y14 men's epee coming up.
Yeah, I'm going to give you the
Ooh.
card. You can load them up, and it's our favorite.
It's our favorite, Luca Gadini, but we don't have favorites. We
We
just
don't have
remember.
favorites. No,
We just like his name because we saw him last year, and
we appreciate certain people and their entertainment. So
Luca Gadini is just a fun name,
great
to,
name
to
Okay,
say.
So I'm going to step out, and Allison is going to step in. Come on in. Hold on a second.
Here we go.
All right, Allison.
I'm a little sweaty.
It's okay.
Take a deep breath.
Whoa.
What a pleasure. It looked like you were in control out there. Did you have a plan?
Like my plan was like to watch my distance because lately it's been like a weakness of mine and I wanted to work on it. And so when I came to this competition, my first thought in mind was oh, I should watch the distance, and if something goes wrong, first check distance, and then see if there was anything technique-wise I had to fix.
Excellent. Seems you were super athletic too. When you were missing touches, they were behind the back, around. Very nice to see. I love the athleticism in the young girls.
Can you tell us a little bit about your fencing journey so far? When did you start, and how did we get to this moment?
I started in 2017. I just turned 10, and I was introduced to the sport by my mom's friend, and her son did Saber. And so when I went on vacation to China, they were like, oh yeah, there's this fencing club nearby. You should go try it out. And I checked it out, and it was really nice.
Did you just only do foil, or did you try different weapons as well?
I only started with foil.
You did. Fantastic.
It's a good fit for you. You look great out there.
Thank you.
And do you have any goals in the short term or long term for your fencing?
For this season, my goal is to make junior team, because it's like junior's been kind of a struggle event for me. So my goal is to manage to make that top 12 on the points list.
We noticed you had the USA logo on your knickers. Have you gone international before?
Oh yeah, last season I got to travel around with the other cadets to Budapest and Nuremberg, and it was really fun.
Yeah.
Tell me how European fencing is different from American fencing.
It feels more competitive here. European fencing, it's like a hobby, but you can see there's a lot of passion in it here and in Europe.
Super, super. And was that mom with you over there helping
Yeah,
you
that's my
out?
mom.
We were wondering.
Yeah, what did your mom tell you?
She was like, bend your knees.
Well, that's good. A lot of us forget.
Yeah, bending your knees is really important.
Yeah, perfect. Well, congratulations, Allison, and we'll have you go get your medal and go get ready for your ceremony.
All right, thank you. Thank
Nice
you
to
for
meet
having
you.
me.
Good luck.
Yeah, we can take your headphones.
Oh, okay.
Perfect.
Good luck running for team this year. You got this.
High five.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, Allison forgot her.
Ooh, DE slip.
Miss Chen.
Lisa.
I always like calling kids Mr. or Miss because it's very
No,
dignifying. It's
It is,
it's cute.
absolutely.
Like they're a little adult.
You see them then pick up their chin a little bit and hike their shoulders back a little bit more. It's
Yeah,
good.
for sure.
There's a lot of people in here today. I'm looking around and it's inspiring.
And this is a regional event. But a regional event is really important. That's kind of where you learn the skills you need for the national and international level.
This is where the growth happens.
Okay, I just wiped the sweat off my headset. We were saying yesterday that we need to get wipes. That is
Yeah.
the thing. Like next year, we will have a collection of wipes.
So we have to start a list.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Things that we need. Wipes.
Here we go.
Are we doing medals, or are we going to do our
It looks
Y14
like-
men's foil final?
No, I think they're doing medals. It looks like Tim's getting ready for medals. Here come the
Yeah.
girls.
Yeah, that's good.
The athletes.
Excellent. Our young women. And right behind us, actually, I noticed, like the coach from this event went right back here, and now he's coaching.
Alex Fatiev was coaching her. Yeah.
We've got the Y12 fencers now.
It's nice you
Behind
can see
us.
some fencing behind us so you
I think
know
that's
where we
Y12
are.
fencers.
It's all around us.
It's all
No
around us.
joke.
360 degrees of fencing right now.
Yeah, we've got Y12 women's foil coming eventually. Y10 men's. I mean, we've got a lot. We've still got a lot to go. I think we finished, what, 5 events?
Yeah.
So we've got
That
10
sounds right.
10 more as the day goes
That's
on.
it, huh?
Yeah, just 10. Just 10. It's a light day for us.
And what do we have next? The
Men's foil.
foil.
Yeah, Y14 men's foil.
It's Darius Martin versus Luca Gaddini.
Right. Luca Gaddini is from Way of the Sword.
Okay.
He was a little bit of a character.
I have met him. I taught a camp there.
So she knows
And
him.
Luca was one of the students that week.
Yeah.
He is a character.
Right?
Yes.
So
yes,
he
yes.
won last year, and he was sitting in this seat, and
I see him over there, I believe.
think
he's grown.
I think he probably could have run the entire broadcast for 2 days on his own.
I love that.
Yeah, and Darius Martin is from Brooklyn Bridge, or South Brooklyn. I think he's from Brooklyn Bridge.
The enthusiasm these athletes bring is the best part of this sport.
Truly.
You can't get this far without having enthusiasm.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
We get to do the best sport there is. We wake up, we get to go, we get to play with our friends, we get to stab them in a safe manner.
In a safe manner.
We get to have, a ton of fun while we're doing it. We're getting
Truly.
a workout. We're cheating exercise because seriously, I can't go in a gym and work out. It's never
it's
going to
not
happen.
fun.
It's not in your DNA.
It's not happening. No, it's never happened. It will never happen. But fencing is like cheating exercise because I'm
Truly,
having
because
a
you're
ball.
totally exercising.
At Cornell, we trained in a gym twice a week, and it was with the whole team. And so we'd be lifting weights, and we'd be cheering and yelling for everyone, trying to lift
Yeah.
more weight, and we'd be
Nice.
trying to do pull-ups. and
fun.
It was so fun. And then now that I don't have that team, I'm like, should I get a gym membership? I'm like, it's just me alone with my music.
Who's
That's
gonna
so
cheer
boring.
you
Not the same
on?
thing.
Yeah, I think it's a lot better to do an activity for your exercise instead of going and running on a treadmill or
Agree,
something.
100%.
Yeah, for sure.
Because then it engages your mind as well as your body.
Yeah.
And your
Okay,
social
so
life.
while we watch the medals being awarded to these fantastic young women, let's talk a little bit about. I mean, I no one's given me any answers. Like I keep asking this. I asked this question of Jeff many, many times, and he's like, "Yes,
Uh-oh.
telling me the story he wanted to tell me," which were always very good stories. He's full of great stories.
He has great stories.
So, this week at Worlds,
Okay.
so I think 600 or so athletes go to Daytona Beach. And what happens? What happens at the beginning? Because it's an FIE, right? So it's different. It's a
Yeah.
world. It's a world
You
event.
have
so
to
it's not
have
USA
an FIE
fencing.
license.
You have to have an FIE license.
Yeah.
Your equipment has to be 850, right? I don't even know.
It all has to be FIE.
Okay, it all has to be FIE.
No non-FIE.
FIE
Can you explain
level
what
equipment.
FIE is for people at home?
Federation Internationalist Scrim. It's a higher level of protection. And same thing with the weapons. They're just a little bit, it's like the difference between driving a Chevy and a Jaguar.
Right.
It's built better. It handles the corners better, that kind of thing.
So when you get there, like normally when you go to an American event, you go to weapons check. You go with your weapon. I mean, we don't go with our weapons, but you can go. You get your weapons checked. Your jackets are checked. Your masks are checked.
You turn in everything.
So
you get a bin.
For FIE, they take it from you.
Oh, they take everything from you. So you get there, you're assigned a bin. You put your mask, your glove, your jacket, your weapons, your cords, everything in there.
Right.
Except your socks and your sneakers, but
Right.
everything else
You
goes.
put your knickers in there?
Yeah, your knickers are in
because
there.
they've got to check and see
They
if they're
check
850.
everything.
Right,
Yeah, and they
right.
make sure there's no rips, tears, nothing's been tampered with.
Right.
Absolutely. Then you have to wait around, and it could be anywhere from 20 minutes to 3 hours before you get your
So
bin
you
back.
wait for them. You don't just
yeah,
drop
you
it
wait
and go.
for them. No, you don't drop it and go. You don't drop it and go.
Right.
No. And you're like hanging out with your team a little bit. You're talking with your friends that are there. You're meeting new people. I mean, that's the best part of Worlds.
Right.
Is the new experience, is meeting new people,
Right.
right? So, but in the beginning, everybody's kind of aloof, and so you kind of talk with people from your own country.
Right.
And you get your stuff, and then you can go and practice, or you go back to wherever. The next day when you come in, everything is checked, so you're all set.
Right.
Okay, and then when you get up to strip, the referees check things.
Right. Because everything
When-
will have a stamp on it.
Correct. But when you are going into top 8,
Right.
or in team bouting in the top 8, they take all your gear back, not your gear, excuse me. They take your weapons back, your cords back, your mask, your glove, and they recheck it, and you go into what's called a cold room. So you go into a room that's designated chairs and floor by color, and you have to sit there and wait until everything is checked and set, and until they have you arranged to call you out onto the floor.
So in a cold room, what do you do? I mean, do you just
You
sit
just
and wait?
kinda sit
or
there
do
and
you,
do
you
nothing.
warm up? You run around the room?
No, because you're just waiting with your team, or waiting with, if you're in the team event. Yeah.
Is
And
that
it's
the most
kinda like-
nerve-wracking?
It is nerve-wracking, and you've got people from another country sitting next to you with their
Right.
country, and they're
Right.
ignoring you, and you're ignoring them, and it's
Right.
like, oh my business.
You've got your headsets on.
Yeah, it's
yeah,
pretty
yeah.
intense.
Yeah.
It's very intense. So I
The
didn't.
cold room. Why do they call it the cold room?
I don't know,
Why
but
don't they
it's
call it the
definitely
green?
a hot
But they can't
room.
call it the green room because like in television, you've got your waiting room is a green room.
Yeah.
You don't call it the green room because you might have a green strip or a red strip or a yellow strip.
True,
And when I say
true.
that, like they divide the venue into quadrants, and so you're watching the blue strip, the red strip, the green strip, the yellow strip.
Yeah.
So they would never color the rooms.
No. But it's a warm room because your temperature's rising.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure.
You're thinking about everything that's to come.
It's like,
you know, you're trying slyly to look at your opponent.
Impatient
but
crazy
not.
room.
Yeah.
Okay, so we are coming back to some action.
And it looks like we have sort of a David and Goliath situation.
This is kooky because Y14 Darius Martin is a man, and Luca Guidini, Y14 men's foil, does not look like.
What I'm seeing here is when you when you first glance at both of the fencers, right?
Yes.
So the one on the right, Martin, is very tall. So you're wondering if he's going to make longer attacks,
right?
You know, use his distance. And Luca is probably going to want to steal distance and get in there to make those infighting touches.
He's scrappy.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Luca's coach is there. I don't see one for Mr. Martin over here.
Okay, so Luca Guidini is 13 years old. Is that right? That must be right. He's born in 2010, right? 13 years old.
Yeah.
So he is in this category. I mean, this is where he has to fence this year.
So he's got to get on the blade, make an action to go in.
He's a D23 rated fencer.
Okay.
He's won 2 silver medals so far this season. So he's no slouch, that's for sure.
No,
he's
look
a
at all the
D23.
Yeah. Yeah, we've got Darius Martin.
At this age, boys develop at such different rates.
Yes.
Physically.
Yes.
So that makes Y14 really interesting.
Oh yeah, this is a prime example. Look at all the stamps on the back of his lame.
He's been so many places.
What is happening? Why is he? Why does he?
New foil. That one isn't working.
He wants this to get going, and
so we're at 0-0.
Okay, so Darius Martin is a true 14-year-old. He is from Brooklyn Fencing Center. These guys have seen each other before. This season he's gotten 2 medals in the 5th 5 through 8.
Luca's actually higher rated.
He is.
He's a D, and
Darius is an E23.
Which means that I'm going to guess that Luca's going to have some serious footwork going on here.
Yeah.
Or at least Luca has been more places where he could earn a rating based on all the stamps on his lame.
Yeah, it doesn't seem that Darius Martin is as experienced as Luca Guidini is, because Luca Guidini has page after page after page of podium finishes, and we're not seeing
the
that.
The difference here with Martin is a lefty, so it might prove a little bit tricky to Luca here. Let's see what happens.
Counterattack. Even though Luca had the right of way there, Martin is just so long he can stick his arm out before Guidini can finish his attack.
Yeah, Luca's got to get in there to steal distance, or he's not going to reach that target.
What just happened?
His tip went off. Either that or it's his body cord, one or the other here.
Something
you see a white light.
Quite right. Yeah, and there was no action, so there was no off target.
The referee is checking everything out.
Right. So at this event, weapons check did not include wires.
Is it because it would have held up so much, or?
You know, I've noticed in the past since COVID, you know, sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. And the rationale is that when you get on the strip, we'll know if your wires are going to work or not, right?
And that's on you. You're the one who's not going to be scoring points if your wires don't work.
Right, right.
The lame is a different story. You could have a dead spot on your lame where if someone else hits you, it might not go off.
Right, so he's changing his body cords. So this is one of those situations where the ref is saying your body cords are not working.
Absolutely.
So he is, in fact.
Well, it's a good thing he has his mom there, because it looks like she was able to help him out a little
she
bit
has a
here.
bag of cords.
She's like, I don't know what to do with this, but okay.
Fencing moms are great.
I was just going to say she's the fencing mom Sherpa.
Because a fencing mom doesn't need to know anything about fencing.
Just needs to have everything there for them.
The water, the extra weapon, and all the cords.
Yeah, and the ref is very helpful here.
He's helping
he's
him.
re-threading it through.
But you can
That's
get
nice.
a card if you come to the strip without your stuff
Extras.
working.
Yeah.
Correct.
But in this situation, I mean, this is the first time we've seen a cord, body cords being switched out.
And they do break. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, they're getting so much use. They're getting whipped around, sometimes with the wrist and the blade, for sure.
I'm actually amazed most of the time. Okay, we're going to lean in and do a picture.
Oh.
I'm actually amazed that we do not have more body cord breakage.
Yeah.
I'm surprised we haven't figured out how to do Bluetooth, like wireless fencing.
So we had it at our club for a little while. I know Manhattan Fencing uses it.
I'm all wireless in my club.
And Sandra
but you
is
don't
all
have body
wireless in her
cords?
Oh,
club.
no, we have body cords.
Okay.
But we don't have reels.
They don't have
Wow.
reels.
No.
That's nice. The reels waste time.
We do go through
I love a reel.
lot of batteries. We do go through a lot of batteries, so I have rechargeable batteries.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have problems connecting? I mean, when you've got like
No.
all your strips going, there's no connection problems.
Nope, not a single one.
Interesting.
Before electric fencing, fencers would have to put paint on the tips of their
Yes.
weapons, and you could see the touch based on the paint.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, counterattack, even
There
though,
you go.
again, Gadini
But
was
what
rushing.
What was interesting is that Gadini went from being on the center of the strip off to the far side.
Because
I think
he
he
was
was trying to get it on the open
Yeah.
side.
And it's a lefty, so the only
Yeah.
open side is really on that.
That outside.
That
his-
outside
the fencer's
hand.
right side. Yeah.
Mr. Martin's covering his flank really well, too.
Yeah. This is.
Hard to get that shot in there. Yeah.
I think that Luca is flummoxed by this lefty.
Flummoxed, I love that word.
I mean, we could say frustrated, but that's not as
No.
fun.
Flummoxed sounds like what it
Yeah.
means.
He
I
is
can feel it.
flummoxed. Yeah. I'm flummoxed for him.
Come on, Luca.
Because this is a challenge.
Oh.
Both off target.
David needs his
Luca has
slingshot.
right of way. Yeah, right? I agree. He's right on the edge
But
of
he's
the strip
literally
there.
on the edge.
Oh,
He's off
he
the
even
strip.
made he even made him run for it.
Yeah.
As in foil, you're allowed to cross your feet going forward.
Now Saber, you cannot, correct?
Yeah, you actually can get a red card for crossing your feet, and your opponent gets a point.
Wow.
This one is saying get him on. He came off the strip. You know, it's funny because
Oh no.
Another counterattack.
Luca
But
had red away.
because
no point.
because Gadini put on an off-target light in his attack, that counterattack is null.
Correct. Attack is valid.
I had to learn a lot about foil and epee, even though I'm a saberist, because I was coaching the Marymount all-girls school on the Upper East Side of Manhattan, and suddenly most of my team is foil and epee, and they're beginners, and they're like, how do I parry?
How do I do this?
And I'm like, okay, 1 second.
Circle six.
I have to go and Google it, and then I come back. I'm like, all right, here's how you parry.
Oh, stop.
And
That's
they're like,
terrible.
oh, she knows what she's doing. She knows what she's doing. And I mean, at that level, when someone's a beginner, I can provide a baseline of, all right, slow down. Here's your tempo. Here are your targets. Stop doing the same thing over and over again. It's not working.
It's not working. You have to
Um,
change something.
So I can get
So-
them to a certain point, and I had to educate myself a lot. But there
finally.
we
Got
go.
one in there. There we go.
Yeah,
And he had to steal the distance to do it.
I have to say, I am frustrated for Gadini.
Well, it's hard because he's been trying to catch Martin's blade.
Nice.
There we
Yeah,
go
he
in.
owned that. He kept that right of
Yep.
way. And
The only way
Martin's
he's-
back out again, though.
Yep. Because Gadini's going to have to make the six
He's
parry to go
baiting him,
in.
yeah.
And he's just not been able to capture it.
Oh, and there goes Martin off to the side. See, that's not really fair, I don't think. The lefty who moves all the way.
Of course. Well, look, his shoulder is open. If Luca
You can hit
came
his
up,
shoulder.
he can do a flick to the shoulder. He can land that.
One of his
Come
one of his two
on.
touches was to the shoulder.
Oh,
Oh,
that
two
was
off
intense.
targets. You can request that the fencer get moved back to the center of the center
Yeah,
of the strip.
yes.
That is
I
true.
mean,
As well they should each time they begin.
yeah, I mean, they have been beginning, but Martin goes right to that side.
He does. Well, he's smart.
He's smart, right? Oh, there he goes. To the flank. Flanka.
Flanka Gadini.
As one of my former coaches used to say, he had this lovely British accent. He'd say, the flanker.
Nice
Here we
slow
go.
attack from
Martin's
Gadini.
gonna try a counterattack again.
For
I'm
sure,
willing
I
to
see
bet.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's been building this game. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
No
Fight. Oh,
And he
and
got
he
He
did.
did get
I don't
it.
know how he got that
Yeah, it
because
was a reprise of the attack underneath.
Martin was trying to parry like with so much fury.
I am afraid.
And now
This
it's
is
4-5. We're only one point away.
Luke is like that little mosquito that won't leave you alone, and he just keeps going at it. I love it.
He does not give up. That is one thing I can say.
No, tenacity.
After watching him for
There
the
they go
last
off
year.
to the side. No, don't leave the strip. Come on.
Yeah.
Very
A lot of
riposed.
angulation involved, a lot of infighting there. They're getting close.
6-4. 16 seconds left in the first period. We will come back in a few seconds. They'll
And
take
look
a
at
break.
Luca
but
hugging the edge again.
Luca is pushing.
He
He's
tried.
almost off the slip.
Yep.
Off the strip, if he slipped, he
Yeah.
would fall off.
He'd fall off. We are off target, so now we are back.
Oh,
And we get a
yes.
Beautiful parry riposte, and now we're still one touch away, 5-6.
5-6, 2 seconds away from the end of the period.
Martin's going to let it go.
Yeah, they're going to let it go. Gosh, Gadini looks like he's spent. Poor kid.
Yeah.
Right?
And Martin just takes a
he's had
seat.
he's had to work really hard in this. And
Yeah.
considering his steps compared to Mr.
Right,
Martin's,
right. This
he's
is one
working
step, and he's
harder.
working
Yeah.
double steps. Exactly, because of
Yeah.
the size. So we were talking about this, you know, in Y10, Y12, Y14, you're in theory facing somebody who's your own age, but with the maturation of boys and girls, like you could have a Y12 fencer like Jillian is happy to tell us. She's 5'9"
Yeah.
when she was 12, and some kid could be, you know, 4'6",
Sure.
you know, because she's an 11-year-old fighting in Y12 and she's not developed yet.
Yeah.
And the same thing for here, you know, especially for the boys, because they
Well, you
mature at
see,
such
have
different
they,
rates.
You know, have they hit adolescence?
Right,
You know, that all comes into play here.
I mean, there could be a kid here who's got a baby face. He's just gotten into the Y14s, and he's just, you know, he might be 13 years old, fencing a kid who's like fully grown with a beard, you know, and a guitar strung on his back.
Oh, yeah.
And these boys are only a year apart.
Mr. Martin's looking pretty tired too.
Yeah, yeah.
Let's see if the game changes at all here.
They're only a year apart, but Martin is more than a head taller than
Sure.
Gadini.
It's also difficult, I think, for Martin going up against Gadini because let's look at it. Gadini's target area is about the size
Tiny.
of a postage
Yes,
stamp,
yes.
right?
Yes.
It's very small, and he's
Very
got to be
small.
super accurate to hit it. So that's got to be challenging for him too. Oh, that was amazing.
beautiful.
Great attack.
Okay, boys.
Now we
This is
got
an
a game.
exciting bout.
6-6. That's, I mean, that's,
Oh, look at that, trying to take right away with the foot.
it is, it's a benefit in foil fencing to be small.
Yeah,
I mean, each weapon has a body type, right?
counterattack.
It's a benefit to be smaller in foil. It's a benefit to be longer in epee. It's a
I-
benefit,
Although some of my toughest adversaries
are tiny.
were tiny. Yeah.
In Epee?
Oh
Yeah.
my gosh, yeah. Oh. Parry post off target.
But you don't see that kind of thing in basketball.
No.
Volleyball.
Volleyball, they're generally tall, except
What
for the
about
libero.
boxing? Like, how does that relate in boxing?
Boxing-
Does
Well,
anybody
boxing
know?
because it's a weight. It's a weight class.
Yeah, so you wouldn't even have that kind
so
of matchup.
you would never see Gadini versus Martin
Okay.
because, you know, Gadini would be in a lower weight. I would assume
Sure.
Gadini would be in a lighter weight class than Martin.
But here they're equals.
But here they're equals.
Yeah.
They have to
Except-
respect each other, no matter what.
The coach is yelling, go, go, go.
That footwork. Martin's got to come back here.
Martin's coming.
But yeah,
Gadini-
he's having a hard time finding that target area
Yeah.
on Gadini.
Yeah. Moving to the side. Gadini wants to slide it on the open side. I do not know. And he's running, and he did not
But they
connect.
crossed.
And they crossed. And that is a Flesh, right?
Fleshing is becoming more and more popular in foil these days. It really is. I see Lee Kiefer doing it often. Oh.
That's an
Nice
attack from
touch,
Martin.
Mr. Martin. Nice
It's because
touch.
his hand is ahead.
Yep.
And I think
Oh,
the
and
hardest
Gadini is
thing,
gonna fight it, ask about it.
I think sometimes
Don't
as the
leave the strip,
fencer, you
Ren.
can't feel the point, but if you're watching it as the referee, you see why it's called that way. But while fencing, you don't see that the other person's ahead of you in the same way. But I think that's a really challenging thing about right-of-way fencing.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
He's great with that.
It's tough for someone first watching fencing to understand that even though both people are hitting,
Yes.
one person is going to get the point.
And did you see Mr. Gadini with the footwork? I
Right.
mean, he's crushing it with footwork here.
I do love a flesh, though. You know, you
Look
see
at
a
the
flesh.
foot moving.
You see a flesh, and when we say flesh, that's like
Uh-huh.
run full force with your arm
Well,
extended.
they do it a little different in foil. They start out a distance, whereas in epee, ideally you want to hit and then cross your back foot in front of your front foot for the flush and start running. So it's done a little bit differently, but it is similar.
But it's like run straight ahead, like full on.
Yeah. Well, you don't want to get hit. And you want to go past. Usually I train my fencers to go all the way to the end of the strip because the opponent can turn around and hit you.
Right.
And let's
right.
be honest, the back of the head is exposed. And nobody wants to get hit in the back,
No,
with an epee especially.
no.
No. They actually were trying out fleshing and Saber
Really?
at a tournament. I was in Spain, and the final 8 people who lost, Perry riposte.
Okay.
And they allowed the people who lost in the top 8 to fence a fake tournament where they were allowed to flesh and Saber.
How did it come out?
There were some injuries, and that's why we don't do that in Saber because back in the day,
Oh, nice
that was
touch.
crazy.
That was the treat.
That is like a bonus point.
Yeah.
but the coach is arguing with it, with the referee.
Is he
And this-
saying it was past him, I'm wondering?
I mean, I wish
Could
we
be
had.
it.
I wish we had replay, right?
Yeah.
But back in the day, fleshing was allowed in Saber, and people would just run at each other, just straight up run. And so
Feels very dangerous.
it was more dangerous, and it was less interesting because
Beautiful
whoever
attack.
runs would win.
He measured that in so nicely. Well,
Martin just
Saber is
screamed
derived
in my
from
ear.
horses, right? That's
Yeah.
why it is the way it is. It was cavalry because,
Yes.
you know, from thrusting at the opponent, you would, you know, go through their leg and into the horse, and the horse was your prize.
You wanted the
and
horse.
it would run off, yeah. And it would die. So they needed to come up with a new
Oh,
way.
look at that.
Yep.
Gadini is coming
right
back.
away with the foot. It was beautiful. This is such a great bout.
I love
we
this
have
bout.
seen some great action.
Yeah.
Seems like we've seen them try a little bit of everything.
Yeah.
They are using the full spectrum and toolkit of foil.
Off target, so they'll start at the end of the strip where they found where they stopped. Gadini is at the end of his strip, trying to take some space back.
Yeah,
And
he's
Gadini is
building.
1 point ahead.
Come
He was
on.
trying to try
Oh,
that jump again.
whipping.
Martin,
Consistent.
man, he jumps to get away. This is amazing. Oh my gosh, poor Luca Gadini looks like he's dying.
But he's ahead,
Well, that doesn't mean that you feel better.
but he's still dying, yeah.
This is
it's a
not,
long
This
day.
is not like Epee where he can be 1 point ahead and
No.
just expect to get doubles. Okay, we are 1 second away from a 1 minute break. And they are not giving it up. They're not like
That's
letting
right.
that second go.
It's all down to the wire.
All down to the wire here in the
They
Luca
both-
looks like he
Y14
just
men's
came out of the
foil.
pool.
They both flopped on the floor in exhaustion.
Oh my gosh, the
It
drama.
sounded like my dog in the kitchen.
Right,
You know, just
boom.
like, no grace.
Okay, so Martin's got a
right.
mom giving him Gatorade,
Gatorade.
and talking
Good
to
mom. Good mom.
She's
Luca,
got- she's
drink
got
some of that
everything.
water, please.
him. Luca's going to drink a little water, but
Yes.
his coach is giving him some emphatic information, and now a demonstration.
Demonstration with some theatrics.
That's the,
Definitely
that was
the
the
theatrics.
best invitation
I think
ever.
we get more theatrics from the Saber coaches, quite honestly.
That was a
than
really good
any of the other ones. Yeah.
That was
Yeah.
a great foil. Oh, and his mom is checking in with him too. Poor kid.
Are you okay?
You're gonna be okay. It's gonna
Good
work
mom.
out. It'll be over in 3 minutes or less.
Okay.
You can do it. You can do
Mr.
it.
Martin's
Come
mom
on.
is like, okay, let's go.
I forget
Push
who
it.
said this yesterday, but she said, I just tell myself, you got this.
Yes. It was one
And-
of the young fencers.
Yeah.
I loved it when she came over here and told us that.
And I'm like, yeah, you got this. That's all you need to say.
Yeah. She mantras herself throughout the tournament.
What a great spirit.
Fencing definitely teaches you confidence. Because once you really feel yourself and you get comfortable with fencing, you're not intimidated by someone being taller or faster or having more people cheering for them. You're just in your own world and you're confident with your own actions, and you have to trust yourself.
Yes.
Because if you don't trust yourself, you're not going to try actions that might be outside of your comfort zone, and that's how you win.
So we're going to see the end of this bout, this end of this final. We will talk to the winner, and then we will do the medal ceremony. And then I think we're going to take a little break, unless we can get our other our other epee fencer
I'm
friend
gonna
over
see if
here.
Julia can come over.
Julia
She's still
Ganser, member
here.
of the world
Yes.
team for
Bet
epee,
50.
Bet 50. Otherwise, we will take a quick break. Just if you've tuned in, you're at the 9-State Fencing Cup, coming live to you from Chelsea Piers in Stamford, Connecticut. You are witnessing the Y14 men's foil final. And
Beautiful. He got just close enough.
Luca Gadini just scored his 12th point to Darius Martin's 9th point. Darius is
has to
coming in
change his
for some
approach
aggression,
here.
and Gadini got the got the off target light. Did you see that when he finished that? He just kind of did his body, like he did the same thing his coach was imitating him of. Is that mental? Is he doing that to let Martin know he's so tired? Or is he actually really tired, do you think?
I
'Cause
really
hope
don't
he's-
know.
I
but
hope it's like him being
there's
super
a lot
smart.
of theatrics going on here today.
For sure.
Although
They're putting
Mr.
on a
Martin-
show.
Yeah, yeah. Mr. Martin has 3.
Oh,
He has
and
4
attack.
touches, and yeah.
So now, I thought it was 13-9. Should it be 14?
No, it's
Oh, it's 13.
13.
You're right.
Yes.
You're right.
But Mr. Martin needs to take his time and set this up.
He
Well,
rushed that a
he
little
rushed
bit.
that and
He
got an
rushed
off
the
target.
last 2.
I think he's getting frustrated now. We s-
Gadini's coach keeps saying next point,
Yeah.
kind of keeping him on track, keeping his focus.
Oh, that
Off
was
target.
a really good try there.
So it's funny at the beginning of this bout, we saw Gadini seeming frustrated, and now it looks like Martin is the one
Martin's definitely frustrated at this point, and
losing his edge.
They're both
Yeah.
frustrating each other.
Oh.
yeah, he's having a hard time getting in there because Lucas' target
'Cause
is
he's tiny.
so small. Yeah.
And he's
Okay.
feisty.
He's very feisty, as we say, full of character. He just wants it to be done. He wants
His coach says it doesn't matter. That last point did not matter. Off
Okay.
target. They're both rushing. They're both getting a little
mean,
messy.
Gadini's body language is nuts. He's so tired seeming, but yet as
is.
soon as he gets
But
down in
he's
that
fighting
stance,
back.
he's feisty. Let's see what's going to happen here.
He's slowing himself down.
But he's keeping up with the foot. Yes!
Ah.
That's the second time
I-
we've seen that touch.
I have never seen anybody so. He doesn't.
Aw.
He's so flopsy.
Last year he was screaming and celebrating when he won, but this year he's like, oh,
It's
no.
been hard fought. It's
Yeah.
very hard
He is
fought.
a flopsy noodle. I
Every
love it.
point was just such an ordeal for
Oh, he's
both
getting
of
a
these
big hug
fencers.
from his mom. Now he is young enough to still be able to get the big hug from his
Oh
mom.
my goodness, yes.
At
I
Nat-
think you're never too old for a big
I-
hug from your mom.
I just remember at Nationals last year that I was watching Y14. It was an incredible bout. It was 13-15, or it was 14-14, and the person who lost literally left the strip, broke out in tears, ran into the corner, and ran into his mom's arms, and just stood there for like 10 minutes. I mean, it was a
It's
heartbreaking
still
loss,
hard.
right?
It's still hard.
And it's hard. Oh, he's even getting a hug from the opponent's mom. That's so sweet.
That is sweet. She's very kind. What a good mom.
I love these kids. Let me head off and get.
Great
do you
sportsmanship.
want me to get up?
I'll grab him.
Okay. He is wiped out. And I'll tell you, watching Mr. Martin, who was in control in the beginning of the bout,
Yeah.
and then things changed.
Things
And
changed.
Luca knew what had to happen.
He
was
scored
that?
at least 3 touches doing this kind of flick
Yeah,
to
he
the
flicked it
outside.
in,
Because
yeah.
a lefty, this whole side is open, but he found that distance finally to get him,
Okay.
even though he was far
That
away.
was
I'm going to
awesome.
step out and call for the awards.
All
I'll
right.
be
Okay.
right back. You guys keep talking. Luca will be here in a moment, I think.
Excellent.
Great, we have a celebrity coming.
This is so exciting. I love this. We have like the best tickets in the house.
Yeah, front row seats to all the action.
No joke. Oh. He's wiped out too, Mr. Martin, on the floor there. His mom is like, what can I do for you? What do you need?
Need a big lunch.
Yes.
Yeah. And a nap.
And clean clothes.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I've been smelling some really sweaty fencing equipment today.
Boys, especially.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
get the body odor when they reach adolescence, and then it's over.
I always made my son travel with an extra set of clothes because I was like, you are not getting in the car with me in those clothes.
Yeah.
It's not happening. And my bribery was, if you want lunch after, you're changing your clothes.
So your son fences too?
Yeah, my son fences as well, and I always had wipes in my car for, hand wipes so that he could like towel off with the wipes, smell a little bit better, and change his clothes. Yeah.
Great.
I was like, food motivated him. So if food was in his future, he would change his clothes. So it was a good deal. It was better than driving with the windows down all the time.
Yeah, there are some fencing equipment pieces you can't wash.
No.
That's an issue. Hey, Luca.
Hey, welcome.
Oh, we got the sound back.
Sound's back.
Hey.
Yeah.
Well,
Sweet.
welcome back.
All right, so we have Luca Guidini, who just won Y14 men's foil, and we saw you here last year. What did you win last year?
I also won Y14.
You also won Y14. So it's been a year since then. What has changed about your fencing in the last year? What have you been working on?
Well, a lot of things like point control and just control in general, like not putting your blade like down or out there. They're like also counterattacks sort of. Yeah.
How do you go about fencing someone who's really tall and also a lefty? Because we saw it looked really challenging.
Yeah. Probably just run at them. I mean, I
We
think
saw
I'm a
you
s-
try that a couple of times, actually.
Yeah. I'm just like a small target, I guess. So like it's hard to hit me, I guess.
He was
Yeah.
also struggling. Yeah, we saw the frustration from both of you working with each other's challenges. And what's next for you in fencing?
Like, what do you mean?
Your next tournament?
Cobra Challenge? I think.
Cobra
Okay.
Challenge.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, Cobra Challenge.
And what are your plans this year? Do you plan to do any NACs?
Yeah, like I think I'm gonna do a March NAC and Summer Nationals.
Fantastic, fantastic. Yeah, we saw you making adjustments on the strip, starting from the beginning of the bout, went a little differently, and you changed up. And we
Yeah.
saw some more angulated touches. As she said, we saw some fleshing. That was exciting.
Yeah.
So, and infighting, and a lot of remises happened in this bout, too. Well done.
We kind of saw everything. What's your favorite action when you're fencing?
Fleshing.
Flashing, yeah. it
Wait a
looked
minute,
really fun.
wait a minute. You're fleshing, and you say this is your favorite thing in foil? I'm recruiting you to Epee.
But it's not expected as much in foil.
No,
Yeah.
absolutely not. And it was a nice surprise to see. It was refreshing to watch. This was a super fantastic bout, and I think it kept everyone on their toes. Nice job, Luca.
Thank you.
All right. And what was your coach telling you during your bout?
Told me to, like, you can't be tired, and there's no tired in fencing. There's just, you can either be tired or you can just shake hands and end the bout, but you should fence. Yeah, like, keep fencing. Try to control your blade and control your actions. And don't be too wild with the blade.
It sounds like good
Great.
advice.
Yeah, and now you can rest.
Yay.
That's so exciting. Congratulations, Luca. We hope to see you back here next year, too.
Congratulations.
Your
Thank you.
3rd year in a row. Yeah.
Hopefully.
Hopefully. Now go get your medal. We'll take your
Okay,
headphones.
thanks.
Thank you, Luca. Thank you, Mom. Have a wonderful afternoon. You've earned it. Yeah.
Eat a lot and take a nap. That's what we were saying during the live stream.
And looking around, we see female refs behind us, too. I like this.
I think it's pretty even nowadays. 50-50, it seems, with referees, at least at the regional level.
It's good to see. It's really good to see. Things are changing. And as we've seen with reffing at the gold medal bouts as well.
Yeah.
I don't see anybody filing in. So, yeah, I think after this we are taking a break. Aw, both kids. And that's what I love. You want to, like, really, they're mortal enemies on the strip. But then as soon as it's done, it's okay. Now you can breathe. Now you can be friends.
And
now
these
you
are
can smile.
long-term relationships.
Absolutely.
I'm still talk to people who we fenced together at our first ever tournament.
Isn't that wonderful?
And it's crazy to see where people end up. You know, you've known them for a decade, and then you've seen them be a kid, and then now they're trying for the Olympics, or now they're a doctor. You fence them in college. You just really see people grow up and
Yeah.
change. And I think that's really beautiful.
I think that's one of the advantages I have of being a vet is watching you guys grow up in the sport, you know, and you get to watch the successes and the failures and the successes again, and then the growth starts, and then you see what they're doing for college, where they're going, who they become. And they're such, you know, well-rounded individuals because, like you said earlier, confidence comes from the sport. Confidence comes from within. And this really guides so many people in life off the strip.
Oh yeah, it's definitely transferable in anything that you want to accomplish,
Yeah.
because once you do this and you work through a lot of difficult things, suddenly other challenges in life, you have the fortitude to get through it.
Yeah, I think it's wonderful.
How long have you been fencing?
For 27 years, almost 28 years. Yeah,
Wow.
on and off. Every time I had a child, I took a year or two off, and I've had 3 children, one of which fenced competitively. My youngest is just getting into it recreationally right now, but my middle child, he took a bronze medal at a NAC, and he's also a coach at my club, actually. He's a really good coach. I have
Wow.
fantastic coaches at the club, but he, I wish I had done it at his age, you know, because he sees so much more and he gets it so much. You guys are so, like sponges at your age. You
Yeah.
absorb everything so quickly. And I think that's what's making him a good coach as well as a good fencer. So, yeah.
For sure.
Yeah. But I'm very fortunate that way that I have a club and you know, he gets to come and do what he wants. And my daughter can come in and she can train too. But we have superb athletes.
That's so nice.
Yeah.
And you have your own club. You run the business aspect of that too. There's a lot that goes into having your own club,
There
not just the
is.
fencing portion.
That's why I have a partner who does it with me. It's my coach. He does all the behind-the-scenes things. I run the day-to-day operation. But I'm an athlete first, coach second. So that's why I have other coaches coaching my athletes here today. And I get to enjoy being here with you ladies and getting to see all the action with a front row seat.
Great. It's so nice to have you. And it seems that we're starting the Y14 men's foil medal ceremony.
Looks like Lisa's putting it on here. She's getting everybody organized and lined up.
It's like herding cats sometimes.
Yeah.
And it seems that Martin is the tallest of anyone who will be on the podium today.
I was just noticing that too.
He had his spurt early.
Definitely. Oh no, now they have to put on their fencing jackets. And they are all sweaty. It's gonna be sticking to them.
I kind of miss the feeling of being really sweaty.
Really?
Not in the moment, but it felt amazing. Like you just feel that when you're sweaty, you did something.
You did. Yeah. Do you still compete at all?
I don't compete. I haven't competed in over a year.
Okay.
My last competition, I think, was the Div 1 NAC in April of 2022.
Okay. Do you suit up and get on the strip and train?
I did a few times because I was a coach. I moved to New York City without a job, and so when I graduated college, and so being a coach was really fun, and getting to share my love of fencing and wisdom with kids.
Oh, yep. It's like you said, herding cats, getting them all to.
Yeah.
and Luca seems to be the worst here.
Yeah, he has to get his cup.
He's
and
got to
everything.
get the cup. There we go.
So Luca is giving Luca Godini the cup. Luca, the Saber fencer
from Morehouse.
and coach from Morehouse. But being a coach was really fascinating because suddenly I was on a completely different side of fencing, and I viewed it completely differently because a lot of kids would be really upset and crying, and I'd have to comfort them, but from a coach's perspective, and you have to still be a little bit hard on them, but with empathy and grace. And when you see the kids really upset and it's like, why 8? You're like, you realize
so
this
hard.
doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But it's hard to tell them that. And you're telling them things that, as an athlete, you didn't listen to.
Yeah.
And even now, if I was going to fence right now, my coach would tell me things that I tell the kids, and it wouldn't really come all the way through. So.
Oh, look at Luca holding the cup.
Yeah.
He's so proud.
I love seeing the same faces year to year, too.
That's fantastic. Oh, good. Lisa's pulling. She's like taking charge here. Let's go. This is how you're going to stand. She must have used her mom voice.
Yeah. They're all sitting for a photo?
I don't know. She's organizing something down there. It's going to be unique. Yeah, the coach's aspect is definitely so different than athlete.
Yeah.
And teammate, especially, too.
For sure. And part of me is like, oh, I'd love to come back and compete. But the thing about fencing is after you've been competitive for so long, you can't just come back and do it for fun.
No.
It's not for fun. Like, after doing something seriously for a decade, it's it's not a joke.
There's too much drive in you to not.
But then that drive requires so much of your life dedicated to the sport.
Great photo shot. It was unique. You had him on the floor.
Well, so the 9 state logo is kind of fun. I like getting the picture of them all around it. It's very fun.
Neat. Yeah.
Yeah.
Great for Instagram.
Yeah. I mean, it's all about Instagram, right?
It is.
It's all the social media these days.
Okay, so I see nothing coming our way. So we are going to take a 10-15-minute break while we wait for another event to come to our final strip. This is the 9 State Fencing Cup coming to you live from Chelsea Piers in Stamford, Connecticut. We'll be back in 10 minutes.
All right.
Perfect.
Welcome back to the 9-State Fencing Cup. This is the live stream coming to you directly from Chelsea Piers in Stamford, Connecticut. You are hearing from myself, Lisa Marsh, Jillian Harrell, and Sandra Marchand. So we've got experts in all the weapons sitting at this table, and what we are seeing right now is a top 8 match for This is Y14 Women's Saber. So on the left we have Charlotte Choi. She's a Tim Morehouse fencer, and on the right we have Karina Liu. And we saw her yesterday, Karina Liu. Did we see her in Y12? I think we did.
Yes.
And she was a good fencer.
I love how they fence up.
Yeah.
You know, that's the way to get better. You want to improve, you fence up.
Correct.
And clearly it's paying off.
Well, it's funny because Jeff pointed out that he fenced up a lot when he was a young fencer, and it was a problem because he lost all the time.
Of
I mean,
course,
he
that's
was
how
like
you learn.
You have to
26 out of
lose
32.
so much before you can win.
Yes.
But he felt like he had a loser's mentality for a short time,
But that's
and he had
hard.
to work out of it.
But it is hard for kids to lose a lot before they win and they can get discouraged. But it teaches you to
One, that's for sure.
So this Karina Liu is very patient. Look at her pushing down Charlotte.
Trying to
Charlotte
take control and gaining momentum.
Oh,
Charlotte,
Charlotte.
target.
Charlotte
Nice.
did a lovely parry repose there.
right at the
Wow.
very end of the strip.
That's a real letdown. That is a real letdown.
The ref said that was too close to call in the box
Again,
of who was attacking. But that time he said Leo was
Leo
attacking.
is the one. Leo is aggressive with that arm out there.
Definitely. Killer
Okay,
lunge,
so we
too.
are in a break, 7-8. It's tight.
Leo fences at Bergen Fencing Academy in New Jersey.
And so both of these women are going to get medals, right? They're in the top 8. And that is a relief, right?
yeah, but
Jillian?
you don't want to stop there.
Right. No, of course you probably have. No, I take that back. They're in the 16.
Yeah,
Whoever
this is
wins
to
this
make it to
goes
the
to the
8.
top
into
8.
the 8.
So
So
there
there is a lot of pressure riding on this right now.
Super pressure right now.
You can see both coaches are just as intense looking at the athletes,
Yeah.
talking with them.
So Mohammed Amr is the coach speaking to Charlotte on the left-hand side. He is an Olympian from Egypt. He fences with Ziad El-Sisi on the team. I believe he came in 3rd in the African Games most recently. So he's not a bad fencer.
So he might know what he's talking
I
about.
think he knows what he's talking about. It's also, he's so tall.
But she is very intently looking at him and listening to what he has to
Well,
say.
she's a great fencer. She's had a great season. As somebody who creates the content for Tim Morehouse's Fencing Club, I will tell you, I've written more than my fair share of stories about her this season so far.
Superb.
She is very accomplished.
Here we go.
Ooh. And
Her hand is just out faster
yeah.
in the middle.
And I hope that her coach is telling her that. Get your hand out.
Oh, and she was
Watch
trying to
her.
pair her post on that too, just much too late. What's the lockout time in Saber? Do we know?
It actually changed during my career. When I first started, it became a little bit faster. So counterattacks that used to be possible when I first started fencing are no longer possible. I don't know the exact
Wow, this is tight.
amount in milliseconds,
So
but
Charlotte has received 5 medals so far this season.
Wow.
So she's, I mean, and it's early in the season. She's quite accomplished. She had a gold, silver, bronze, and 2 5th or 8s.
it's still Leo's attack.
Yeah.
She's dominating the box, and when someone's dominating the box, you really can't just keep going in the box like that, which Charlotte is doing. She's trying to go in the box. She leads the box too, and she's trying to take control like she did there, so she is
did there,
changing.
Yeah. So that was a footwork change,
Here's
right?
the secret about Charlotte. Wow, single light. She's 11.
That's crazy.
Well, that girl is driven.
And clearly it's working.
Oh, that looked like it hurt.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did she guard her? Or did she?
Okay.
Well, that's no fun.
No.
It's 14-10, and Charlotte's taking a few steps to think, because this determines the medal.
Oh, and the medal has happened. So Karina
Yep.
Liu is moving on to the next level, whereas Charlotte Choi will be medalist.
10-15 in an admirable fight, that's for
Yes,
sure.
yeah.
She did give it 100%. You can
And she's
see that.
only 11.
That was fast fencing.
There you go.
Karina
Oh,
Liu is-
yeah. Look at the eyes.
And she's 12. Oh, she is intent.
wow.
She is intent. So Karina also, she's a D23 fencer where Charlotte does not have a rating yet.
Ah.
So she is a slightly more accomplished fencer. She's got more medal finishes this year.
And the year is young, like you said.
Yeah, it's early on in the season. And you know, Charlotte is, I mean, fencing at Y14 at 11.
That's fantastic.
And
that
making
is
it to the
fencing up.
top
Yeah.
16, right?
So she knows the path, she knows what she wants, she's going for it. And you take those losses and you learn from them. And that's what she's doing right now, just talking with her coach.
Yeah.
They're going over what happened. They're going to talk about how they can change it, and they're going to bring it out in their private lessons.
And I've seen Charlotte train when I was a coach.
Charlotte's actually going to go through the motions now,
And
just to work it out.
Yeah.
every day at practice, she was so focused and determined in ways I don't see a lot of 11-year-olds.
I love a kid who's intense. That makes me happy.
Yeah.
That makes me happy. Okay, so Sandra, let's talk about you.
Oh, why?
Woo-woo.
That's why you're here.
That's why you're here. So I think it's really interesting how you started fencing. Tell us the story. I love this. Not only do I love the story, but I love the full circleness of it all.
Yeah. Okay, so I went home when I was 25 to visit my parents one afternoon, and their accountant was there, and he taught the fencing class at Quinnipiac University. And he said, Sandra, you know, you're such an athlete, and you're always into, you know, I was big into Star Wars. That was like everything.
The lightsaber came out
7
all the
years
time.
old, you know, that was everything. And, you know, I played soccer and softball, and he says, you should come try fencing. And I was like, what? He says, come try my class. And I said, I don't go to the university. He says, come to the club at Quinnipiac, you check it out. So I went, and from the moment he put a weapon in my hand, I kid you not, like the lights got brighter and I could hear music in my head. And I was like, I have to do this. and I did, and I was terrible. And he was like,
So, but let's just back up for a second. What colleges have fencing classes?
Quinnipiac University has a fencing class.
So I know, I'll tell you an aside.
Yeah.
My mom, when my kids started fencing and I started fencing, my mom said, oh yes, I took fencing in college. She took foil fencing at Penn State in like 1963.
Sure,
because
sure.
she had to have a gym, and that was the least offensive one in her mind.
And back then they could only do
foil fencing
as women.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
And so, you know, she's like, oh, I took a semester of fencing. She probably got a C or whatever. I mean, she probably didn't get a great
And they're like,
grade.
it's the most elegant thing ever.
Just to get the PE credit out of the way.
Yeah.
So, but I don't know of any other school that I've encountered recently that has fencing classes as
There are a
PE.
lot.
We have
There
it in
are.
Connecticut.
Well, the thing is, even if a school has an NCAA program, they still have a fencing class.
That's so interesting.
Who's taught usually
gonna
not
learn.
even by the coach. Like I know Cornell had a fencing class, and I had like random friends who took it, but it's only for a semester, and you're not really, you know, twice a week
It's like
or something.
introductory to.
You're not
Yeah.
really going to learn how to fence doing that.
So you took this class.
I went and I took the class, and I loved it. And my parents' friend, Eddie Sanchez, said, you're terrible. You should take up
You're
swimming.
terrible.
And I was like, oh my God, no, I love this. And he was like, I'm going to give you to another coach to work with you. And I'm like, okay. And I did. And then eventually,
And the class was an Epee class.
it was a foil class.
It was a foil
It
class.
was a foil class, and there was a bunch of foil coaches there, and they ran like the club after in the evening, and that's what I started attending, the club. And I trained with a different coach, and eventually I saw Ralph Spinella,
Right.
and I was like, ooh, I want to fence like him. And they're like, nobody fences like him. He's an Olympian. He doesn't have any proteges. Fast forward, eventually I did train with Ralph. And eventually I took both of their position as the professor at Quinnipiac University teaching
Oh,
the
wow,
class.
yeah.
That's
So
amazing.
I've been teaching the class there for the last 7 years,
That's amazing.
and that's where I started fencing.
I think that's the best full circle
You
story
know?
ever.
And he was like, you're terrible at this. You're never going to amount to anything. I'm like, I know, but I love this so much.
So
You
your
know?
class is twice a week.
It's once a week.
Once a
It's
week.
for an hour and a half. It's on Tuesday mornings at Quinnipiac University.
And is it a 2-credit course, a 1-credit
It's
course?
a 1-credit course, but I'll tell you what, every single athlete that I've had come through my class has all asked for another, like an intermediate class. It's an
Really?
11-week course.
Wow.
And I teach it every spring and every fall, and they always, we want another one. Why isn't there a club here? Why isn't there? Yeah.
Wow.
So
Because that definitely feeds into a club.
it
It's
does.
like, yeah.
It
There
does.
is a demand. So what are you going to do? How are you going to? What does the university say? No, Sandra.
Yeah, there's really not much budget for it, Sandra. Yeah. So I'm working on that.
Yeah.
And then at the last few weeks of the class, I actually bring in a bunch of Epees too. And I teach them a little bit about Epee as well. And in the beginning, it's all dry fencing.
Right.
And by the end of the class.
When you say dry fencing, for the people who don't know, dry
yeah.
fencing means not electric. You're just in your whites and you're just going back and forth, and you call it as you see it, right? You
Yeah,
don't- There's
yeah.
no touches that
Correct,
you'll
there's
see.
a rubber tip on the end of
Right,
your blade.
right.
Yeah, and it doesn't have something that depresses.
Right.
And by the end of the semester, the last like 4 weeks, they're hooked up to the machines just like here.
If you are familiar with the Lego fencing character, it's the Saber. It's the weapon that he has.
Yes.
It's like a little piece of plastic with a ball on the end
Yes,
of that. That is
yes.
that is the
Lego,
practice.
yeah.
Totally. Somebody gave it to me, and I'm like, what is this weapon? I've never seen a saber or an epee or anything with a ball on the end of it.
Yeah.
And then I was at the club with the little kids, and I'm like, oh, I see what it is.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, it's for the entry-level fencers.
Of course. Well, otherwise, you've got a bunch of college kids that are just going to destroy every
Right.
weapon you have.
Right.
Thinking they all come in and
Oh,
they're like,
they know
I know how to
everything.
fence.
I saw the Princess
Sure
Bride.
you do. Yeah, exactly. It's like the Big Bang Theory. Did you ever see that episode, season 9, episode 5?
No, do
Where
they
they take a
You know it
class?
exactly.
Oh, I do, because they walk in and they take a class, and it looks like every beginner class I've ever taught.
Wow. So you could have been the consultant on that
Absolutely.
one. But it would have been exactly
Absolutely.
the same.
It's hysterical.
That's
But
great.
Yeah.
That's
so-
really funny. That's very funny. But I love the full circleness of it. And do you think that people who start in college can get there, can get to a competitive level?
I started at 25. Why can't they?
Right. I hear
Of course,
you.
and they're starting younger.
Yeah.
They're
of course.
starting younger. And at the end of the semester, I always invite the athletes, the students, to come to my academy, and they're
Right.
welcome to have a free day of fencing.
Right.
Come fence with actual fencers who do this,
Come fence
you
with
know, that
professionals.
have been trained.
Right,
Yeah, and I
right.
always invite them. So
And do many of them take you up?
some of them do take me up on it, and
I
they
love
do
it.
come.
I
Yeah,
love
and it
it.
makes me really happy to see.
Yeah.
But I get I've never had a bad review. I get the best reviews, and I've always had everybody ask for another class.
Professor Sandra.
Yeah, yeah.
Though
What
I
is-
know you go by coach.
I tell them to call me coach, but my title is professor, yes.
What do you think is the difference with the kind of coaching ideas when you're teaching someone who's 8 years old versus someone who's 28 years old? How do you approach that
Oh
differently?
my goodness. When they're 8 years old, it's all about imagination and fun. It has to be fun,
Yeah.
right? When somebody's 25, their goals are different. You know, whether they're doing it for exercise or they're doing it just, you know, to do something brainless, or they're actually like, hey, I need to do something competitive. You
Right.
know, it depends. But the younger kids definitely, it's got to be fun. It's got to be creative. It's got to be inspiring and have energy to it. If there's no energy, like, why would you do it?
Right.
You know?
Right.
And the 25-year-olds, there's energy. It's different kind. Usually it's a little more intense.
I was going to say, because they have different goals,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And they already have that coordination, and they can think about these high-level concepts in fencing
Yeah.
that maybe the younger ones don't get. But at the same time, the younger ones have more time to develop those things and more energy to do that.
It's interesting because I find it's harder to teach an adult than a child.
Because they
Yeah.
know everything.
Adults, well, yeah, but adults were so ingrained. We walk this way. You know, where kids like, oh, this looks weird. Okay, let me try that. And adults are like, wait a minute, how does my body have to move? You know? And then the other difference is the college kids. the reason I love teaching at the university, because this is my theory, because they're always so inundated with information all day, they're like sponges, right? So one regular class that I would teach at the academy is far different than a class I teach at the university, because they're soaking it up so fast. I can teach like 2 classes worth of stuff in one class at the university, because they're sucking it all in, and it's great. And I think it's just because they're always inundated with information they have to process and do.
Right.
And so that's why I love teaching them, because they're just sponges. They absorb it all.
So you were talking to us a little earlier about the clinic that you're going to do in.
Oh my gosh.
So let's just backstep a minute. So women in fencing, it's an important issue for a lot of people, right? You don't see a lot of female coaches out here. I think we've seen, 3.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't see a lot of female coaches. We have seen a lot of female refs, because there are some very nice refs, very good refs who are females. And obviously we're seeing, 50-50 female fencers. So, but as you get older and older and older, it becomes less. Is that correct?
It does become less. Although I'm sitting here with another coach too, so this is I'm in good company.
Right.
But we need to grow more women coaches. We need to grow stronger females in the sport. I'm very adamant about that. I think it really needs to be done. And girls need more confidence, I feel like. So there is a big project being launched by Northwest Fencing in Portland, Oregon, by the most fantastic gentleman I know, sincerely, that moved they were recruited from New Jersey to Portland, Mike McTeague and Sebastian and Simone. And they're formulating the Athena Project.
I love it, the
and
Athena
it's
Project.
Women, females, girls only. So if you identify as a female,
you're welcome.
You're welcome.
Right.
And we are going to grow stronger fencing girls, stronger fencing women, stronger fencing coaches in all 3 weapons. And we're going to be locking the doors. There will be no men in the building.
Right. So you're having a clinic in December.
In December, the 16th, 17th. Kat Holmes will be there with me doing the women's epee. And so hopefully we'll get a nice, strong veteran female contingent there, because I believe it's good for the young kids to fence with the veterans. It really brings something to the table.
Sure.
And Iman Blow just signed on, and Delphine DeVore. So we are going to have some strong female coaches there, with a lot of background to bring as coach, mom, fencer, all of it together.
So if you're in the Portland, Oregon area?
No, if you're from anywhere in the United States.
Or anywhere in the United States,
get on a plane, because we're going to grow you stronger.
Right.
We're going to make you stronger.
The
and
Athena
more
Project.
Confident. The Athena Project at Northwest Fencing in Portland, Oregon. Thank you.
I love it. I love it. Okay. Do we have any action coming our way?
I see a whole team of young female saberists.
Speaking of female saberists, or speaking of female fencers.
Getting a pep talk and taking a picture.
We're getting a pep talk from Coach Linda. So you got a female coach. And these are going to be let me look here. They're going to be, the last 2 events of the day are Saber events, thank goodness.
Oh, yeah.
Because they'll be fast. But these are the Y10 women's Saber fencers. And I have to say, I have actually, so their class is before my class at Tim Morehouse. And I watch them and I'm like, they're more aggressive than most of the adults that I fence in class. The little one on the end in the second row, her name is Chloe Chen. She's fire. The girl in front of her, I believe her name is Annika. Again, like medal winner.
These young girls all have looks of steel, and I think any one of them could take me. I'm feeling a little nervous over here, quite honestly. They're looking pretty tough.
It's the cute ones you have to worry about.
Totally sure, like, oh, you're so sweet and little. You'll be fine. No.
They're the ones that are going to bite your leg off.
Exactly. We don't want that.
Oh, that's great. That's a strong team over there, Lisa.
That is. They're developing,
Congratulations
man.
to Morehouse.
Yeah. I mean, So he's got a new way of teaching kids the basics, and it's working apparently because they love fencing. The program is robust. They love to come and compete. So that's super exciting.
Well, that's what you need, something that's working.
Yeah, now I'm looking around and I'm trying to see if we're going to be seeing something coming over here shortly. Let's see where we are on the Y14 scale. Okay, so we've got some one semifinalist chosen, so maybe we'll get some action over here shortly. Saber moves fast, right?
Yes, it does.
We've got Y12 women's foil. They have finished their pools and they will be going into DEs shortly. They've got pool results, but we don't have any DEs. Oh, we do have a tableau posted. Okay, so they're going to be going into their 64 and they'll start breaking down. Bunch of kids competing in that a bunch of kids we saw this morning, the Y14 women's foilist, are also competing in the Y12. Because they were fencing up.
Was there any Epee coming up too?
There should be. What's that one? What's the Y10?
We still have 5 more finals left, right? Or sorry, 10.
Yeah. Let's see. Let me count. 1, 2. Yeah, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You can see my post-it.
I love it. The cheat sheets.
I'm a big fan of the card organization system. We've got Y10 women's Epee underway, but I do not see them coming anytime soon because they're still in pools.
And I know the Y14 women's Epee is in their tableau right now.
Okay.
So they're just starting their DEs, is my presumption.
And that will be not a short trip, unfortunately, because they are.
No, because we're calculated in evil.
Well,
that's
it's also
why.
it can be a timed sport, so that's what we go for.
At least we know it's 3 minutes for each.
Okay, so
round.
let's take a 10-minute break, 15-minute break.
Okay.
We will come back shortly when we get some action on our final strip. This is the 9-State Fencing Cup live stream coming to you from Chelsea Piers, Connecticut. We will come back with some final action shortly. I'm Lisa Marsh, Jillian Harrell, Sandra Merchant. I don't know if Sandra's going to be coming back.
I'm going to be
Sandra's
going after
leave.
this. So it's been an absolute
we'll
pleasure
miss you.
being here with you ladies.
We are so sad to lose you, but
Good
thank
luck.
you so much for sharing your expertise.
Thank you for letting me come here with such strong women and teaching me more about the sport of Saber. It's very intimidating.
And you'll be
but
at
it looks like a lot of fun.
Vet Worlds
I'm
coming up.
not going
No,
to
she
Vet
will
Worlds.
not.
I just came back from Switzerland last weekend. I was at the Satellite World Cup and got some strong training there. And I went to Italy in August for a week and trained at the International Veteran Camp.
So we're going to see a new international flair with your
you bet
your training.
You bet you will be. Yes.
I love it.
Yes.
I can't wait.
So
Yay!
thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
And until we meet again.
We'll be back in 10, 15. back with the 9 State Fencing Cup coming to you live from Chelsea Piers in Stamford, Connecticut. We are watching right now some Y14 Saber fencing women. And they are not at the finals yet. They're working towards the semifinals, and we're just watching it. So what they're doing is a direct elimination, right?
Yes. So whoever wins continues on in the bracket, and whoever loses gets to go home.
And does the score matter?
The score does not matter.
If you win or you lose, do your points matter? Like if you are in the top 8 and you have more points than somebody else, do you get a higher position?
No. It actually is dependent on the pools, actually.
Right.
If you came out higher in the pools, then you'll get 5th instead of 8th when you're in the round of 8.
Okay, okay. So this is kind of interesting. We talked about this a little bit yesterday. If you are in the pools, you want to do the best you can. You want to get as many points as you can because it's not win or lose. It's how many points you won and how many points you lost. So you could lose 4 bouts, but get 4 in every single one of them, and you've earned 16 points, and you would come out ahead of somebody who might have won 1 bout, right?
Yeah.
Your indicator would be higher.
If the math works out that way.
If they didn't earn any other points.
Yeah.
So in this, it's, I mean, this is funny because I appreciate that in this sport, that it does matter how you do. Sometimes it's not just win or lose. In direct elimination, it is just win or lose. So
it's black and white.
Yeah, black and white. Who are these fencers? I cannot see because there's hair on the back of their jackets.
Well, the one on the left is from Canada.
Okay, I'm gonna look and see if we have a Canadian fencer.
And the one on the right has a patch on her knickers, which means she had regional ranking.
So I will tell you exactly who these are. This is Emma Tang. Emma Tang on the right-hand or on the left-hand side. And we have Anita Vinaker on the right-hand side. Anita is coming into this competition in 14th place after pools, but Emma is coming in in 2nd place after pools. So I would think that Emma Tang is probably going to be the favorite.
But right now she's down 4-8.
But the score right now is 4-8, right?
Sometimes it doesn't matter. And sometimes different fencing styles, no matter how good someone is on paper, just match up in the perfect way.
Exactly. So in the last, in Emma Tang's last bout, she faced Karina Liu, who we saw fencing here before, and it was a 15-11. It was 15-11, so that was a lot of points added up. It was probably a hard-fought win. Do you think that matters? Do you think that makes you tired? I mean,
it can go either way. I think it actually can be motivating if you had some close bouts before, because then you're trained to be super focused into the next round. Compared to if you fenced a bout where you just waltzed over someone, you go into the next round
right,
maybe
you're not
expecting
jazzed,
that.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
She's on the long attack on the left. But she was trying to go under the wrist from too far away and was counterattacked.
And Vinaker took the point.
Vinaker tried to take a parry riposte there, but missed. And then did another counterattack. So
okay,
now
so Tang
is going to be a little bit more afraid to attack now because she's been counterattacked twice, and that can make a fencer a little bit less excited to attack with the fear of being counterattacked.
But like what we say, you do it until it works, or until it stops working. And
right.
She did it twice, and it didn't work either time, so she should move on to the next level.
Right. It worked there, but she does need to change. Well, it worked there because of a change in tempo. And she's not letting Vinaker counterattack her now. She's watching where her hand is.
Okay, attack.
Okay. She attacked there.
It was attack, counterattack, and then she attacked again.
She'll need to slow down just a little bit so that she can see what Vinaker's doing. But so far it's working. She's making a comeback.
Yeah, she's on the march back.
Beautiful parry riposte.
Vinaker is just not connecting. She needed to extend her arm just a little bit.
The flow of the bout is definitely in Tang's court here. We talked about flow a little while back in terms of who's getting all the points, who's controlling the bout, and sometimes you have to take the flow back, which I think Vinegar is trying to do right now.
She also, I feel like if they slowed down for a second, like, okay.
Attack and preparation, so when I say preparation, Tang is holding her hand back and Vinegar is taking advantage of that.
Okay, her coach is getting frustrated with her.
And she tried to parry there, which was the right choice, but she kind of threw it through the finish. Let's see what the referee called.
Wow.
I don't know. I don't know about that call.
13-14.
I'd have to see that call again, but.
Well, she's got 2 refs behind her, so
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure what she's calling there.
Yeah, I won't argue with that.
No, I'm sorry, there are 3 refs behind her. Okay, now we are in the defensive.
A nice attack from Tang. She learned from her mistakes being counterattacked earlier
Okay,
in the
let's
bout.
talk drama. 14-14. She somehow, did she jump and land on her?
No, she ducked. She ducked and was able to take a counterattack, which is very risky, and I would not rely on that.
Wow.
But it worked, and you can't argue with that. She definitely took a risk.
So we have Emma Tang coming into the final. Wow. That was brutal.
Vinegar is really frustrated with that because it's a hard way to lose.
And her coach is letting her know, right?
It's a difficult way to
Emma
lose.
Tang is from, let's see here, what club is she from? Emma Tang is, I don't know that she's associated with a club. It looks like she's just flying the flag of Canada.
All right.
Yeah, I don't have a club for her at all.
Her club is Canada.
Her club is Canada.
And then now we have a new bout coming up. We have Veronica Gonzalez from Scarsdale Fencing Club on our left.
Veronica Gonzalez is fencing Caitlin Liu.
Caitlin Liu with the pink socks.
Yep. Caitlin Liu is from Manhattan Fencing. So Veronica and Caitlin have probably seen one another before.
They're both New Yorkers.
They're both New Yorkers. And let's see. Veronica is coming in first place. And Caitlin is coming in 5th place after pools. So we'll see.
And Veronica, we saw yesterday,
Yes.
she won Y12,
Y12,
and
yeah.
now she's in Y14 because I think she's 11 years old.
She's 11.
11
yeah,
or
she just got out
12.
of Y10.
So she's still very young and fencing up, and she's doing really well.
She's one of those kids, because she started at Tim Morehouse. She's one of those kids who was like, you know, the 10-year-old who's 5'3", 5'6", you know.
Yeah, yeah. Right there, she tried to do a stop cut. It didn't work, but at least she was trying something. She called that for Liu on the right because it looked like Liu was in control of the blade, even though they're both kind of going for the blade.
So Veronica Gonzalez is 12.
Okay. And she was the one yesterday who said, I tell myself the mantra, you got this.
Yes, she's
I
the
remember
one
now.
who inside her mask is probably saying to herself, you got this.
That was attack and preparation from Veronica. You could see her hand was a lot more extended than Liu's. She was ahead.
So Veronica's rating is E23, which is great for a kid who's 12.
And there, the stop cut worked
Yeah.
when she tried to take it, but she's not using the whole strip in her defense, and that might come back to bite her if she's not utilizing the whole strip in defense. Though she's trying a stop cut there too, and you see how she tried using her blade to stop the cut,
Yes.
but not her feet. You kind of
Right,
need both.
You need to have it both going.
You can't stand there, even if you have a good idea of what you want to do in defense.
So her coach is not inside over here in the coaching box. Her dad's in the coaching box. Her coach is standing outside. Huh. I
Maybe she
wonder-
can hear him better that way.
Maybe.
Who knows?
Maybe it's better to have, I don't know. I don't know why that's happening.
I really
That
like
was a hesitate.
That was a hesitate. I was about to say Liu is taking a really slow first step, which is a good idea if you're wanting to see what your opponent is doing.
So Caitlin Liu is 14. She's at the outer limits of this. She is a D23 fencer.
Another stop cut from Veronica. It feels like something she just learned, and she is
she's
having
trying.
fun. Yeah, it's like she's having a lot of fun doing it.
Yeah. It's funny because she went for the arm, and she thought she got it, but Lou had actually touched her beforehand and locked her out. 7-7. 7-7.
They seem very evenly matched.
Yes.
At least in this bout. All right, so Veronica that time was moving her feet. She just decided to try a duck parry there, but was miscalculating where Lou was going to finish.
Okay, she's got to calm down. That's all I would tell her. We're at the 1 minute break at 8, so it's 8-7. So this is a super tight match.
It's hard to calm down when you're a little flustered, but you have to
Yeah.
put into perspective you're only 1 point away.
Yeah, and Lou could potentially have 2 years of experience on Gonzalez.
At least in life.
At least in life, maybe
Life
even
experience
in fencing.
counts.
Yeah,
Yeah.
life experience counts. But it even could be in fencing, so we just don't know. The coaches are both very coachy.
They're very animated.
Yeah, exactly. So Maxim is with Scarsdale. Maxim Lahotska is the coach at Scarsdale Fencing.
And then on the other side, we have the Manhattan fencing coach.
Yes.
Lou seems to be really taking in that information.
Test, please. Let's hear it.
Usually when you're ahead, your coach is telling you, this is what the other person might do to adjust.
Right.
And this is how you're going to counter adjust.
And this is what you do well. This is what you are hopefully going to continue doing.
So let's see what the first touch is like, because a lot of times that sets the tone.
That's the first thing that comes from your coaches, from your ears, right?
An attack in preparation from Lou. You saw her hand was ahead.
I mean, her feet were beautiful. It was like a nice, slow, I'm coming in movement.
Mm-hmm. So she's controlling the box for sure, so Veronica's going to have to leave the box or try something new in the box.
Or just reach very long.
Reach very long works as well. I don't know why Lou went back there, because she was controlling the box.
And they both stepped and stopped, and then Gonzalez continued. Oh, pull back. 9-11.
Good choice from
Lou.
Veronica, but Lou just counter-parried it.
Okay.
And Lou's going to be
Attack, no.
patient.
Lou is going to be patient and push her down the strip.
Oh, but the finish was not strong enough.
And that was also an attack, no. So we've got Veronica coming. But Lou got her in the counterattack.
It's a little unlucky, but she was getting too close.
Yeah. You have to watch your space, right? Keep your distance. The title of Jeff Buchantz's book. Keep the distance.
Closing the distance, I think? Yeah, closing the distance.
Yeah.
Behind his dad,
Yeah.
who was an Olympian.
Yeah.
Big shoes to fill. All right, Veronica has to stay active and move her feet here. Because Lou is explosive.
That footwork is incredible. She's really come alive in the second half, I have to say.
For sure.
Okay, here we go. Veronica comes back with a point.
And she's at 10, so it feels like she's back. She's back in.
Yeah.
Attack in preparation from Lou.
And that is the bout.
That's what the ref was calling the whole time in the box. She's controlling the box. Her hand
I didn't
is
see any
forward.
salutes. That was just a click, and then
Just
they're
a
off.
click. I mean, that's kind of post-COVID. We're forgetting a lot of the saluting and handshaking and everything, just blade taps.
I do not feel any happiness that we didn't get a salute.
I know, they need to salute the commentators too. That's the new rule.
Okay, so we have a final. We have a final in the Y14 Women's Saber. It's going to be Emma Tang and Caitlin Liu, who we just saw fence into this with some explosive footwork.
Nice jump from Lou right there. So Lou is
Yeah.
pretty warmed up right now.
Yeah, I mean, if I were Lou, I'd be like, run, get the slip, come back, let's go. Because Tang has had a few minutes to chill.
And Tang needs to hype herself back up. Listen to some AC/DC on her headphones.
I don't think kids listen to AC/DC anymore.
It's really funny. When I was a kid, before I fenced and was on a swim team, My dad he had like an iPod Touch or one of those little
One of
first
the old
generation
ones,
iPods.
right.
And he had Welcome to the Jungle.
Oh, right, of course. Was
by
that your hype
AC/DC.
music?
Well, it was my dad's hype music, and when you're a kid, you don't really...
You don't have your own hype
You don't
music.
have taste at
Right,
that point. So
right.
well, not saying that's not taste, but it's kind of your parents' taste.
Sure.
So my dad would load that up on the iPod, put it in my ears before a swim meet,
I
and then
love
I would just get
it.
really hyped before I would just jump in the water and stare at the bottom of the pool.
That's amazing. Staring at the bottom of the pool, your favorite thing. I'm
Yep.
kidding. I know you don't like that. Yeah, okay, so we have Y14 finals. They'll be coming right up. And then we will have probably the Y12 finals coming soon thereafter. Y12 women's foil coming soon thereafter.
Wonderful. And we saw cadet women's foil already, so I wonder...
We're going to see some repeat offenders.
Yeah, did
think.
did those events overlap, though?
No.
Okay, so it was possible to
Yes.
do both. Okay.
Yeah, it was just possible.
Barely.
Barely. Yeah. So.
You just got done fencing, and then you have to warm up again for the next thing.
But you're already warm.
You're already warm. Well, probably cooled down if you were one of the first people who,
That's
who
true.
was out.
That's true. That's true.
Sometimes it was really funny to see kids do better in the older age group than in their age group.
It happened. I mean,
It does happen. You just are having a better day.
when I look at the results, I'm always like, to me, it's very interesting. Like, you'll see, like I was saying earlier, there's a large group of women fencers in the foil program at Tim Morehouse, and they go anywhere from Y10 to cadet junior. We've got one really good junior fencer right now, and everybody else is cadet level. But they all, when they travel, they all do every event. So the Y10s will be fencing in the junior event or the cadet, maybe not the junior event, but they'll fence in the cadet event. They'll fence in the they'll fence in the Y11. I'm sorry, the Y12, the Y14, and sometimes, you know, in their own age category, they get a silver or a bronze or, you know, maybe like 5th place. But further up, you know, Y14, they get silver or gold. I mean, it's just,
Yeah.
it really does not matter what your age is in many cases.
Right, and that's what I would tell a lot of my students when I was coaching.
Hold on one second. If you want me to, I can announce it. Just make sure the kids are here.
We'll be having a final
Yeah, I'll announce it.
on the final strip, and we'll have to announce it
Okay, we have
in
we have
5
their
minutes.
names. We have their names. So you can take it. It's fine. We have our names.
The Y14 Women's Saber Final will take place in 5 minutes. The final strip, please report to the final strip for the Y14 Women's Saber Final.
But a lot of these kids would be all flustered and worried about fencing Y12, and I would just like take them and say like, it's the same people, plus maybe like 3 other people who
Right.
have been fencing for less
Less
they
time
have.
than you.
Yeah, exactly.
just-
And I would kind of have to tell them that, but then they'd have this whole psychological moment where fencing Y10, they would be aggressive and confident, and then Y12 suddenly they're like worried
Shaken.
and shaken. And it was just kind of funny to me, but that even happened in the older age ranges. I remember even like last year at one of my last NACs that I fenced, it was pretty much the same women in Division I in the senior category
Right.
who are also fencing juniors.
Right.
Because they're at that age where
They can just do it.
they can just do it. They're still in college, but they're also maybe on the senior team as well. And there are only a few women who are a little bit older who are added into the mix.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know. The fencing up thing. I've never had to experience that. I mean, but I will fence down.
Because you're always at the top.
I'm always at the top. I'm always at the top. Yeah, a couple seasons ago, I spent my entire spring season fencing Div 2. And it's a real comeuppance, but I got a lot of time on the strip because I was able to. You know, I was just able to do it. Some of it was demoralizing, and some of it was fine.
Yeah. Div 2 and Div 3 are such a mix of
So
people.
let's explain it. Division
Yeah.
2 and Division 3, it's wide open, right? You just have to have a rating below a B?
I'm not exactly sure. For each one, it's different.
Okay.
Div 2 and Div 3.
Yeah, I think
forget the
Div
cutoff.
3, it's like unrated and like up to, I think, a C. And then I think Div 2, I can look this up.
Is below a B or something,
Yeah,
something
yeah,
like
something
that.
like that.
But
But you end up fencing a lot of teenage girls.
yeah, I remember fencing Div 2 and 3 when I was maybe 15, 14, 13 years
Right,
old.
right.
And I was fencing grown women. I
Sure.
was fencing every college fencers.
Right.
And that gives you a wide range of experiences and styles.
Yeah, totally, totally. It can be a speedy event. It can be a slow event, depending on who you're fencing. That's for sure.
And when I got my A, I was actually sad I couldn't fence those events anymore because they were so fun and
They
so
are fun.
open-ended. But my coach was like, "Don't be sad. You don't have to worry about that anymore."
You can fence Division 1. You can fence Division 1A.
Division 1A was always confusing to me because I'm like, okay, we have Division 1. Why does there have to be a Division 1A?
I don't know. I don't know enough to know the differentiation, but I can find it out.
Yeah, we can research this.
I'm going to do it right now. I'm going to do it right now. We are getting ready to switch over to the Y14 Women's Saber final between Emma Tang on the left and Catherine Liu on the right. Do you want to put their names in?
Yep. Division 1A is really funny because I fenced the Division 1A at a national championship and I won. So I was the Division 1A national champion, but
Congratulations.
in 2017, but I don't know what Division A is because a lot of the Division 1 fencers are like, "Oh, it's Division 1A." Like, I
What's
don't
the
really,
difference,
like,
right?
A lot of them don't fence Division 1A because they're like, "Oh, I don't want to get tired or
Well, I have
injured
all
during
the
that."
answers, okay?
It doesn't give you points like Division 1 does.
All right, well, here I go. Here are the divisions.
So we have Tang on the left.
Tang on the left and Liu
From
on
Canada.
the right. Yes, from Canada. And Liu from Manhattan, fencing on the right. And this is Y14 Women's Saber. There's a nice little cheering section over there. It's nice to cheer on these women. I think we are going to be refereed by Adam Barnett. Standing ready.
Who we're now friends with.
Who we're now friends
Because he comes and visits the commentator
yeah.
table.
I've always been friends with him.
You've always been friends with him.
He
wow.
resembles the son of my best friend.
Yeah.
And I saw him and I did a double take the first time I ever saw him.
He has
so.
son of a best friend energy.
He does. He does.
So both of these times,
okay, 1 for 1.
Liu has been trying to take a parry against Tang, and then she took the parry
She took the
successfully
parry,
there.
yeah.
She's very parry focused so far.
I like that. This is fast.
Oh,
And
but
we
the
missed it.
finish, she didn't add
She is
a
keeping
step
her
to that
distance.
finish.
Come on. Wow. That was beautiful use of the strip. Okay.
Yes.
So Division 3 is for D, E, or unrated fencers. Division 2 is for C, D, E, or unrated fencers. Division 1A is often called open. It is the only divisional category without a rating requirement. It is generally made up of A, B, and C rated fencers. Division 1 is for the highest rated fencers, A, B, or C. Elite fencers, people who are working hard to compete at the top. So that is that.
Nice attack in the box from Tang. And another parry from Liu. So whenever someone is controlling the box and really strong, going really straight with their arm and winning that attack in the box, you can easily parry them because you know they're coming straight for a parry.
Right.
She was trying to parry again, but too big. She needs
Too
to
big.
make her parry a little smaller right there.
Let's see a little bit more about Emma Tang.
And another parry from Liu. I think out of the 5 touches she scored, about 4 of them have been parries. So if I'm Tang and I've been parried that many times, I'll think, maybe I should change my target. Maybe I should make it, counterattack. That's the way she won. I think she used that in her semifinal bout.
So Emma Tang is a D-rated fencer. She just got her rating up from an E a week ago.
On October 5th.
On Thursday, actually.
Wow.
My son's birthday.
Wow, she's fencing a lot.
So last weekend she fenced and she got this rating, and I'm just going to look and see. Yep, at the Ben Gutenberg Memorial SYC RCC, she got her rating by getting first place in Cadet Women's Saber. So she fenced up, got her rating, and now she's back here in Y14, and she's looking fierce.
That was a really clean pull from Tang. She barely had to move back in order to pull Lu. Oh, so like I said,
she was looking for the parry.
Yeah, exactly. She was looking for the parry, but I was saying Tang has been parried so many times she needs to change her target, and she did there.
Yeah.
So that makes me feel good as a backseat coach.
So the score is 8-6 for Emma Tang. We're at the break. Caitlin Liu has 6. She's talking with her coach from Manhattan Fencing. Emma Tang is talking to her mom. I'm assuming that's her mom. I think it's her mom.
She doesn't have a big iPad, so.
No.
But she's videoing perhaps on her phone.
She's got the phone going.
Team Canada.
Exactly.
I think a lot of times a coach, the role of the coach is telling a kid, if they train enough at practice and get enough lessons on the strip, coaching should be telling them what they already know.
Yeah,
but
it's refreshing.
but it just doesn't get knocked into your head enough, and you have to be reminded of something. And I think that's some of the most effective coaching, is just kind of bonking your student on the head a little bit, not physically, but just like, hey, maybe you shouldn't do that. Yeah,
right.
Remember that lesson we took? And you're like, oh yeah. But if you're teaching them something in the moment, they'll get a little confused.
But it's also, I think, the coach has the ability, has the perspective, right? When you're in it, you're in it. Like, you're knee deep in it. And you might not recognize that that person is dropping their blade or they're coming in a certain way, and they give you an out. So, that was painful, Kate.
And Lu is pulling her arm here, so she could have also, Tang could have also done an attack and prep, which she did there. She recognized that pull in Lu. Lu had such a straight hand, and she's starting to hold her hand back, I think, because she wants to do a long attack.
Oh, and she did, and she missed.
She missed. There was no need to jump.
Right.
It looks really cool, but once
right.
you're in the air, you have less control over your movement.
Exactly. You don't jump unless you really, like, again, that's the braggadocio move. That's the one that you use when you have 14 and they have 4.
Yeah, or, I mean, you usually just want to finish it off, but looks cool, though. It just seems that Lu was trying to leave the box and push Tang, and that's made her preparation worse in the box. So she's losing her power in the box. So she has to either leave the box or parry like she was doing. But Tang has kind of adjusted and gone around her parry. Lu's long attack just is not strong enough at the end to finish.
So we have a winner in Emma Tang.
So she'll go home and practice that long attack. Because that would have changed the whole trajectory of the bout.
That would have. I think so. So we have a winner in Y14 Women's Saber, Emma Tang.
From Canada.
And our silver medalist is going to be Caitlin Liu from Manhattan Fencing. I'm going to make a quick announcement. I'll be right back.
All right.
Y14 Women's Saber medal awarding will take place in 5 minutes. Please come to the final strip area if you are receiving a medal in Y14 Women's Saber.
Let's try to get Miss Tang over here. Before or after?
I'm going to do medals
before. Great.
We're running out of people to talk to.
I know.
Where have our people gone?
There were so many. There was almost too many people to talk to.
Totally, yesterday.
And now, it could be fun to talk to an armorer or someone like that.
I mean, they're so busy, though.
A wild card.
I'm not sure that we need
They don't have
to take
time,
them away.
though.
Yeah.
They're needed.
They are needed.
Whatever happened to Andrew Fischel?
I know, he was supposed to come today. Andrew Fischel, if you're out there, come on over.
Cyrus of Chaos.
Cyrus of Chaos, we are dying.
I wanted to hear where that name came from.
Yes, I wanted to have a lot
It's so
of
intense.
I mean, I want to understand because his is a very cool, it's a cool website. He's the only one who does it. People love him. It's so informational.
Sometimes he recruits people to film for him, but in fencing it's really important to have that kind of media and commentary on different bouts so we can learn more from other fencers.
Yeah, I know. So when I have spare time and I want to look at things on YouTube, I often watch fencing.
Yeah.
And I think I learn a lot from it. I mean, I know watching is, not the same as doing, but it really is helpful to watch
you can learn
different
so
people's technique, learn something from somebody who is doing something different than what you do.
Have you ever had a video lesson with your coach?
No. Yes, I take that back. So at the very beginning of COVID, I took a class. With it was the very first Tim Morehouse online lesson ever. My son and I did it in our dining room. We didn't have enough space. It was we were using we were doing a tennis ball exercise, and the tennis ball was hitting the lamps in the living room. I mean, it was just crazy pants. I did not continue in that vein, but I did actually take a lot of footwork classes during the pandemic video. And I would still do it today. I mean, it's a great workout.
Or a video lesson where you're watching a video, I mean.
Oh, no. I was doing live streams.
Oh, yeah, like a Zoom lesson.
Like a Zoom lesson. Zoom classes. I love a Zoom class. It's so easy.
Yeah, you can just sit there.
No one's really yelling at you in a Zoom class. They're I don't think you're doing the right thing, but I can't see you well enough to know.
Yeah.
So a Zoom class feels good.
But I would have video lessons with my coach where we would sit down and watch a video.
Right.
And it would usually be in his head, he would have a whole library of different bouts that he could conjure up based on a problem I was having. Let's say there's a bout between Sofia Velikaya and another fencer, and he's like, Jillian, watch this.
Right.
You just lost a bout in which you were rushing, and the other fencer was really slow.
So I had a coach who would, when I first started fencing lefty, I was doing it because of injury. Oh, are we having a guest? Come on in.
Yeah, come on in.
Come on in, take a seat. Yep, take a seat. Put this on.
We have Miss Tang.
We're going to talk to you about your last bout. Come on in, get that on your head so you can hear us. But so he prescribed Chloe Fox Gitomer.
Oh, Chloe Fox Gitomer, yeah.
Or Gitomer.
Yeah.
Watch her fence.
Yeah.
Watch her fence, and you'll learn. And I was like, okay, I'll learn to be a lefty. This is Emma Tang, correct? Slide in a little bit. Excuse me. We have the winner of the Y14 Women's Saber final event. That's you, the gold medalist, Emma. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming over. Can you put that a little closer to your mouth? So we were watching very carefully. We watched several of these bouts leading up to the finals. Did you learn anything by watching other people before you fenced them, or?
Yes, a bit, maybe. I don't know. I'll watch their preparation, their speed, how fast they are, and their statistic of the day. Do they feel like attacking or defending?
Right. And what did you think that Caitlin Liu was doing today?
I think she was getting a bit tired at the final.
I think you're right. I saw that.
Yeah,
right?
after the break, it changed a little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she's more of a defense, but then she started changing to attacking because I was going back a lot.
Right.
And then so I started to be I don't know, I slowed down to change myself a bit. To follow her tempo and then react to it.
Yeah, your arm is out there every single time. I love the arm, right?
Yeah. How far did you travel to come here today?
We drove 10 hours.
10 hours?
From where?
Canada, Markham.
I love it. I've competed up in Markham. I love that club. Bango?
No, it's Markham Fencing Center.
Markham Fencing Center, right.
So tell us, what is your favorite thing about fencing? Why do you do fencing and not something else?
I did fencing. I don't really know why I like it, but maybe
like the second when you feel like you got something, like when you are focusing on your opponent and you just suddenly found something that you can do to it, and then you just got the point and then keep getting the point, and it feels great.
I bet. It does feel great, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we are going to do a medalist ceremony in just a moment, but tell us what's next for you. Where are you fencing next?
I'm going back to Canada to fence the Canadians Nationals or Canada Cup, and then I'm
Okay.
coming back for the neck.
Wow, you're going everywhere. That's a lot of fencing. Is this
Yeah.
all you do, or do you have other hobbies as well?
That's all I do.
That's, I mean, you know,
Yeah.
you found your passion.
You do school too, right?
Yeah.
Okay, okay, just checking.
That's good news.
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, congratulations.
Wonderful.
Very
Thank you.
well.
Good
Congratulations
job.
with the
Great
glove.
fencing.
Thank
Okay,
you.
and we are going to break away for a few minutes and do a medal ceremony. So we will tune in a few minutes at the 9 State Fencing Cup live from Chelsea Piers in Connecticut. We will be having a medal ceremony, and then we will come back with some fencing in a few minutes. Thanks.
All right. Great.
I say no. You say you can finish the last page by yourself. You can't keep moving. Don't tell me die. I'm so tired. Bless you.
We'll find out.
He always takes his glasses off.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello.
Oh, I can hear you.
Okay, we are back at the 9 State Fencing Cup, coming to you live from Chelsea Piers in Stamford, Connecticut, and we are joined by the winner. Oh, we should get the cup over here. We are joined by the winner of the exhibition match last night, Ziad Al-Sisi. You shut out Eli Dershowitz by 1 point. It was a very exciting bout. Did you enjoy it, or was it like, oh my gosh?
It was a lot of fun. Fencing Eli is fun, having all the crowd, the amazing crowd, the cheering, seeing all the future champions watching us is a very nice atmosphere. So we really had a very nice, enjoyable time yesterday.
Right. I mean, it was so exciting, quite honestly. Like, to see that high level of fencing up close. I mean, that could have been the Olympic final bout.
Yep. And that was the NCAA final bout for 2 years in a row.
Right.
It was very close to be the World Championship final bout.
Close.
Yes, 1 point away.
So in the NCAAs, who won?
Eli.
Oh, come on.
15-14.
So I guess it's a grudge match.
15-14. We fenced a lot in a couple of World Cups and Grand Prix, and hopefully, like in Paris 2024, it should be the
hopefully the same thing, right?
So you've already qualified for Paris 2024.
So the qualification ends in April 1st, 2024. We're in the process of the qualification, so we for sure know when it gets to April 1st, 2024. That's why when they release the final list. But hopefully we're in a good shape to qualify. Fingers crossed until the end.
So you would qualify individually and maybe also as a team?
Yes, so far I qualify individually as a team for the ranking points, but until
April
1st,
you don't know.
April 1st
But you are
you
are #1 in Africa. You won the African zonals.
Yes.
And then your team won 3rd place.
So currently I'm #1 ranked in Africa, 3rd in the Olympic ranking, and 4th on the world individually.
Okay.
And on the team event, I think we're number 8 or 9.
Right.
And if we're in top 16 and we're the first team in Africa, so we qualify directly to the Olympics.
And you will take several of our other coaches. You will take
Coach Amir.
Coach,
yes.
Who's very tall. I had no idea he was that tall. Is he like 6'5"?
He's almost 2 meters. I know in centimeters. He's almost 2 meters.
Almost 2 meters.
Yeah, 195, I think.
And then who are the other teammates?
Oh, I think we have the 2 brothers, the Mortaz.
Oh.
But again, the team doesn't get finalized until we
April.
get to the end.
Right. Yeah. And so, just in case we didn't mention it, you represent Egypt.
Egypt, yes.
You are Team Egypt all the way.
Yep.
And very impressively, your wife is also Team Egypt.
Yes.
Nora Ngoar.
Narangoar, yes.
And she is #1 in squash?
She's world #1, yes.
That's unbelievable.
And junior world champion, former junior world champion.
Amazing. I saw her here last night as well.
She
I'm
was
sure
here. Actually, she's somewhere around here. She's here
she's
now.
floating around now. I'm sure she loves coming to fencing events. It's a
Yeah, she
very
likes
different
a lot.
vibe
Yep.
from squash, right?
Yep. She enjoys fencing. She wants to try, but well, one day I'll make her try.
Can you walk us through a day of how you're preparing for potentially the Olympics or all of these World Cups coming up?
Okay, so my normal day is we wake up, actually me and Ruan, we wake up like 6:30 in the morning. We do our conditioning training with our personal trainer in Connecticut here at 7 a.m. We finish by like 8:30, 9, go back home, shower. And then after that, I have a litter, like just make sure I put myself in a good mindset. If I have to watch a couple bouts or something like that, and then I go to the club. I do a little bit of footwork. I coach my little kids a little bit, and then at night I go train with like a bunch of the like high level athletes later in the city.
Right. So are you? So you are a full-time coach at Tim Morehouse.
I mean, I'm not really. Yeah, technically you
As
can say that.
full-time as you can be.
Exactly. That's what I'm.
Because you get on a plane and go someplace almost every
Yes.
weekend, starting like next week.
Starting. Oh yeah, next week. But next week is not me. I'm going with our some of our team
Right.
members. Yeah, the Tim Morehouse, Robert, Rinley, Sean, Kim. They're going to the World Cup in Godolo,
right,
in Hungary. So I'm going to support them, and then starting from November 1st, we start our senior World Cups.
Have you found that being a coach has helped you as a fencer?
Oh, actually a lot.
Yeah.
Actually a lot. I didn't realize that. I always think of coaching a little bit, especially if you start giving a little lessons. It's hard, but if you find that balance, you start seeing a lot of things from different perspectives that you never get to see it.
I love that.
So I think it really helped me like discover a lot of things that I haven't seen from other perspective, which really had a good impact on my game.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
So we had a coach over here yesterday talking to us about the different styles of the different countries, how they fence differently. So what's the Egyptian style? But do you fence the Egyptian style because you train in America?
So that's a good question. Egypt, we don't have a specific style because we had like different coaches from all over the world that came like in a different times. So like if you look at our team, we don't have one style. So that's actually a benefit when we fence other teams.
Right.
Usually when we fence another team, we know their style, we try to adjust to it.
Right.
But when they fence us as a team, each one of us, like me, is different than Amr, is different than Tumatas.
Right.
Each one of us has a different style, and each one of us is not only like just following one school. It's like having different schools. Like I don't have like a Egyptian style or a U.S. style. I have somewhere
like
in the middle. In the middle, like taking a little bit from here, taking a little bit from Asia, blah blah blah. I just try to see what's the best for me and just put it together.
Right. It's working.
It is. I mean, it's tricky because sometimes you need to make a little adjustments because just a little different might not make it work at all.
Right.
And little adjustment might make it work perfectly. So,
Right.
So I had that part that I struggled a little bit with it until I found a good balance. I think.
So I have to say, my favorite part of watching you fence is the bounciness. I mean, you are airborne so often, and you know, I showed this to my son is now a volleyball player. He used to be a fencer, and now he's a volleyball player. And it's all about his vert, right? He needs to get off the ground. And I said to him, he has a 30-inch vert, which is incredible, right, for a kid.
That's very nice.
And I said, I think that because the goal is 40. I'm like, I think that I think that Ziad has the 40-inch vert. And I don't know. Have you measured it?
I didn't measure, but I used to play basketball. That's why.
So you have the vert.
I used to play basketball. I like I like to jump a lot.
I mean, your jumping is legendary.
We had that challenge when we were kids to like try to touch the rim.
Right.
So I was like always trying to like work on it, trying to jump higher, and that's I mean it's reflecting on fencing because.
So your basketball cross training is helping you out in fencing.
I did.
I love it.
Even though you've reached such a high level, there's always something you can improve. What is one thing you're kind of focusing on and working on right now in your fencing?
There's a lot. I think there's a lot. There's always room for improvement. There's nothing like it's. If you think that you reach the level that this is what you want, it's not. I'm not that person. I'm always like trying to improve not only in fencing, like everywhere, as a coach, as a husband, as a personal, as a person. I try always to find like what could I do to be better.
Right.
Because there's always, if you get better to a certain level, there's somebody better than you.
Right.
And there's always someone better than you or some like higher level that you could reach. Or if you think that you reach the highest, which I don't think anybody have ever reached that, but like you could even take that bar higher.
Right. Well, what Eli was saying, as soon as he hit number 1, all of a sudden he was a target.
Yeah, of course.
And like,
I always hear my wife saying that is when you're the underdog, it's fine. You're enjoying it because
Right.
you always want to like get that
Get there.
get to beat those monsters on top. And when you start being on top, now it's a different challenge because you want to maintain that and want to make that gap between you and the like number 2 and number 3 like higher.
Right.
So it's a little challenge. So actually, when you're playing other people, like they are the underdog, you're under pressure because you don't want to lose your spot.
Right.
And they have nothing to lose.
Right.
If they win, it's a good thing. Oh, it's a bonus. If I lost, it's fine. I mean, it's still, I lost the world number 1 and I'm getting better. I'm in the process.
Yeah.
What do you think is more powerful within yourself, wanting to win or hating to lose?
Neither of those.
Neither.
Enjoying.
Enjoying. That's good.
That's good. That's
Neither
a
of
really
those.
good attitude.
I like to enjoy it. At the end of the day, if I win, okay, it's a bonus. It's good. I win. I try to, I take that win and try to, like, like enjoy it and try to get ready for next one. I lose. I'm a little mad, but I try to, like, work on it, get ready for next time. But reaching enjoyment is the key. If you're really on the strip and you're having fun, I think that's the best you could ever reach. You'll
fence better if you're having fun.
You fence better. You enjoy the time better. You don't feel like that you're tired. You're just enjoying the day. And that's why I try to do when I'm going to fencing practice. When I'm going to fencing practice, I try to put myself in a good mindset. So, for example, I have to drive to the city for like an hour. So I try to talk to a person that I like to talk to, chat with, stop for a coffee, get a coffee. Try to put myself in a good vibe, good mood. So when I get to the club, I'm excited to start fencing.
Yeah. Okay, I've got one last question.
Sure.
Who on the world scene have you not seen that you look forward, or have you not fenced against that you look forward to fencing?
Oh, I think I've fenced everyone.
I was just going to say, I mean, Aaron Sloggy,
I did fence them.
Bazadze.
I did fence all of them. If I don't fence them individually, I fence them teams.
Right.
But one of the ones that I really like, I didn't get to fence individual. I fenced teams a lot. Is Kim Jong-woo.
Oh yes.
We didn't get to fence an individual bout in one of the tableaux in the World Cups or the Grand Prix.
And the Korean style of fencing is very different.
I love it.
Stomp, stomp, stomp.
I love it. I love how they fence. I don't know. I cannot judge, but I think I have a little bit. A lot of people tell me that you have a little bit in the Korean win and your way fencing.
I'm gonna go home and start watching videos.
I love fencing them. I love fencing them. I love seeing them fence. I think they're very talented. They're disciplined. They're very polite. They're very good people that I really respect a lot. I learned a lot from them, especially at my beginning. I always see when I used to lose, I used to get really mad and upset and I was like, that ref killed me a couple touches and start thinking about that. But when I see them and I see I see a bout, the ref did 6 wrong calls, and I see that Korean guy losing, and he was supposed to clearly win this bout. And all of a sudden after the bout, he's just saluting, with respect, going to shake hands, saying thank you. I was like,
the grace.
Man, I wish I have that thing. And I think I've learned a lot of it, and I'm trying to apply that to me, and I think that really helped me a lot.
Wow, that's great. That's really
good.
So
I give them the credit.
The grace of the Korean fencers.
I think the culture itself.
Okay, I think we are going to switch to watching some of these little kids fence. Thank you so much for speaking with us.
Thank you so much, Ziad.
Ziad, congratulations on last night and your continued success.
Thanks again.
You know, all we do is cheer for you, so.
Thank you.
I might bring my son in for a training session.
I'm always there. Thanks.
Thanks very much. Okay, we are going to switch our attention to, I'm going to bet that this is Y10.
Y8.
Oh my gosh, it's even better. Y8 men's saber, they're tiny.
And we have Tim Morehouse's son, Jackie, on the right.
Uh-oh.
Taking a knee and a sip of water.
Are they at a break?
They're at a break because they're at 5.
Oh, these are DEs.
5-3.
Come on, look at that. Look how sweet this is. He's not getting any coaching because
They're
I think
teammates.
he's fighting against a teammate.
And we have Gabriel McCarthy as the referee, who's
Gabriel
also
McCarthy, who is also a Tim Morehouse fencer.
yeah.
He is I believe he's a cadet level fencer.
Yes.
He may be a junior level fencer momentarily. I think he's got like seconds left before he turns 17. So, okay, we are Y8 men's saber. I will tell you who we are fencing against right now. It is Panos Tornas and Jack Morehouse. Panos got the point.
He has some good attacks, but his arm is swinging. Started a little early.
You have to wait for me before you start, please. And this, at this point, is the table of 8. Whoever wins this one will end up with a medal, so, and get to go on. My goodness.
Another attack.
I feel like Panos is on the attack. I mean, look at them. They're so tiny. Okay. Okay.
He was on the guard there, which made it a parry riposte on our right. A nice attack
How did
from
he get
Jack
that one
Morehouse,
light?
but on the left he counterattacked that. It's just his arm is so sporadic, you don't know where it's going to be.
My goodness.
Oh, now he only needs 1 point.
So we've got Panos. Moments away from getting a point up.
It's attack no because he swings his arm as he's
And
going.
he misses, yeah. Okay, 5-9.
On guard, please.
On guard.
Ready, fence.
Another counterattack. He's just catching Jack
Salute, please.
with his hand down.
Uh-oh. We've got to get a salute from the young ones. Let's go.
They're learning sportsmanship,
They need to tap blades.
learning how to lose.
They've got to salute one another, and then they've got to salute their ref. It's hard being a Y8 fencer. I got news for you.
Yeah.
All the things you try and learn in your classes, putting them to good use in a tournament is hard because you're nervous. I mean, come on. You're nervous. It's a lot of people.
Too
it's
many
a whole different environment.
emotions.
Yeah.
It's hard enough for adults.
Oh.
All right. All right, white 10 girls saber tableau is posted.
My goodness.
Everyone go to the strips where you are fencing the pools.
Will we be getting another bout up here? I hope so. I hope so.
And the referee will send you to a
Little Jack is getting a piggyback ride
Yep.
from Coach Mustafa on his way out to cheer him up a little bit.
That's
He's
good.
there's a smile on his face.
There
He's
is a
okay.
smile on his face, which is good. That was really interesting what Ziad was saying about how he's looking for enjoyment. I mean,
Yeah.
that's a big deal.
Oh,
I mean,
wow. Yeah, that was something I had to learn. There was a bout that I was fencing at a college meet, and I was really struggling. It shouldn't have been that hard, and I was just having the toughest time. And in college fencing, you actually can do this and take a timeout.
Seriously?
Which is really great, because it's
That
5-touch
never
bout.
happens.
You need to take a break every once in a while
Right.
in a 5-touch bout. And
So it's
kind of
not to tie your shoe, fix your sock, play with your hair.
Yeah.
You actually can take a timeout.
Yes, and my,
I love
I
it.
think, I forget how many you got per bout. And my coach, Ariana Klinkov, did a timeout. She walked over to me and she said, Jillian, I don't care if you win this. And I was like, whoa, what?
What?
Because it was just against someone I really should not have been struggling against. And she's like, I don't care if you win or lose. She's like, I want to see you have fun. I want to see what you have in there. I want to see you try something. And I just want to see you enjoy this bout.
And did you?
And after she walked away, my entire perspective had
Perspective
changed.
changes.
And I'm like, okay, even though this is, you know, I think I was down like 3-0 or something. And all of a sudden I'm like, okay, I'm just going to have fun. I'm going to try a few actions. I'm going to play with it. And then all of a sudden I won 5-3 because I wasn't looking at the score. I wasn't worried or nervous. It was
Right.
just, all right, Ariana doesn't care if I win or lose.
It all worked out.
What matters is I need to focus on playing, because it's a game and people forget to
Right.
play with the game.
Right.
Within the confines of the game. And I'm really glad Ziad
That's his
has
thing,
realized that, and
right.
that's his thing, and you can really see the joy when he's fencing, and it translates really well into his physicality.
I mean, it is a joy to watch him fence,
Yeah.
I think. And the same with the same thing with Eli Dershowitz. I mean, I find him to be such an I love his stance. I find it just to be so and you know, I watched all the fencing in the Olympics because I just was, you know, I'm interested, I'm curious, and to see the different styles and to see, like, you know, Daryl Homer off the line as fast as he is. You know, I mean, he's just like, he takes physicality and fencing to it completely. He fences like a Hungarian, quite honestly.
Yeah.
Because those Hungarians were also like, boom, 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 boom. Like, what just happened? You know, they're fast off the line. They move like nobody's business. I love it. Looks like we are getting more fencers on our strip.
But I would say at any level, if you're not having fun anymore, what is the point?
What is the point?
Of putting
Exactly.
time and money and energy into something if it's not fun anymore? Even if you're the best in the world,
Right.
then it's a job.
Right.
Then you might as well like go and make money
Yeah.
if you're not having fun at a
Exactly.
job.
Exactly. Okay, so I do not know who that was. It just came off the line, but he came off like a
They're
shot.
both Tim Morehouse
They're both
fencers.
Morehouse fencers. I am afraid, you know the phrase herding cats?
Yeah, it's herding cats in the bout.
I am afraid that Gabriel McCarthy, the ref on this bout, is having a hard time keeping them under control. But they're so cute.
They are so cute.
I mean, I would yellow card them because they're crossing their feet.
Oh
but
yeah, they're breaking so many rules, but it's okay.
Yeah, yeah.
You get to break
cute.
the rules when you're that cute.
Okay, I don't know who these kids are. I cannot tell you. Maybe it's Leonidas Constantine and Lucas Fung, because that's what I have for. I have two on this chart that are both from Tim Morehouse. Maybe that's who they are, 7 and 10. I won't know,
But
though.
so many of the fencers in this tournament are from Tim Morehouse.
Yes, so many of the fencers from in this particular event.
Oh yeah, definitely, because that club has so many young up-and-coming fencers.
Yeah, I was going to say we've got 3 fencers who are not Tim Morehouse fencers in this event. Of the
Oh, I see Constantine on the back of that one.
Oh, does that say that? Oh,
Yeah.
good. Okay, so of the 11 fencers, 3 of them are not Tim Morehouse fencers. So
Wow.
that's fine. You know, and also this is a local tournament for them, so why not try it,
Exactly.
right?
Yeah. Get some experience.
Oh my gosh, they want to come back faster than their 1 minute. They're like, yeah.
They're so
They're going to
ready.
rock it. 5-1.
And Constantine's LeMay has to be rolled up so that it's not too long.
Oh my gosh, I'm dying. They're so cute. Well, Constantine keeps coming in. Oh, and it's a 1 light for
He came
Lucas
in fast,
Fung.
but he just did not hit.
And their arms are not extended. Do you see that?
Yeah, they're kind of holding.
Okay, there we go. We got an arm extended.
There was an arm extended there.
That was good because they were for a while they were both coming in and just clicking. Oh well.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Faster off the line.
Faster off the line, and that's why he's ahead.
Oh, I love these little fencers.
He can keep doing that
all day
unless
long.
the one on the left changes.
It's gonna. You do it until it stops. Oh, friend, Lucas Fung, come on.
He did not extend his hand. That's what he needs to learn. He'll go home and do that with his coach.
I believe that Leonidas Constantine I don't know. They are the winner. Congratulations. And they have made a top 8. They get a medal.
You never know.
I'm going to yell. Gabriel, who's coming up next? Oh, yep. We've got more refs coming out. Looks like we're going to have more fantastic Y8 fencing. We've got more. We got Adam Barnett calling some people. He's calling Luca Marola and Panos Tornas to the strip. That we are not the table. You have to go all the way in the back.
A lot of kids think we're the bout committee, but we're not.
We are not the bout
Even though
committee.
we're adults at a table. with computers.
We look official-ish.
We do.
We don't look official. We just look sparkly.
Oh yeah, sparkly for sure. Sparkly and green.
Yes, exactly. And we have 2 kids hooking up right now. That is Luca Marola and Panos Tornas. They are both in the top 8, so they are fencing off to see who goes to the top 4.
And Panos Tornas already in Y8 already represents Greece.
Good for him.
So this isn't just regional, it's international.
International competition as we speak. Okay, both from Tim Morehouse. So they are not getting any coaching. Wow.
It's actually incredible how Panos Tornas can just like choose any action and do it, and somehow he gets
how he got the point.
He gets the point. Yeah.
Okay. And twice.
Look, exactly.
2
Yeah,
in a
he
row
did
now.
the same thing twice and it worked both times, even though the other fencer kind of chose had the right idea there.
So Luca Marola just got that first point. He was on the move. His blade was in position.
At
This is
this
good news.
age, I think technique is the most important thing. You need your basics down, and that is, I think, definitely the most important. The fencer with the best technique is the one who wins in these situations because you make it clear for the referee what you're trying to do. It was an attack Malparé. He was trying to parry, and a Malparé means you parried, you blocked, but you did not finish the repost, the hit after the parry. Which, honestly, the hardest part is doing the parry and the block.
Right, right.
The easiest part is just hitting the person afterward, but sometimes it's not the case. And that was an attack from our right. The score is 4-4. They're tied. They're evenly matched. And that time, Panos stuck his arm out, and it was a counterattack.
We are taking the break. 1-minute break. Panos' parents are coming in. I'm gonna assume that's gonna be the mom and the dad offering him some water. Where are Luca Marola? Where is Luca's support team?
He might be thirsty.
Maybe he doesn't want any water.
He's hydrated. Speaking of water,
Yeah,
I should hydrate.
I need to go get some more. We're gonna have to take a little walk and get some water shortly, so we're not losing our voices.
And they're ready.
Well,
Panos tried that parry, and
it did not work.
It was too big.
I mean, they've got nice stances. Like, they really do start on the young guard line in the right position.
Their hand, on the left, his hand is a little bit high. I would put his hand down just a little bit so his arm isn't bent in on guard like that.
Okay, so here we are. Mix it up, friends. Mix it up. Oh,
Panos can parry.
And Luke is suffering from that.
That was almost an attack no because he slowed down almost enough to stop, but he did not. He kept going. It was somewhat smooth, so
we have a winner in Panos Tornas. Luca Marola will stay in the top 8 and receive a top 8 medal, which is good news. 10-5 is a totally respectable score. Did they shake hands?
I did not see. I don't know. I don't know if they know what they're supposed to do at the end of the bout.
Okay, so we've got a top 8 for our Y8 men's saber. We can now move on to the top 4. I think we've got a couple of, we've started it. Okay. Why is that horrible beeping noise happening? Turn it off. All right, so I think we should probably take a 10-minute break while we wait for someone new to come to us. This is the 9-state fencing tournament coming to you live from Chelsea Piers in Stamford, Connecticut. We are bringing you all the live action we can find, whether it be Y8 or cadet or something in between. We will be back with you shortly. Thanks for tuning in. careful.
Be
Get a
careful.
Yellow card. Get a yellow card.
They could hurt each other.
Are we back on live? Okay. We are back with the 9-state fencing tournament. 9-state fencing cup. Oh, wow,
Ooh.
look at that lunge.
Big lunge.
Oh, and he bent his saber. He's got to fix that. Wait, his saber. Oh.
It's a little bent.
Oh my gosh, these kids are
Really
fierce.
good footwork.
Come on. He knows not to go off the end of the end of the strip. Okay, we are watching Y8 men's saber. These are the littlest of the boys.
Little men.
Little men. Oh my gosh, they're lovely. We have Russell Wang on the right-hand side. He is from Long Island Fencing. And we have Leonidas Constantine on the left. He is from Tim Morehouse. We have just saw him get into this position. They're both in the top 8, and they're fencing off to try and get into the semifinals. We're having a little weapon situation. It needs to be straightened out because he bent it on one of his last actions.
But so far, Wang's footwork is beautiful, especially for Y8, and I think that's why he's ahead 4-1. I was saying technique at this age is kind of what sets you apart, and he has some nice technique.
Also, he's got some style.
And style, of course.
He's got a blue lame.
Yeah.
It's the little things
Like, you
that
just
get
watch
us
his
going.
steps, and he's, you can tell his steps are at the level of a much older fencer.
So he is 5. We've got 5-1. We are having a 1-minute break. We are getting some coaching on both sides. I love it. Coach Mustafa is being very, very instructive, I can see.
On one knee with a little hug.
Russell Wang's coach gave him a little pep talk, fixed his weapon,
And he's
sent him
ready
back
to
out.
go,
He's
yeah.
ready to go. That's the thing about these little ones. They don't need the minute. They bounce right back.
They have so much energy.
Yeah,
and it's only to 10 points, too.
It's only to 10 points. So, again, live from the 9-state fencing cup.
In Stamford, Connecticut.
Chelsea Pierce in Stamford, Connecticut. Yep. We are coming to the end of 2 really jam-packed days. We have had 15 events. We had 15 events yesterday. We have 15 events finishing up today. Over 1,000 fencers in 2 days. It's a lot of people, a lot of fencing. And hopefully you've enjoyed what you've seen so far. Constantine on the push, took it down the strip. Got the point. Okay, watch. Okay, in that case, when someone's running at you with their saber out, what's the choice?
Running at you with their saber out in an attack or in the box. It depends where you are on the strip.
He's running, he's coming to meet you in the box. So is
in the box.
Is it parry or is it run away?
Either or. Yeah. You just have to, if someone's faster than you, you can't just try to run faster than them because it's like 2 bulls, and if they're faster than you,
Who got the yellow?
It's going to be their point. Oh, punch in the
guarded,
face.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't hit someone in the face with your guard. And they don't have as much control over their bodies.
I was just going to say, at this age, like, do they even know?
Yeah, they know
where
not to
their
do
arm
that,
is going?
but they can't control.
No,
Yeah, again, he got hit in the head. If you rewatch that, because they're not extending their hand.
They gave a hug. Come on.
That's cute.
They're fire.
When
Russell Wang was so
Russell
happy
Wang.
to take his mask off and get his moments.
When they're not
Aw.
extending their hand correctly, it's easy to get hit in the face because they're kind of punching instead
Right.
of extending with their tip.
Right, and if you get hit in the face, even though you have a mask on, with the bell, you could literally get like a head injury.
You could get a concussion, yeah.
There was I was at an event it was the last NAC that I was at last year. One of the women I was fencing with got hit with the guard in her head, and they did the concussion protocol, and they would not let her back out on the strip.
Wow, yeah.
I mean, she got hit pretty hard. Looks like we've got some more action. We've got a lot of referees. I hope we get some action. Oh yes, we've got someone coming back with a slip. These Y8 fencers are ready to go. I wonder if this is the fastest event in the history of this room.
Maybe. There have been events with only 5 people, and that was pretty
That
fast.
was fast.
I think that was like
very
Y8
fast.
men's epee.
Yeah, that happened like in 30 minutes.
Yeah. But then again, it's epee, which is slower.
Oh. We are going to get
Final.
Y10 men's foil. I guess we're going to take a break here from our, thank you. We're going to get the name on there. Huynh and Xian. Matthew Hewen and Kevin Sheehan.
Sheehan.
Say that again? Yeah. Yep, we're still live from Chelsea Piers.
And this is Y10 men's foil.
Y10 men's foil.
So you'll see the difference between the coordination of Y8 and Y10, and I think there's a big difference.
Yeah. We have been watching, we just were watching Y8 men's Saber. Different weapon, different actions all the way around. And now we are going to Y10 men's foil.
I think the younger the kid, the more the difference between each age.
Right.
You know, there's a big difference between 1 and 2, 2 and 3, and then it gets smaller and smaller. Like, I'm 23, and then 24, I'll probably be pretty much the same.
I'm hoping for you.
Who knows, though?
Maybe you will discover the secret of life and the happiness that Ziad has professed to
Yeah.
us. And you'll be a completely different person. I mean, I don't think you're, I think you're pretty happy as it is.
I'm pretty happy. They say the frontal lobe solidifies when you're 25, like with your decision making and everything.
Excellent.
Your personality is in the frontal lobe of the brain.
So if I asked you what you wanted for dinner, you'd be closer to be able to say definitively what you want now than you were yesterday.
Yeah, better decision making in theory before you're, after you're 25.
Right.
And I'm getting close to that, so.
Okay.
Better choices are in my future. All right, and they're off.
They're off. We had a beautiful lunge from Matthew Zian coming in, and he was parried. I'm sorry, by Kevin Zian and Matthew Hewen. Yeah, I think that's right. Matthew parried him right away and got that first point. Oh, what happened there?
Got stuck on the mask a little bit.
Whoops.
And you just know these boys have been practicing so much with their footwork because their lunges are impeccable.
Beautiful.
And their tip control is really good too. And I mean, they made it to the final, so
Here they
that
are.
shows that they've been practicing, but you know that they've been at their club at home, working with a dummy, working with their coach to make sure that little tip of their foil is pressing and hitting correctly, because in foil, accuracy is so important.
So important. And here's a little tidbit of information. These two gentlemen have made it through a field of 40 fencers.
That's a lot.
40 Y10 men's foil fencers competed to get here, and now there's 2 left.
And then it was 2.
And then it was 2. From 40 to 2. So they have been fencing all day long. I am not sure what time they started. I want to say it was like 12 o'clock. Maybe 1. I can't believe how today has flown by. It's 5:40. I can't believe it.
Yeah, I think it's because I haven't been looking at the clock. Today has gone by fast.
Okay.
I've just been in the fencing, having a good time.
So we're at 2-2 in the first period. And these kids are fighting, man.
Hyun has
target.
The USA on his pants, which...
Do you think that's possible?
I don't think there isn't an international circuit for Y10.
So maybe they're inherited from an older brother or
there
sister.
There is, in fact, the Youth Olympics, though.
Right, but do Y10 people go there?
You'd have to look it up. I'm not sure what age goes to the Youth Olympics, but
Off
I
target again.
think the Youth Olympics is below 16. I can look that up
Amazing.
though. Let me research this. But I think he just thinks the USA looks cool on his pants.
Sure, I'm intimidated. So Kevin is on the move. Matthew is not. Matthew is on the move. Oh, come on.
Oh,
Off target again.
The Youth Olympic Games, the athletes must be 15, 16, 17, or 18 years old.
So he is not going to the Youth Olympics. He's still 10.
Yeah.
So we are, I think that, oh, both off target. Wow. These kids are great. There's a lot of action on this strip. A lot of action on this strip.
I like that I'm feeling inspired by people younger than me.
Yeah, me too.
Your role models don't have to be older than you.
That is correct. So he just tested his weapon on the bib of Matthew, because I think that he thought he got an off target, but he actually thought he was on target. Maybe the mask was not attached, but it was right. But he did just get a point again. 3-2 for Kevin over Matthew. And we've got 47 seconds left in the first period. That's a lot of fencing in 47 seconds you can have. I hear screams in the background, so we've got some women fencers behind us.
They're coming up to be on the final strip.
Getting ready to come up on the final strip. A lot of off target, so it's hard. Tip control is hard when you're young.
It's really hard. You have to really have reflexes. Oh, there we go, a counterattack. The hand-eye coordination, coordinating your hand movements with your feet movements, and then being able to hit that tiny little vest.
Right. Yep. Oh, look at that.
He really found that tempo to come in there and do a counterattack.
Counterattack, yeah. So we're almost tied again. Wow.
Completed the attack by Xian on our right.
And we are at a 1-minute break because we finished the first period. Xian is from 5 Towns. On his mask, he has a 5T, which is cute.
Do the 5 towns in Long Island have a name?
Oh, there's 5 different towns. They have
There's
names, yeah. But they refer to themselves as the 5 Towns. It's
The
like
5
one
towns.
little enclave. It's not very far outside of Queens.
Oh, really? Okay.
South Shore, posh communities, 5 Towns. I think they're posh. I don't know.
They're posh. In a British sense of posh.
I think it's a pretty affluent area. I also think there's really good shopping. There's like a mall out there that's like got all the best brands, all the biggest and most popular, expensive brands. So yeah, it's in a Billy Joel song, the 5 Towns.
I think I need to do some research on the 5 towns. I live in Queens. How did I not?
You're close,
know
just
about
not
the
close
5
enough.
towns. But I'm on the border of Brooklyn.
Yeah, well, they're on the other side. They're on the, and they're on Long Island, so. And Matthew Hewen has commuted here from Virginia. What is FSA, I wonder? I'm going to look and see if I can get a real name for the name of his club.
Perry no repost from Xian on the other side. Point for Hewen.
Okay.
They're being very patient with each other. They're at they're closing the distance just a little bit.
So Matthew Hewen is from Fencing Sports Academy in Virginia, and I believe his brother Caleb Hewen was also involved in this event because he's registered. Also from the Fencing Sports Academy, so I just am gonna bet they're siblings.
They have to be siblings, yeah.
I mean, you don't
But
have
you
to have
never
anything.
know.
You never know.
A lot of siblings in fencing.
A lot of siblings.
Because
in
if one
fencing.
kid's doing it and you're already driving them to practice, you might as well take the other one too.
Do you get a discount at the club if you have multiples?
It depends on the club.
Yeah, because I was gonna say I don't think there is much of a discount anywhere. with fencing.
Oh, some squatting.
They've got fancy footwork, these kids.
They do.
I love it.
They're trying. I mean, they're unafraid to try things.
Right.
Nice parry from Xian. My 2 really good friends growing up, we went to preschool together. We went to church together. We did all kinds of things together. The Linder siblings.
Oh, right.
Brother and sister. And then we ended up.
Columbia,
we
right?
did Notre Dame. We ended
Notre
up.
Dame.
We were on the swim team together. Oh, counterattack. We were on the swim team together, and they were both NCAA champion.
Unbelievable.
In the same year. And yeah, it's Something about genetics in that case, I think.
You can be
Nature and nurture came together.
right, to create the perfect storm.
Oh yeah.
Wow, that was a fight. But we got an off target, so we got no point awarded.
Yes, and if there's an off target, but the person has right of way, no point is awarded, even if the other person hits on target.
Uh-oh. We've got kids running everywhere here, protecting our camera from being attacked by kids. This is a beautiful bout, I have to say.
There's some messy parries, but other than
But
that.
it's as nice as any of the other foil that we've seen today.
Which is impressive for
Yeah.
Y10.
For Y10, I mean, their footwork, I mean, they've got it.
And it makes me think a lot about the future of fencing, if it's just going to keep getting better and better with these kids coming up.
Coming in young. Hopefully they don't burn out, right?
Right. I mean, if you're a champion at 8, you know, where else can you go?
You're the national champion at 10. Uh-oh, we are switching weapons. Going for a new weapon. He's got a lot of patches on his outfit, so clearly he's done some good fencing.
Yeah, he's been. How do you earn a patch? It's a regional thing.
So it's a regional thing. You know, I know that you can earn them by getting regional points, and when you've got the top points in your region, they give like 3 or 4. It's like it's either the top 3 or 4. Sometimes you get a tie, that you're tied for points, and they send it out. USA Fencing sends it out at the end of the season. And they do it, you know, from I don't think they do it for Y8, but I do know it's Y10 up to vets.
Yeah, when I was a kid, I remember getting a patch, but I never put it on anything. It's probably in a drawer somewhere.
There's probably a kid who would knock you down for that patch.
I know.
But it's a badge of honor, right?
It is, yeah.
And again, it's like the same. It's like the same thing. It's the same kind of thing, like the intimidation. Like I see.
Look at all his patches.
Yeah, look at all his patches.
And he has
must
the
be
USA
a really good
pants.
fencer.
Yeah.
So let's look at this. We're gonna go to.
But sometimes you'd want to wear messy, low quality fencing equipment so people underestimate you and think, oh yeah, this is just a scrub, and then you can kick their butt.
Right. Okay, so after this event, we are going to get Y10 women's epee. But let's hope that we can get our champion over here first. That would be Kevin Sion. He is our winner.
10-7.
Come to us, Kevin Sion. Come. All right, we're trying to get him over here. You want to put those names up there? Come around.
We will do the medal ceremony for Y10 men's foil in 5 minutes. If you're in the top 8 of Y10 men's foil, please come over to the medal ceremony area.
Kevin, come talk to us. Come around. I'm sorry?
All these cameras with no replay? There's no replay with all these cameras?
We don't have squares. Yeah, we don't have replay. Okay. I'm going to put this on you. Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, we have the winner of the Y10 men's foil, Kevin Sion, right? Congratulations. Are you excited?
Yeah.
Yeah. I have to say, we were very impressed with your movements, your footwork.
Yeah, definitely the footwork, your lunge, your point
parries.
control. Can you tell us, how long have you been fencing?
Like 1.5 years.
Wow. Well, you're a fast study. Is this your first gold medal?
No, my 5th.
In
Oh
only
my
a
gosh.
year and a half?
That's very impressive. So were you competing last year in Y8 and now doing Y10?
Last year I could do Y8, yeah.
Yeah.
And
So
what-
you're
oh,
9?
I'm 8.
Oh my gosh,
Wow.
you're still 8.
What's your favorite thing about fencing?
Like Like when you the medals.
The medals, yeah. That's easy to like when you have so many gold medals.
Do you have any favorite movements that you like to do?
It's basically just everything.
Everything is great. I love your lunges. You were very impressive.
Do you do anything besides fencing in school? Do you have another hobby?
Like basketball, or swimming.
Great.
So
We were
very
just
sporty.
talking. Do you know
And
Ziad?
piano. What?
Do you know Ziad El Sisi, who fenced here yesterday?
He's
Possibly going to
the
the
Egyptian
Olympics?
team.
The Egyptian team?
Yeah, he's on the Egyptian team. Yeah.
He was saying he played basketball, and that's why he could jump so high while he
Because
was
he has
fencing.
a very high leap. Well, he leaps a lot in fencing. So you can learn things from other sports, right? Yeah. So are you here? You're here from Virginia, is that correct?
No, I'm from USA.
You're from Five Towns. I mixed you up with the kid you were just fencing. He came from Virginia. He came a long way, but you came pretty quick. So what's your next plan? What do you have next?
Like like next week there's a competition. Like next week's competition.
Yes.
Was it? I think it was Jersey Clash.
It might be the Jersey Clash. I'm very excited for you. Are you looking forward to it? Do you fence up to Y12?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, you're fire. Well, congratulations. This is very impressive. I'm very happy that we got to see you fence, and we got to put it out on YouTube live from the 9 State Fencing Cup. And you're going to step over there, and you guys are going to get your medals in a minute. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to high five you. High five,
High
Jillian.
five.
And I'm going to take your headset. Thank you so much. Woo. Okay. You're going to step over there and get your medals. Okay. That was Kevin Zion. And he is an 8-year-old champion of Y10 men's foil.
Champion of many times, it seems.
I mean, that's his 5th gold medal. Hello.
Yeah, and I'm thinking these kids can watch, if it's still on YouTube in 20 years, 10 years.
Yeah,
They can
in
rewatch
10
this
years, right.
when they're 18 or when they're 28 and think, oh, yeah, this is
won
where
that.
I came
That's
from.
where I came from. Look at me. Look at me as a little fencer.
And now they're in college or they're a
Amazing.
coach or commentator, who knows?
Yeah. Can I get that back? So our next event is going to be Y10 Women's Epee, but we're going to first watch the medal ceremony for these fantastic little ones. Such cool things we're seeing today. Y10 men's foil, we're getting medals. They've been fencing since 1:30 this afternoon. Now, keep
And
in
it's
mi-
almost 6.
It's almost 6. He's an 8-year-old boy. Like, I would want to take a nap.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because they both have more energy than anyone else, but also they take the most naps as well.
Right.
But I remember being in kindergarten during nap time, and I'm like, why is everyone taking a nap? I don't think I ever napped once during nap time.
I love it. Okay.
Snack time, though,
Snack time
is important.
I'm all for snack time. Let's see where we are going soon. We're going to Y10 Women's Epee final next, and it's going to take place between Anastasia Goffman from North Shore Fencing Club facing Abigail Kim from New York Fencing Academy. I think they are both from Long Island. They seem pretty well suited to one another.
Because one came out second and one came out fourth, and that's a really
Exactly.
small difference in pools.
Yeah. And this was a pool of, how many kids started in this? 16 fencers total. So you're going to see a nice little final bout. I'm curious to see who the top 8 are. So our top 8 are Emily C., Lila Chen, Aria Williamson, Zoe Lee, Emma Caracciolo, Shuan Ma, and then our 2 finalists, Abigail Kim and Anastasia Goffman. Very exciting.
The name Anastasia Goffman sounds really familiar. I feel like she was here last year.
In Y10, do you think? Let's look her up. Let's look her up and
Let's
see if
see.
I can find some Anastasia Goffman. Let's see. We will look here in the fencing tracker. You had it. Tim, it's on the table. It is not on the table. Okay. Got a lot of events coming at us, so it is getting busy here.
It'll all happen at once, I think. It looks like they're even taking down one side of the arena here, the field house, putting away the strips. So it seems like a lot of these events are winding down.
This is kind of what I mean, you know, that's what happens on the second day of a fencing tournament, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So, okay. Anastasia Goffman was born in 2014, so she's a whopping 9 years old.
Wow.
Fencing in Y10 women's epee. Last year
Wow.
she won 1 bronze, and she has won she won a bronze at the Bucky Leach last year, and so far this year at New Jersey Fencing Academy RYC, she got 7th place in Y10 women's epee.
Can we see if she was here last year?
It does not show that she was here last year, so I don't think she was here last year. Let's see what's going to happen. Let's get our girls out on the strip.
And then we have Miss Abigail Kim on the right.
And they are ready to go. Oh, Goffman has beautiful hair, but she's going to have to crush it in there.
Hair is always an issue with fencing.
Well,
getting
particularly
it
for
stuck in the mask.
the Velcro across the back of your mask can be painful. You know, your ponytail has to be just the right place, or else it sticks out, or it comes in the middle. If you put it in the middle of your head, it's in the middle of where your mask comes down.
Your bangs are in your face.
Bangs are in your face. Yeah, it's. I've been at many fencing events where action will stop because of the hair. Because if you have your hair down in the back, you are blocking your field.
Yep.
Right? And
Yeah.
that's no good.
There's some fencers with some like Rapunzel like hair hanging down, and they have to really put it up in the mask.
They either put it up in their mask or they tuck it into their jacket, which makes me feel hot.
Yeah, and this hair is going to get all sweaty. The referee has to check and make sure the hair isn't covering any target area.
Right.
But hair can also be strategic if you want to fix it when you need a break.
Right.
Which we talked about yesterday.
We did. Any opportunity to take a break if you need it, right?
Exactly.
Okay, we've got these epee fencers ready to roll.
Let's see if they're competitive or not in the first minute, or else they'll get a card.
Well, there's a lot of forward and backward, although Abigail Kim is going forward. Goffman is forward and backward. And we had a lunge. No connection. We had another lunge. Wow.
The lights just flashed really quick.
Yeah, so they're each getting a point, and that makes me feel like there might be a problem with our scoring box. Are you kidding me? Okay, one. Okay.
Why are the lights so fast?
Why is that working so fast? That is what was happening before, and we were having a problem with the
This
the
referee
scoring box.
doesn't seem to find that an
She
issue.
doesn't seem to find. Well, there we go.
Quick light.
Anastasia Goffman has some good good tip control.
And timing. She knows just when to go when Kim gets too close.
Yeah. So I see this a lot with foil fencers as well.
The hand.
The hand hanging back. Is that for balance? Is that for anything? I mean, is there a reason that it's there? Because in saber fencing, your arm is not back. Your arm is hit. Is it?
Another baby's trying to get on the strip.
Another baby trying to break it onto the strip. But does that hand give you? I mean, is there any reason to have your hand out there? Is it balance? Is it just the way you stand? I mean, because in saber, you do not want it out there. That would make your target
bigger. You want it relaxed, yeah. I actually think it might hurt balance because you're flexing this hand and it's taking energy away.
You're giving energy, right?
From the rest of your body. But if you look at older, more historical pictures of fencing, they all have their hand up.
This. It's a beautiful kind of like a C curve.
Yeah, I think it's more like kind of seems like it's more of a ballet type of deal,
Right.
where they teach that because it's poised and it looks nice and it and whatnot, but I don't think it's that advantageous. I think it's
Right.
also increasing your target area
Right.
in epee, but
Well, an epee for sure, right?
yeah. But it can
Not in
also be
foil.
in foil that isn't target area, so it doesn't really matter what that arm is doing.
Right.
But it for Kim, it's her offhand, the one that's not holding the weapon, is showing a lot of emotion. You can kind of tell what
Yeah,
she's feeling based on
yeah.
what her fingers are doing. She's doing a little bit of a jazz
That
hand.
is what it seems like.
And if that works for you, everyone has sort of a unique stance
Right,
when
right.
they're fencing.
Yeah, I was saying that about when we were talking to Ziad. I was saying, I love the way Eli stands. Like he's not forward. He's kind of back on his he's not back on his heels, but he kind of, it feels like he leans back when he gets ready to start. But it's not. I mean, there's an insouciance to it in my mind. I'm just not sure. I've tried to copy it, and I'm not good like that.
I think you can't really copy other people sometimes
No.
because unless they're very similar to you and you can steal stuff from them, but sometimes the way you stand is not going to work. Like my Achilles tendon is kind of short, so I can't really bend my ankles enough to have the best on guard, so I have to stand a little bit further apart to get lower.
Right.
So it just depends on your morphology.
Your physiology, yeah. 8-5 in the favor of Anastasia Goffman. In the second period, we just got a point.
Counterattack
Abigail
from
Kim.
And when I say attack and counterattack in epee, it feels wrong because there's no right of way, but Jeff said, I mean, that's still correct. They're still attacking and counterattacking.
Someone's attacking and someone responds.
It just doesn't, go into the scoring of it.
Right. Yeah, she's her left arm, Kim's left hand is it's like emotional. You can watch it. She's super expressive with it.
Yeah, twinkle fingers. She's opening it. If you fence someone enough, you notice these ticks and cues that they have that show what they're going to do before they do it. Like as she's lunging, her hand opens wide. If you really watch,
it's true. It's true.
It's closed when she's not lunging, and then when she explodes, it's like bam, big fingers.
Here she goes. Her hand is open.
Yeah. Ooh, and now it's closing.
It's
Open,
9-9.
closing.
And it is a win. It is a win for Abigail Kim.
The light was so fast, I didn't even see it.
Bout Abigail Kim. She came
wow,
from
I did
from behind.
I did not see that coming.
That was fire. Wow.
And it's hard to make a comeback in epee.
Especially in 10 points.
Yeah.
I mean, that is hard.
It's really
hard.
But she was focused and she didn't give up. She believed in herself.
Anastasia Goffman was like in charge.
She's getting some hugs from teammates to make her feel better. I know it's hard.
A lot of hugs.
It's hard when you're ahead, and we're going to go interview Miss Kim.
Miss Kim,
She's
come
coming
on
over.
Abigail Kim, come on in. Join us, please. Yes, yeah. You don't need your weapon plugged in.
She still
for
has
us.
her weapon in case she needs to fight the commentators.
She's gonna bring us her weapon, and I'm a little worried of what she's gonna do with it. No,
All
I'm kidding.
right.
Welcome,
Abigail.
Abigail. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Tell us about that comeback. How did you manage to come back and win?
Like I started to kind of panic a little bit, so I just followed what my coach was saying, like do counterattack and like do more fakes.
And is that what worked? The feints? I mean, you were behind and you just took over.
Yeah.
I'm very impressed.
Thank you.
How do you stay calm? You said you were getting a little nervous during the bout, but did you find a way to become calm again?
Like sometimes I just like when I score a point, I feel like I have a bigger chance. Like so I don't panic as much.
Uh-huh.
So like I just keep on doing the same thing that I did before if it works. Or I just like if it doesn't work, I just take a deep breath, listen to my coach, and like
Do it differently.
Yeah, do a different strategy.
Great. I mean, it seems to work. You are 9 years old?
10.
You're 10. Okay. I'm looking at the age. It says you're born in 2014.
No, this is Anastasia Goffman.
You're right. That's Anastasia Goffman. She's 9.
Yeah.
And you're 10.
Yeah.
Okay.
How long have you been fencing?
Almost 2.5 years.
And what has been the highlight of your 2.5 years?
Probably getting my first medal. Like, I just felt really good.
Yeah.
The first one's always the best.
Yeah.
We notice you have an expressive hand. Your left hand is out there like it's open, it's closed. Are you thinking about it? You're just letting your hand go.
Like, honestly, my hand just does like whatever, like it. Sometimes like when I get nervous, I like put it into a fist. But like other times when I'm like calm, I just let it loose.
Well, it was loose.
Yeah.
I mean, it was very beautiful and expressive. We were trying to figure out, like, okay, does the hand open when she does one thing? Does she close it when she does the other thing? But it was just kind of like there. It was beautiful.
Thank you.
And what are you going to go do now that you won?
I'm probably gonna go back to my club, work on some stuff that I think I need to work on, and just improve from there.
There's always something to improve. We just interviewed an Olympian, and he said, yeah, I have lots of stuff to work on.
Yeah.
So it never ends.
Yeah.
It never ends. Congratulations. Thank you so much for joining us, and enjoy your medal. You're going to get a brand new cup.
Thank you.
The 9 state fencing cup that you get to drink out of if you want to.
Yeah.
Great. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us.
Yes, Bobs.
Okay, we'll take this. Ooh, careful. And they're going to call you over for your medals right now.
There are a lot of little munchkins running past our
Oh my gosh, it's like raining small children.
Where did they come from?
Everywhere. The whole place is
I mean,
full
it
of
makes
them.
sense there's so many of them, but
Yeah. Okay, so we should also be getting Y8. I feel like Y8 men's Saber should be at the final level, and in fact it is. I think
thought
we're going
we saw the final, or
No.
I guess not.
We were
watching
watching semis. So we have a tableau of 2 left.
Let's see if there are any we recognize from the earlier bouts in the final now.
See, Y8.
The one in the yellow socks was really, Russell Wang, he was really impressing me actually with his footwork, so I kind of expected to see him in the final.
Well, good news, he's coming. So it's Simon Hu from Long Island Fencing Club and Russell Wang. It's an all Long Island Fencing Club final.
Wow, good for Long Island.
Yep. And Russell Wang.
I'm typing their names in, just hoping they end up going on those sides of the strip.
Yeah, let's hope. Still a baby on the strip. That's exciting.
The same baby.
Yes. But we are right now watching the medal ceremony for our Y10 women's epee. These women work hard.
I love how she won, but she's still going to go home and improve.
I know she's going right back to the club.
That's great.
She's going to have to work on what she didn't do right.
No break.
I think she did fine.
There's
Kooky.
always something to
There's
improve.
always something to improve, right. So what else do we have floating around? There's still a few events hanging out there.
How many more events are still going on? I hear screaming behind us.
They're screaming. Okay, so we are coming to the end of Y12 women's foil. We finished Y10. Let me get rid of that. Get something new on my schedule. Let's see, Y10, Y8 women's foil maybe is happening. Let's see. Y8 women's foil. So if you've never been to a fencing event, I will tell you, everyone lives and dies by the Fencing Time Live listing. That is...
Look at her holding up her cup.
Oh, love it. Congratulations. There's so many fans taking pictures. I love it.
But back in the day, everything would be posted on paper and everyone would crowd around it.
Right,
but now
you'd stand around a big place where they put big posters up.
And you had to kind of fight people to get to the front and see where the DEs were happening.
Yeah.
And it wasn't in real time, and now we can just look at the computer.
Yep, it's a very different day. Okay, so we are very close to many, we are gonna move on now to our Y8 men's saber final between Russell Wang and Simon Hu. I mean, this is nuts. Fast, fast, fast.
Can't wait to see that footwork from Russell Wang.
We've got Y8 men's.
And I bet whose footwork is really good too. I haven't seen it yet, but I'm sure it's incredible if he's made it this far.
Yeah, if they've made it this far, they're doing well. Okay, we're getting some comments for Russell. We've got Pen Zhang saying, "Go Russell," and somebody also saying, "Russell rocks." So apparently Russell has a lot of fans online. Congratulations, Russell.
It's from the same person, but a lot of fans are
fans.
fan power.
Yeah, yeah, we like fans. Okay, we're gonna clear off our strip, get these kids out here. Come on.
I can say I'm a fan of Russell Wang, just seeing him fence once.
I mean, at this point in the day, right, it's 6:13. I mean, time is flying. 6:13. We're trying to wrap up the 5 or 6 remaining events. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are 6 remaining
good
events.
Estimation. There's still light outside, I can see.
That's good news.
Still a lot of cups left on the table to give to our champions.
We still got champions to be awarded.
There are more than 6 cups there, though.
Yeah, I think somebody yesterday left one of the cups.
Oh, no.
I know.
We'll have to send them their cup.
It's so exciting when you win that you probably are, you're grabbing all your gear, you're grabbing your medal, you're grabbing congratulations, and sometimes you do not get to keep it all together. Okay, let's move
Good
the
footwork.
action to.
Oh, but he got too close without finishing, and I'll switch the sides because
we are different. So Y8 Men's Saber is now underway at the 9 State Fencing Cup, coming to you live from Chelsea Piers in Stamford, Connecticut. We are watching the final between Simon Hu and Russell Wang. We were able to see Russell Wang fence earlier in his semifinal, I believe. Maybe it was his quarterfinal, but we watched him fence earlier.
hopefully he learns from his last mistake and doesn't run into him and get counterattacked.
Right. Russell Wang, who has some online fans, is ahead 1 point. Well, now it's tied. And we're off.
But he's pulling his hand just a little bit,
well,
and whose
he just
hand
got
is
that
straight.
attack, even though it looked very simultaneous, right?
He was holding his hand back. Who is going really straight with his hand?
And
Who's
Russell
patient?
is getting. Oh. Okay, Russell Wang is taking the early lead. So Y10 only goes to 10 points.
Or who is taking the lead? Simon who?
Oh, I thought that. Oh, I was wrong. Oh, I thought. Oh, I'm on the wrong. I've got the wrong sides. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. So Y10 only goes to 10 points. So we are very close to getting a break.
So that was an attack from Russell Wang. Simon Hu fell short, but then he had the whole strip to try to get away, and he just finished without moving. And I think we're finding that Simon Hu's weak point is his defense. He's really comfortable in offense, but not in defense.
He is switching out a weapon. I don't know if the weapon got bent or if it's something. The ref asked for the weapon to be looked at. So that is what is happening.
So Russell Wang can use that to his advantage, knowing that Simon Hu might not be the best at defense, and try to push him a little bit more and attack a little bit more.
Okay, back on the. And we are back on the on-guard line. Seemed like they would have connected by now. You're hearing a lot of clicking.
Nice attack from Simon Hu. So he does have a good attack. He's represented that. He's proved that.
And now we get a 1 minute break.
5-4.
5-4, it's tough, tight.
Could be anyone's bout.
Could be anyone's bout.
Simon Hu isn't even getting advice from his coach right now.
He's just taking time.
They're just, they're taking the time, getting some water. Russell's already at the line. He's ready.
Like we said, these 10-year-olds bounce right back.
Right.
They don't need to take.
He's ready to get that point back so it can be tied.
Yeah, and also, like, you know, he had some rhythm, right?
They both have so much rhythm. It's just kind of the finish that
They're waiting
they need to work
for.
on.
Yeah.
And in fencing, we test at the beginning of a bout to make sure the machine's working.
Yes.
That's why we hit each other before. I'm so desensitized to a lot of things in fencing, I have to remember to explain what's going on. I like forget that we do that. He finished too early. And Simon, who has the attack.
We are going to have a fast series of finals because I'm looking at the list here. It's a lot of people are ready to come over here to this final strip.
The referee called that attack no because Russell Wang stopped in his footwork. And then Simon did an attack in preparation in the box. But Russell pulled him short, and now he has the long attack. But he needs to smooth out his attack a little bit more so that the referee won't call attack no. But that time he succeeded. But you do see it's a little choppy, like he's stopping a little bit, so he has to be careful.
Yeah, because with right of way, you really do have to let it be known that you are continuing your attack. You don't stop. You can't stop and start, because if you stop, then the right of way is going to your competitor. And we have a
nice attack from Simon, who our champion today.
We have a win. Simon, who coming to us from LIFC.
They saluted, and now we'll take him for an interview.
Come to us, Simon. Oh, they got their friends because they're from the same club.
Oh yeah. Okay, I guess that's why they weren't being coached.
Yeah. Yeah.
That makes sense.
Super
All right,
cute.
let's get him over here.
Super cute. Come on over here. I think he looks tired. I think he's a little out of breath.
Needs a snack time. Needs a nap time.
Yep. Hello. Hello, Simon. How are you doing? Let's get you in here. Get you all mic'd up. Can you hear us?
Yeah.
I can hear you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You are the Y8 men's saber champion.
Yeah, I know.
He knows. He knows it. Simon, what do you think is your best action? What do you think you did the best today?
I counterattacked the most.
Yes. Yes, you do
Some
have
good counterattacks?
counterattack,
Yeah.
a very nice counterattack.
Yeah.
And you were fencing against your teammate, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Russell is from the same team as you, and I saw that you guys had a nice hug at the end of the bout.
Yeah.
Do you practice with him regularly?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it hard to fence someone you know really well, or is it easy?
They're kind of easy.
It's easy? Yeah.
Do you, because you know what he's going to do?
Yeah. I beat him every single time I practice.
Really? But he had some points on you.
Yeah, he had some good ones.
Yeah.
He did fine.
He did fine. He did great. I mean, he's a silver medalist. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
There were a lot of you in this tournament.
Yeah, I know.
Yep.
Yeah.
So what's next for you?
I do Y10. So.
Oh, so you fence a Y10 as well.
Fencing
so
up.
You fence a lot. Is
Yeah.
that your sister over there in the Pokemon giving us a wave?
Yeah.
That's nice. What's her name?
Grace.
And does Grace also fence?
No.
Not yet?
No.
Who's
Yeah.
your favorite saber fencer?
My coach, Ivan Lee.
Oh, Ivan Lee.
I love Ivan
We talked
Lee.
to him over
we
here.
had him sitting in the chair yesterday. He was sitting in the same chair you were sitting in.
Yeah.
He told us, all kinds of great Ivan Lee stories.
Yeah.
Do you watch? Have you watched any of his videos in the past?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's an education all into itself.
Yeah.
Do you do anything other than fence?
I do basketball. I ice skate. I play soccer. I play flag football.
Do you have any time to go to school?
Yeah. And I have tennis. And I have ping pong.
So every sport is something that you do?
Yeah, basically.
Wow.
Do you think you could go to the Olympics in every sport?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You could be the first to do it.
I would love to see that. I can't wait to see it. Congratulations and thank you very much for stopping by. You're going to go get your medal. High
Good
five.
job.
Thank you. I have to say, there is something so refreshing about a kid who is not humble. He's fantastic. I mean, I want to be 8 years old. I want to say that I'm going to the Olympics in 6, 7, 8, 9 sports.
Right. I mean, he has the confidence.
I love it.
It's kind of sad
it.
that we lose that as we get older and we're like, yeah, no.
It's so funny that you say, because it's so true. Like when you're little like that, there's no limits.
Right.
Who's going to stop you?
I remember arguing in kindergarten with my friend Bridget. We had this whole very serious argument about who would be the first woman president, her or me.
And you were going to do it.
And we were like,
There's
no,
still
it's going to
time.
be me.
There's still time,
There
Jillian.
is. I mean, yeah.
I mean, you could run tomorrow. No, you're not 35 yet. Okay, but soon you can prepare for your run.
And we still joke about it. I'm like, yeah, remember when we were both like very seriously arguing about who was going to be the next woman president? Because it was so possible.
Well, let's not give people limitations.
Right. I need to remember there are no limits. Anything can happen. You can go to the Olympics in every sport.
You can go in all those sports.
You know how you could do that?
No.
You
as a commentator.
As a commentator. I was going to say you could clone yourself.
You could clone yourself.
And then each of those clones can train in that specific sport. And then make those clones immortal and stay at that age so that they can train indefinitely and then go to the Olympics in each of those sports.
Yeah, but I like my idea better.
Yeah, that's a lot more realistic.
It's much more realistic that we could go to the Olympics in 7 or 8 sports as a commentator.
Yeah, or we were saying every sport.
Right, every sport. Hello, Olympics. We're available.
We can talk about. I know every
Jillian
sport.
and Lisa, color commentary.
Every sport. I'm trying to think of a sport that I could not say anything of. Like I could not even comment on it.
I don't know anything about ping pong. I mean, I know how you play it, but I don't know enough about it to be able to comment on it.
Curling is a little bit confusing, but I guess it makes sense, But the sweeping.
The sweeping is a lot.
Yeah, I don't know what I would say about the sweeping.
Okay, so in the next Summer Olympics, I think we're going to see things like there's surfing, which I obsess about.
Yeah.
I can say all kinds of things about surfing.
Where do they surf in Paris?
I think it's going to be on I think it's going to be on the western. So in Biarritz, there's surfing. I know this because I know someone who lives there who surfs.
There is a seafront in France.
So so in Biarritz, there's surfing. But I also think there's going to be I feel like there's going to be some kind of artistic surfing or artistic skateboarding.
Wow.
Like one of the two, I know nothing about. So hold on, NBC. We're going to have to do some research before we can let you know if we can do all the sports.
I guess a lot of times I watch gymnastics, some of these subjective sports, and you can argue that fencing is a subjective sport because it's a referee deciding the points. But the thing is, fencing is an objective sport. There are specific rules, specific things you're supposed to do.
Right.
It's an objective sport seen through subjective means, though. That's the thing. Like swimming, it's like, okay, we have a timer, we know who's the fastest.
Right.
And fencing, we're kind of having to
have
use
lights,
human
but we gotta figure it
mistakes.
out.
Yeah, exactly. We have replay sometimes, and it just depends. But I would say in a sport where everything, at least to me, gymnastics, the synchronized swimming, ones where they give numbers,
that's hard.
Figure skating, I could not comment on that. I would just say that looks just so beautiful. That
It always
looks
looks
amazing.
beautiful.
It always looks great, and I'm like, why is that one worth more than the other
Yeah.
one? And I know that they're kind of calculating.
Simon's got his cup up in the air.
Oh, he looks so good.
And he's hugging his silver medalist. Oh.
All right, he's going to the Olympics in every sport.
I want him to go to the Olympics in every sport.
Mark our words.
He's a rock star. Who was commenting that he's a rock star? You are right.
Russell. They were saying Russell Wang is a
Yeah, let me
a rock
tell you,
star.
I think we got multiple rock stars here. I love them. Take the pictures and then come back to the final strip. We've got more action. Much more action.
So much more action.
I don't know what we're getting next, though. No one has told us.
It's never ending.
But there's a lot of kids here. I think we're going to see
Women's
Y10 Women's Saber.
Ooh, I love Y10 Women's Saber.
Y10 Women's Saber is coming our way next. It is between Ray Namorin and Inara Muller.
Let's see which sides they get on.
Okay.
Namorin looks like she's setting up on the left side. Namorin.
Yeah, that's a great name. Ray Namorin.
So many good names. I think the biggest name we had was Leonidas Constantine. For such a small guy, his name is
His
bigger.
name was very big.
Bigger than he is.
Those are big shoes to fill.
And Inara Muller on our right.
So Inara Muller is from Boston. And we have Ray Namorin from Manhattan Fencing Club. I'm sure we will see some coaches here.
These aren't teammates.
As these women set up. Yeah, they're not teammates, so we can have them, they will be able to get coaching in the final bout. There's a lot of action here. A lot of kids hanging around for the end of the day.
It's nice that they're supportive.
It is nice that they're supportive,
but it might
it's also
be
they learn, right?
I think I'm seeing some foilists waiting, maybe perhaps for the backlog of finals that we
so
might
we're going to
be
get
having.
Y12 women's foil next, and that is going to be between Melody Fujayo Tang from Fencers Club and Ilana Kai from Five Towns. That's coming up next.
More Five Towns.
We've got 3 or 4 after that.
Is STFC Five Towns?
It's 5.
Oh,
I'm
not wearing
right?
my glasses.
You're not wearing your glasses. You're not seeing it.
It looks like an S.
Yeah, I saw the same thing.
All right,
okay.
these girls are ready.
They're
practicing a few lunges.
stretching.
It looks like Muller's Saber is rainbow.
Let's see this.
Rainbow Saber.
Okay. I feel like
she's happy. She's really happy.
A lot of
She did
squilling
a
with
little
that
jump
first
for
movement.
joy at the end of that. That's kind of the joy of fencing Ziad was talking about.
Yeah.
She puts a finger up because she says, that's not mine.
Yeah.
She's honest.
Ray Namorin taking her down, but not closing the deal. Get a counterattack there. And we had a false start. So this is one of those situations. We're in Y10, but Inara Muller looks like she could be a Y14 fencer.
Yeah, for sure.
She's very tall, and Ray Namorin is long. She's long and lean. But we are looking at 10-year-olds fencing.
That was a nice parry there from Namorin. And an attack in preparation. Muller's preparing a little bit in the box. Her hand isn't fully extended before Namorin's.
Oh, and she did it. She took that lunge and chased her down.
Maybe it's because I'm a lefty, but I love the target underneath the arm.
I do too.
And she hit it there.
I love it.
So it's 5-3. We had Muller a little bit in the lead at the beginning, and then Namorin kind of figured her out and started getting a little bit more aggressive and tight with her actions.
We've got a coach on the left side, and we've got a fellow fencer coaching on the right side.
From Five Towns?
I don't know if those. I mean, I guess those are her teammates, right?
Or not Five Towns. I'm looking at Y12 women's foil.
Yeah, we're looking ahead.
I'm just excited.
Nara.
Nara's a good name too.
It's a great name. She is from FAO Boston. Okay, they tested. They're back in action. 5 more points. We'll see what happens.
So, Inara Muller was trying to parry, but not in the right timing. She chose the right choice, but the wrong distance with that parry.
Ray Namorin is basically using it until it stops.
Parry repose.
It's not stopping.
From Namorin.
Oh my gosh, she's aggressive, this one.
And
I love
Muller
her.
just didn't move fast enough out of the way or have
Ah, but there she gets a one light.
She needs to have more of a plan before she starts fencing so she doesn't get caught on the line like that. And then she only took one advanced lunge, so Namoran pulled her short.
And she did not connect.
And then for the long attack, she just advanced lunge. They're both just
They're
both just
missing.
missing their long attack until there's a counter attack.
Counterattack by Muller.
Miss, 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 counter attack. Nice attack in preparation, so she's making a little bit of a comeback. She
Arm
only
is out first.
She has to keep that up, though. Keep up that flow. And not just do one advanced lunge in the box. They need to go a little bit further, and that's what Namoran did. She finished her attack.
Okay.
And that's really what made the difference in this bout, finishing your attack.
We've got Ray, excuse me, Ray Namoran from Manhattan Fencing is the winner of the Y10 Women's Saber at the 9th State Fencing Cup, coming to you live from Chelsea Piers in Stamford, Connecticut.
At least Muller has a lot of friends to support her.
She has a large friend group over there cheering her on, which
And
is
a
nice.
silver medal.
And she's going to get a silver medal.
So,
and hopefully we're going to get Ray Namoran over here to talk with her quickly.
Yeah. It's not really a loss if you have that many friends
Come
and
to us,
silver medal.
please. Okay, it looks like she's going to go deliver the strip paper that signifies that she's the winner. And
The strip slip.
The slip, yeah. Hopefully she will come back here in a moment.
Behind us, so much is being picked up.
Can we have you come over?
Whole
She's
strips are
over
being
here hugging her
dismantled.
dad. I can see it. We want you to come talk to us. Parents are sending her over. This is good news. Come on in here.
Hi.
Come take a seat.
Come take a seat in this seat right here.
Okay. Don't be scared. Why would you be
didn't
scared?
look scared when you were fencing.
You are fast. Congratulations on being the champion of Y10 Women's Saber. Is this your first gold medal?
Yes, this is my first gold medal.
I love it. Congratulations. This is very exciting. So what were you thinking when you were out there? I have to say, Muller came out first, fast, right?
Yes.
And how did you, I'm going to fix this a little closer to your mouth. How did you adjust?
Well, one time I saw her in a bout and I saw that she was fast and she beat my friend Kai, and I saw that she goes in the middle and sometimes she parries people that go in the center. So I try to go to the side. Sometimes she parries, but I know that I need to do a feint cut.
Yeah. You were doing one of my favorite moves, Jillian's as well, underneath the arm, the flick
Right
under the arm.
here.
I mean, you were going right there with your beautiful lunge, doing that.
Yes.
Is that something you love to do?
Yeah, that's something I love to do. That's actually my main move sometimes.
Oh, is it? Oh, I love
It's
it.
a good
It's a
move
good
to
main
have.
move. And who are your coaches? They're here with you from Manhattan?
Yes.
Andrew, I know.
And the other one is Alex.
And Alex?
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to do a medal ceremony. I'm going to do a medal ceremony, apparently. Okay. Well, that's exciting.
One last question.
Yes.
What is your favorite thing about fencing?
Well, the good thing about fencing is that you get on a strip and then you think about what kind of moves you want to do and you just go for it. I don't know how you do it, but you just go for it.
You just go for it. That's a great attitude. That's a great thought.
Muscle memory.
Yeah, congratulations. Thank you so much for stopping by. Fist bump. Yay for you. You're going to get a medal. Yay.
Congrats.
Congratulations. Okay. I think we're going to go over here and do this.
So many cuties are playing on the strip, and it's like recess over here.
Okay.
How do they still have energy? They
That has to
fenced
go back to the table
today.
real quick, in the very back. Okay.
These kids are jumping around somehow.
Let me check and see what Tim just threw our way. Hold on one second.
A
What
medal
is that?
ceremony.
Oh, okay. Okay. And we've got more. It just keeps coming. And we have this. Melody Tang and Alana Kai will be the Y12 Women's
Women's
foil final. Okay,
foil.
we have this. Can you give this to one of the refs? This goes to one of them. Thank you. Okay. So, we've been asking these kids what they're going back to do. In your experience, what should you do after a tournament?
Like the night after?
Well, what should you do? I mean, like, say you won, say you lost, say you just did fine. Do you go back to the club? I mean, we like that one child saying, I'm going back to the club tomorrow and I'm going to figure out what I did and practice. I mean, do people rest? Do people take what they've learned from this and go back? Do you sit down and watch tape? Do you talk to your coach? I mean, I know that in a lot of sports, Monday morning, all you do is sit and watch. You sit and watch the tape of the event, and then you try and figure out what you did right, what you did wrong, and then work from it. Is that something that happens in fencing as well?
I've found personally I like having a day off after the tournament to just relax, focus on the schoolwork that I probably missed. This was me back in high school,
right?
I don't have schoolwork anymore.
Right.
I liked having a day off from the club, but the next day, right after, my coach has already planned a whole lesson. If I lost or if I won, he has a whole lesson already prepared of what I'm supposed to be doing. We're already working on it the next day, but I think it is important to have a day to rest and recalibrate so that you don't burn yourself out.
Right. Yeah, because we were, I was talking to a parent of some Y8 fencers, and she was saying, it is so hard to figure out, there's fencers in the family, everybody wants to fence, but if you start them too early and they do too much and they burn out, like, that's a problem.
And 8 is very early to burn out. You want to burn out when you're in your 20s, maybe.
Right.
Well, you don't want to burn out, but I think if you go too hard too early, it might stop being fun.
Right.
Which is a theme of today, having fun, and you don't want something that you're doing as an extra after-school activity to kind of take over your whole life and become torturous and sad. Like if you're upset and crying, if it feels, when you're in it, it feels like it's the most important thing in the whole world. And it can be really important, but the thing is you have to have perspective and realize this is an after-school activity. Maybe it'll help me get into college. It's exercise, it gives me friends, it's a big part of my life.
It teaches you discipline.
Teaches you a lot, but it's not the end of the world.
Right.
And you have to really put that into perspective so you're not tortured by it.
Right.
And I've been there where it feels like you lost, and it's like, I think I was fencing on my birthday when I was 19 and I lost, and I wanted to just cry for the next day. And you have to just realize, wait, what? Like,
it's just a sport.
Like, my parents paid money for me to come here, and it's going to be miserable. That's not the attitude to have.
No.
This is fun. You get to hit people with swords, and you forget about that.
Yes. Let's hope that it's fun. I mean, I think most kids think that this is fun.
It has to be, yeah.
They seem to be. I mean, the fact that this room is full of kids makes me feel like
it's fun.
They're really loving it.
Yeah, and you didn't see it on the camera, but a lot of kids were jumping around and playing on the strip, and they were lunging.
Practicing their lunges.
Yeah, and they already fenced today. So it has to always be fun.
They're hanging out to watch their friends.
You also have to know when to take a step back, though.
Right. So we have 2 women on the strip. We have Melody Fujayo Tang, who fences for Canada on the right-hand side, but she trains at Fencers Club in New York City. And on the left, we have Ilana Kai, who trains at 5 Towns out in Long Island. We are checking the scoring box because God knows.
That thing was going off so early.
Is it on it?
I always, I joke, I often joke that my work computer has a ghost in it. It's the ghost in the machine because, it wants me to update every day. It's ridiculous. But I think there may be a ghost in that machine.
There's a ghost in the
in the
scoring
machine. It doesn't like foil, it doesn't like epee, it doesn't like Saber, so it's an equal opportunity ghost.
I think it's mostly okay with Saber. I haven't seen too many issues.
Yeah, but it wants to be persnickety.
I'm impressed that this referee has been in high heels all day.
I know.
That
I'm
takes
so
some
impressed.
effort,
She wore
yeah.
them yesterday too.
Wow. She's trained.
My feet hurt for her.
I know, I'm not even, like if I'm sitting down all day and wearing heels, my feet hurt.
Yeah. It's something you get used to, I think.
I suppose so.
Okay.
I want to see fencing in heels.
I have seen pictures of fencing in heels.
Really?
Like, photo shoots and stuff.
Yeah, well.
It's not real.
Not real. I want to see a real bout in stilettos.
Never going to happen.
Too many ankle injuries.
Oh my gosh, can you imagine?
My dad is actually a podiatrist, and he had so much fun, not fun, but he got business from fencers coming to him. So many fencers needed his podiatry services because I would say the feet and the ankles are probably the most, and the thumb and like fingers and wrist are probably the most injured things in fencing by far.
So you were really out there recruiting clients for him.
Oh yeah, I trip people just to get, my dad would pay me to trip people so that their ankles would
Of course I'm kidding.
get twisted.
I am not
I'm
being
also I'm not
serious.
kidding. He even gave the coaches like bunion surgery.
Oh my
or whatever.
gosh, that's terrible. The worst things ever. This is the worst conversation. We're going to go
I
back
know,
to
we're going back
a
to the
real
bout.
conversation. This is the 9-State Fencing Cup coming to you live from Chelsea Piers in Stamford, Connecticut. I'm Lisa Marsh. I am here with Gillian, I've changed your name, Jillian Harrell. We are watching the final event of Y12 Women's Foil between Melody Tang and Ilana Kai.
Melanie Tang had a great attack. It's kind of a similar situation that we saw with Luca Bedini and Martin, where there's a much smaller fencer versus a taller fencer, and they're kind of finding a way around the long limbs and fighting their own. And Tang's in full Canada regalia.
Yes, she is. I love the Canadian mask, the maple leafs on her leg, and the red socks. I mean, she's fully representing.
If she wins, we have to play the Canadian anthem.
I don't even know what the Canadian anthem is. Do you?
Oh, Canada.
Oh, is it? Really?
I think so.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, we're getting some nods from the TV crew. That's the Canadian anthem. Yeah.
Okay. If you are watching, please feel free to send us some questions, make some comments. We are here to answer all of your questions when it comes to fencing. If we don't know the answer, we can find the expert who does. Okay.
Nice patience from both of them.
These women seem experienced at Y12. That's crazy, but it's true.
We haven't seen very many repeat finalists.
No, we have not, which is kind of...
Besides Veronica
Right.
Gonzalez. Nice attack. That's a really good attack from Tang. She's explosive. Firecracker. She has that change in speed that's so important. Oh, her shoe's untied.
Yep. Taking a break.
Then Tang's gonna fix her sock as well. Her Canada red sock.
I mean, the sock is important. It's protective. You're not supposed to have any skin showing, right?
Yeah, but for someone like me, it's a little hard when you're tall and the
Right.
sock doesn't reach your knee, and you have to buy special soccer socks to get to the top of your knee.
Or
longer knickers.
Longer knickers. I think we are seeing. I mean.
Attack, no counterattack off target. So no touch is awarded. And in Y12, they go to 15 points.
Yes.
They've graduated
They
to
do.
the big boy points.
They've also got longer weapons.
Oh, yes. They're in the big leagues now.
Melody Tang did not come back with any results. That's interesting. I'll check her.
Maybe add her.
Yeah, I'm adding in her middle name. That seems interesting. Let me try the whole name.
Does fencing tracker not have international fencers?
It does not. It's only.
Might be why.
Found her.
She went to some NACs.
She's going to some NACs. She's a C23 rated fencer. Okay, so that's a big deal to be 12 and have a C. She so far this season has won 10 medals.
10 medals.
10 medals. She went to the Windy City SYC, got 5th in Y14. She got 3rd in cadet at the New Jersey Fencing Academy RYC. She got 7th in cadet, 1st in Y12. She was in North Texas at the Roundup. She got 5th in Y14 and 5th in cadet. So she's really not, I mean, she's pretty experienced, I'd have to
serious.
say. And she got 2nd in Y12.
When did the season start?
Starts at the end of at the middle of August.
What? And she already has 10 medals?
That is correct.
Impressive.
That is correct.
She must be traveling every weekend.
She must be traveling every weekend, and she must be training like a demon.
And somehow still going to school.
And somehow still going to
school. She was born in 2011. So let me do the mental math on that. In Y12.
She's 12.
And so she must be in 6th grade, maybe 7th grade. And, you know, she has homework, she has tests.
So Ilana
She's still here.
Also has 3 medals this season. She is not rated. So she is the underdog here, regardless of her size.
Size does not matter.
No, does not matter. Melody is holding steady there at the end of the strip. Let's see what's going to happen. I feel like she's going to take a counter lunge. It's going for a...
She's really hugging the line.
Yeah,
I was worried she would come off the strip, and that would be the first off strip we would see.
And what happens? She loses the point immediately, right?
You get a point against you.
Right.
And it's 4-2 for Tang.
Why did they both get yellow cards?
Did not see that.
I don't know what happened.
I looked away for one moment.
There are no yellow cards. Why were they stopping? Maybe something happened with the clock.
Unsure, yeah.
All right then.
Such a strong attack.
Go Tang. I think she was frustrated being stuck down there at the end. And so she's getting back.
But then now she's choosing to go back. Alana's on the offensive.
Both off target.
They're, since it was off target, they have to restart.
At the same spot where they both went off target. And there she is at the back of the line.
Beautiful attack from Kai, pushing her all the way to the end.
So I feel like Tang has got to change this up because she does not want to be stuck down there at the end of the
But she's still going back.
Yeah.
She has confidence in her defense, it seems.
Off target. And she was looking for a parry. I could see her going for making the circle to go in for the parry.
Yeah, but the repost off target.
Yeah. And we've got an attack off target. Off target, but a nice bit of aggression.
All right, another point for Tang, so it's 6-3. Kai will have to make a comeback here. And Tang continues going back because that's her comfort zone at the end of the strip. That's where she shines.
So we say.
If you're losing, you have to take the other person out of their comfort zone.
Yeah.
I wonder what would happen if Kai just went straight backward. Well, Tang has a really strong attack too, so it's also scary. Either way, it's scary. Defense or offense for Tang.
Okay.
This weekend, we will, at the end of the day, have done 30 events, 15?
30 events, 15 on each
30
day.
events, wow. So we will have seen 30 final matches like this.
Correct, correct.
Nice and patient from Kai. But then she gets to the end, and then...
So we still have Y12 women's foil. We have Y12 men's epee, and we have Y14 women's epee.
Kai can continue if she makes her long attack and Tang continues going backward.
Okay, everything is ready in a final, so we are just going to wait for our strip to clear up so we can get everybody on it. Off target. So it's funny, you know, yesterday we were seeing those bouts where the women got non-combative yellow cards. We are not seeing any of that today.
No, they're going in for the kill. And we are in the second period with about 40 seconds left. Do you think we're getting to 15?
No, but I said that before too.
Yeah, and then in the
and I was wrong.
In the last period, they start getting point
Jamming
after
it,
point
yeah.
after point.
I think both of these women are going to walk home with a bunch of bruises because there's been so much off target. Like, I can't imagine that they're not going to have lots of little, circular bruises on their arms, on their legs.
Those are badges of honor, though.
Sure, sure. And there she goes back into her comfort zone.
She's
right?
determined to make that long attack, but Tang keeps finding a way.
Yeah.
To
Tang knows
defend
how to
herself.
hold her.
Yeah, hold her own, but also attack.
That was fantastic.
That's what sets her apart, is that Tang is really good at attacking and defending. Off-target attack. Tang's target is so small, it's just really hard for...
And they're just walking to get to the end of the break.
Yeah.
That was very funny.
Yeah, they were doing such a cute little shuffle.
A little shuffle.
If I were Kai, though, I would have just started running and trying to...
Yeah, she is.
I don't know who has it.
It was with one of our coaches over here.
Fido announced this in. Fido probably has it.
Fido probably has it. Okay.
Fido's been wearing his sunglasses all day. He looks very fresh.
Okay, so Kai is getting coaching.
They're both getting a lot of coaching right now.
Tang is getting coaching, and she's smiling. She just guzzled a bottle of water. I'm not sure what her coach is telling her, but I think he's telling her to push down.
Final period. Or keep going back and defending.
Yeah, but he was going like that. So,
yeah.
His hand motion was like pushing down to the other end of the strip. So
that is true.
Maybe we'll see a different fencer this period. Third period, 3 minutes left, going to 15.
But I mean, why should she change if it's working?
Just to keep Kai guessing.
That's true.
Because Kai is not connecting. Neither one of them are connecting.
They're going back and forth.
Yeah.
Until it's an off target.
And then they both connected, but yet
Attack
Tang
and
got
preparation for Tang.
I want to see her jump off that line and just go crazy.
Just go crazy. But that's a risk you have to take because your hand could be behind. Someone
Sure.
can just pick you off that way.
Sure.
But that's the Saberist in you.
It is. And we have not talked at all about Tang being a lefty.
Oh, yeah. Did not even notice.
Sometimes you don't notice, right? Sometimes it just looks perfectly normal, but you think, oh, something's slightly off. What is going on? And then you realize, oh. It appears that things are being taken down around us.
We'll be the last
We'll be the last
standing.
table sitting here. It'll be us in the final strip.
What's the last event we have tonight?
It's going to be one of these two. Oh, they're all ready, so it's probably going to, I think we'll probably do Y12 men and then Y12 women, Y14 women. 2 Epee bouts.
It's nice that the stands are pretty full with
Yeah.
people who are still here at 6:56 at night.
Yes.
Supporting, not even their teammates.
Well, I think we've got some Y12 women's foil fencers waiting for their medals.
That's true.
Oh, get the underarm, and she did not get the underarm. She was
I see a
going
lot
for
of
it.
Tim Morehouse girls waiting.
They're all lovely.
They're just here because they love to watch fencing. And
I
they're
think
learning.
some of those girls are getting medals.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
In Y8 women's or Y10 women's saber.
In Y12 women's foil, we have Star Fencing Academy, 2 Tim Morehouse fencers, Mid-Island Fencing South Brooklyn, Brooklyn Bridge. And then these 2 lovely ladies. This is all trash.
Now she's on the
Can I give it to you?
offensive. The referee is saying she stopped her attack, and that's why that touch is not valid. And a parry riposte from Tang. 12-8. Parry riposte from Kai, closing the gap, and now there's only a 3-point gap between them. Kai is continuing being slow and steady and patient until she strikes.
So.
But Tang is always ready with a parry or a counterattack at the end of the strip.
Okay, so immediately following this bout, we are going to have the Y10 Women's Saber Medal awarding. And I'm going to step away, Jillian. You'll talk to the winner of this bout right away. And then we'll get the next Epee, we'll get the next Epee final out on the strip. Start this. Wow. This is fierce. And there we have a winner. We did get a 15.
We got to 15. I'm always so surprised. It always seems like we're so far from 15.
I love it.
In the second period.
Melody Fujayo Tang is the winner. She is going to take the gold medal. I'm going to step away and
Lots of
go do
hugs.
some. I'm going to go do a medal awarding ceremony, and I will grab Melody and bring her over here.
Thank you so much.
All right, I'll be right back.
Y10 Women's Saber for medal ceremony. Please line up on that side, usual place. We're gonna do it in 1 minute. Y10 Women's Saber medal ceremony. Please welcome to the area. Top 8 fencers of 9 states.
And we have Luca doing the announcing for the medal ceremony. He's a fencer from Georgia.
Medal ceremony. Please, let's go.
The last 2 bouts we have, Y12 men's epee and Y14 women's epee. Excuse me. Melody Tang is just taking her slip to the bout committee. The slip is, after you win a bout, you bring your slip to the medal committee, or to the bout committee, and they put down who won and who lost, so that's important. But when she comes back over here, we'll have her sit in the hot seat. Yeah, we'll have an interview with Miss Tang. As you can see behind me, a lot of the strips have disappeared. You can probably move more in the middle. Let's see. Where did Miss Tang go? I'll go wave her over. Miss Tang, come for your interview. I'll put the headphones on you. You can take a seat. Is this your first interview?
Yeah,
How does it feel?
good.
It feels good. So you represent Canada. How far did you come to this tournament today?
Well, I train in New York, so it was around a 1-hour drive from New York to here.
Okay, that's not too far. But while watching you fence there, we saw that you had an amazing attack, and you also went back and you were at the end of the strip. A lot of the times you were scoring your points. Can you talk us through your strategy with that?
Well, my coaches mainly told me to do attack into preparation because she was holding back a lot. So I tried my best to do what they said. And in my attack, I really tried to open her up and hit her in her 4 area because she had a really strong circle serve.
Nice. Yeah. So what are you going to do after you get your medal?
Probably just go back.
Just go back home and then go to bed?
Yeah.
Yeah. And what is your goal, short-term goal, long-term goal for fencing?
I want to get a NAC medal.
A NAC medal would be really nice. And what events are you fencing?
Well, today I fenced cadet in Y12, but for NAC, I'm probably going to fence Y12, well, whatever events that I can do.
And one last question, what is your favorite thing about fencing?
Getting to make new friends like Joanna, Amabel, and Natalie.
We can bring your friends in here. So many friends. Oh, wonderful. But I mean, we have a women's Epee final bout happening right now. But yeah, you can see all the friends that support Miss Tang. And so now you can go and get your medal and your cup because you're the champion. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right. Now we are at the final for women's Epee. Let me pull this up. These girls have been waiting so patiently for their final on the final strip. This is, I believe this is Y10 women's Epee. And it's already 4-2. They're not being non-combative. They're working hard, scoring points. And that was just a double. So an Epee, a double point or a double touch, both people get the point. And I'm sorry, I misspoke. This is not Y10 women's Epee. This is Y14 women's Epee, and they started at 1:30 p.m. today. They've been fencing for so long. It's 7 p.m. They're still going, and I'm going to get those names up for you. A lot of action. I love the squat. So we have Katerina Baratko, who we saw yesterday, and Olivia Voskov as well. So I'm going to change.
Y12 women's foil medalists, can you please report to the medal area? We're going to be doing
Baratko versus Voskov. And we are at the 9-state fencing cup here in Stamford, Connecticut. And this is Y14 women's Epee. It's already 11-6 and it's 12-6 and it's only the first period, which is really special for Epee. Usually it takes a lot longer, but they're scoring points so fast. They have so much energy. Baratko is at an advantage because she's ahead, and every time there's a double touch, it gets her closer to 15. Because in Y14, we go to 15 points. There's a 1 light for Miss Voskov. And another 1 light for Voskov. So she's still in the bout. It's only the first period, and the time, unless the box is wrong, but it says this is only the first period, and there are 3 periods in epee fencing. And now the score is 14-10. She's so close. Baratko is so close to winning this bout with only 1 point left. And a squat from Voskov. That changes her height and makes it harder to hit because the target is changing. But they are fast. This is the fastest epee bout I have seen. I think it's because it's late in the day. They're both just trying to get it over with, but they're still determined to win. And Katarina salutes everyone. And we'll bring Katarina over here to talk to her again. Katarina. Someone took the other chair that was here. I don't know how I'm going to interview someone if there's only 1 chair. Maybe we can grab I'm gonna go grab another chair. Grab a chair. All right, Katarina. Do you want to be interviewed? Again, back in the hot seat. All right. Right now we are showing the Y12 women's foil, but we'll get ready for an interview with you. All right, so we're here with Katarina Baratko again. We saw you yesterday, but now you won Y14 women's epee. Are things the same or different as they were yesterday?
Pretty much the same.
Pretty much the same.
I'm gonna be honest, I think I definitely had harder opponents getting here, but in general, I do think it was a lot easier. Oh, what? Harder. Sorry.
It was harder
Yeah.
today? That was the fastest epee bout I've seen this weekend. Why was it so fast?
I did fence her yesterday, as you might know. I think she got a little scared, but, I don't really know why. I think it's just because I knew what to do.
Because we've seen a lot of non-combative epee fencing or where they're waiting and it's going back and forth, but it seems like people were just getting points back and forth.
Yeah, I think that's because we were both kind of on offense and we would right away attack each other. So I do think it was a quick bout, yeah.
So you're going home with 2 gold medals. What are you going to do to celebrate?
Sleep.
Sleep. That's a good way to celebrate. And then on Monday, it's Indigenous Peoples Day. Are you going to go back to school?
Yeah, I have a half day. I'm going to go back to school.
Wow, maybe tired. But do you do anything outside of fencing? Do you have another hobby?
Nope, just fencing.
Just fencing. Very focused. And it's nice to see you back, Katarina. Congratulations. All right.
Thank you for having me.
Go get your medal. We're just doing it back to back. And I think our last event, I don't have the card anymore, but we have 1 more final left to go.
I think it's Y12 men's epee.
Yeah,
Y14.
that sounds accurate. It's been a long day, but congrats.
Thank you. Hope to see you again.
Yeah, next year. Oh, so we have a final. It's Y12 men's epee with Jaden Chen and Henry Kim. Oh, and they're already ready. They're already on the piste. So we have Chen on our left. And we have Mr. Kim on the right. And again, this is Y12 men's epee. And this is the last event of the night. things are getting cleaned up, but they're still serious. We're still in it, no matter what, no matter how late it gets. It's only 7. So it seems that Kim fences at NIFA Fencing Academy. And then I'll see where Mr. Chen fences.
On guard.
Y14 women's Epee fencers, please report to the medal area. We're going to do your awarding in just a moment.
Henry Kim is from NIFA in Long Island, and Jaden Chen is from Madeo Fencing Club in New Jersey. There's so many fencing clubs in New Jersey. Probably the state with the most fencing clubs per capita, if I'm going to guess. Their footwork is fast, but they haven't engaged and hit each other yet, but they at least have energy. Epee has a little bit of different footwork. They bounce because that's how you find the timing, and it's a double touch.
Ready, fence.
We were talking a little bit earlier that Epee is the original dueling weapon, because back in the day when you would duel, whoever drew blood first was the winner. And in Epee, if you get a light, it doesn't matter what the right of way is, who's attacking, you get the point because you drew blood historically. Oh, Kim was trying to go for a toe touch. There's a lot of good squatting here. Kim took a little bit of a risk getting close there, and then Chen picked him off. They need to watch their distance. Distance is important in all the weapons, but in Epee I think it's even more crucial. And they play with the distance by bouncing. They come in and out, and you have to find the timing for the right distance to finish, where you don't get too close and take too much of a risk. But this is Kim is pushing and being a little bit more aggressive in there. He got the toe touch he was trying to get earlier. The score is 3-2. Some aggression from Chen, but it was parried by Kim. Some squatting from Chen as well. Kim is inching forward, and then Chen comes forward with leaps and bounds. But that time, he got just close enough to land the attack. And the score is 3-3. So no one's in the lead right now. And a lead in Epee is really helpful, because you can just keep getting double touches, and you're always ahead. This is a little bit slower than the Y14 women's Epee bout we saw before. They're keeping their distance. They're a little bit more tentative with their fencing, but they're still lunging and trying to hit. Chen likes to do the squat, even though he's out of distance. And that's the end of the first period. We're gonna get some coaching. It looks like a fellow fencer is coaching Chen, perhaps a teammate, giving some words of wisdom. And then Kim is getting some talk from a coach who's showing some hand motions. Someone took Lisa's chair, and then we had to replace it with a plastic chair. No more comfy chair. People are starting to pack up, but these boys are still here.
I step away to go do some work. I award some medals. I come back. The 9th State Fencing Cup is still going on. It is the last event of the night. It is Y12 men's epee. Jaden Chen and Henry Kim is correct.
Yes.
We're after the first period. We are 3-3. We're having a 1-minute break. There are still people here cheering on our fencers.
Still people, teammates, friends.
Yep.
Everyone's here for the love of
How
fencing.
How about that Baratko?
Yeah, she's something. She came back for another gold medal.
I was saying both she and Olivia, I believe, who was in second place.
Yes.
They were first 1 and 2 the last event we saw them in.
Yeah. She talked about that. She's like, yeah, I beat her yesterday, so I beat her again today.
Oh my gosh.
I was like, yeah.
I don't think her friend was as happy as she was about it. But
yeah.
I mean, 1 and 2 is not bad.
She's she gets to the point
Yeah.
about the questions.
Yeah.
But their bout was the fastest epee bout I had ever seen.
I can't believe it happened.
I blinked and it was over. It was crazy.
I literally did 1 medal ceremony and
it was
they
over
were
in
done.
the first period. It was
insane.
wild.
So she was feeling efficient.
And these boys are going back and forth.
I don't think these guys are going to be slow either, by the way.
They're not slow. That is for certain.
This is
I'm going to say it again. We're in the second period. 2 minutes left. Do you think we're going to make it to 15?
I'm not even going to say it now.
We don't even.
Because every time I say
we can't even tell.
no, we'll never say it to 15. We always go to 15.
We always go to 15.
So basically, if I say no, then they're going to 15.
Yeah.
That is what I've learned here. My evening, the knowledge that I've learned here at the 9 State Fencing Cup. You know, we've not asked any of the kids what the 9 states are.
Yeah, I'd be curious if they know.
I don't think they know.
Who knows? I remember in 5th grade, we had a test where we had to know every state and its capital. And now I don't know the capitals.
You don't?
Like I did in 5th grade.
Oh, I was going to say, you don't know them now?
I know some of them, but in 5th grade, I was like, I
You were
knew
like the queen,
all
right?
of them. Yeah,
because you had to know it.
Right.
You had to know those things.
And now sometimes I'll forget that, like, Albany's the capital of New York.
Why do you forget
It just
that?
doesn't feel like a...
It shouldn't be a capital?
Like even Syracuse, Buffalo, there are a lot of upstate cities that could also...
There's a lot of upstate cities.
There are a few other like, all right, 5-6. They keep going back and forth and they're very evenly matched, Chen and Kim. And we have Katerina Baratko giving some coaching to Chen.
That is very interesting. Are they teammates? They are. Yes, they are. Maybe they're just friends. I mean, that's the thing. In this circuit, all of these kids know each other. Because
Definitely.
they have all been together for years.
The fencing community, even internationally, is small. You know everyone's business.
Sure. Good or bad?
Good or bad. It's like living in a small town.
Yeah.
And everyone has a sword.
Small town with swords.
That's a movie.
Yeah, you just made it. Okay.
I love saying a random idea and just saying that's a movie. Even though it probably wouldn't be a good movie. Oh, we got a scream.
Wow, we got a scream.
7-6. I mean, they're going back and forth. They're
This is
determined
tight,
as ever.
Right? Jaden Chen.
The fighting spirit is so important.
Henry Kim.
Chen is starting to push Kim a little bit more towards his end of the strip. When before he was a little bit more defensive.
Do you think they're moving faster because they want to get out of here?
I was thinking that about the
Those
last
women,
bout.
yeah.
They kind of she wanted to get it over with.
I mean, again, it's a long day. They started at 1:30.
Right.
I mean, that's...
But no matter what time it is, you have to still fence
You
the
have
same.
to do the right thing.
Parry riposte from Chen. He has some quick reflexes, and now he's ahead.
8-6. Coming to the end of the second period. That would be 9-6. Coming to
Nice
the
flush.
end of the second period.
Ready, fence.
Impressive. I wish Sandra was here to see this.
Yeah, she would have really liked this.
Yes, yeah.
And
they
she's a
both get
world
points.
champion in epee?
She is.
Veteran world champion?
She is.
Wow. It's incredible.
Well, she's a national champion. She did not win gold in that 50. She won gold in teams for epee. At the
Still a
Veteran
world
Games.
champion.
I know.
Yeah.
Right? Gold on a world level.
I always wonder when they decide to just pull out the flesh out of nowhere. How do you is it random?
I don't know. I love I mean, you know, I'm a little sad that we have no fleshes
in Saber. No,
in Saber.
it would be so dangerous.
We have a flange. It's the same thing, kind of. 1 minute break. 12:10, and guess what?
What?
We're going to 15.
I think we are. Well, I don't know.
We're going to 15. I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it and see what happens.
I mean, we have 3 unless they're both just non-combative at the end, which would be really funny.
No,
with
I
the
don't see that.
IOC president present.
Is the IOC president here?
No, but that was what happened in with Hungary and I forget the other country, Estonia.
Hey, where'd my tissue box go? There it is. Okay. Everyone's packing things up around us. I'm just making sure that things get put in the right bags and boxes. So it's interesting. We have a number of 9 state fencing cups left over on the table.
Yeah, who didn't take their cup?
I'm curious.
What if I want one?
I mean, I think we should toast, right?
Yeah.
We should have been toasting all along. We should have taken 2 earlier and had a nice toast.
We could put our nitro cold brew in there.
We could put our nitro cold brew in there and toast it up.
I feel so pretentious when I say nitro cold brew.
I mean, what if you just said cold brew? What would happen? What would you get?
That's a lot more normal.
It would not be delicious like the nitro
Nitro,
cold brew.
get the bubbles. All right.
Here we are back. We are back. The boys are moving quickly. We've got Henry Kim putting pressure on Jaden Chen. Oh, and they
fighting, but they touched bodies.
Yeah.
Too close.
Once the bodies touch, they've got to be taken apart.
We have a very young referee.
We've had him multiple times.
We've had him
today.
multiple times.
I think he's an Epee specialist, so it's good to see him. We need referees, you know.
We do, and it's good when kids learn and they can make some money. You spend so much money fencing, it's nice to make some money from it too.
Right. 12-11. Why did we halt?
He wanted to.
Somebody's got to fix
He's
their
fixing
hair.
his hair.
It's a hair break.
You see a lot of girls fixing their hair, not a lot of men, but he's got some
sweat,
long hair.
What if you have sweat in your eyes, right?
Exactly, like his hair was kind of hanging down.
He's also got a little cough.
But he's ahead by a point. This is not a marathon. I mean, sorry, this is not a sprint. This is a marathon
This
for
one
these
is
boys
a marathon.
today. It's
Yeah.
a marathon.
I am tired for them. Chen with a point. 13-11. This is a bit of a grudge match.
Kim moves forward slightly different footwork. Like he's a little bit more stiff, at least in the way he's moving forward, but
he's also not as crouched, right?
And not
his
as
knees
crouched,
are not as
yeah.
bent down.
But yet somehow he's so fast.
Yeah.
He knows when to go.
It's all about the arm. I mean, Henry Kim is no slouch. He's up, he's down, he's everywhere. He got the point. And now it's 13-12. This isn't over.
His
oh
leg
no, he's
hurt.
having a cramp. He looks like he's getting a cramp.
It'll be over soon. I feel like the bout is always longest at the very end.
Yeah. Okay. Henry Kim is making an advance.
Slowly but surely. I like how they do a big step forward, small step back.
They're constantly on their toes, ready to move when they need to move.
Any seconds notice, they might need to get out of there.
What?
Oh.
What?
He needs to take his mask off. Recover from that.
He's getting a leg cramp. Does somebody
He
have
needs
some
a banana.
Gatorade for him, or a banana, some juice?
Potassium.
Give him something quick. Also, just some hydration. 13-all. A minute left in the third period. This is going to be it. I mean,
On the edge of my seat.
It's literally the point or the time. What's going to happen if we get to the end and they're still 13-13?
Well, then it goes into priority.
What does that mean?
So priority at the machine, it's random. The machine just kind of has a light go back and forth, and then wherever the light lands, If
That's the person who wins?
Well, not the person who wins. That's the person who, if no points are scored at the end of the time, they win. So the other person has to score during that time. So you kind of want to be the person who randomly gets the priority.
Okay, well, we've got 14-13 now. And that looked like that hurt.
On the finger.
Oh.
Ready, fence.
I always thought it was weird that fencers don't wear a glove on their offhand.
Yeah,
It's just rare that you get hit there, but sometimes it happens.
It does.
So why not wear a glove?
Are you kidding me? That was unbelievable. Wow. That was just, he pulled that out. Go Jaden Chen. And we have a winner.
A fight
of
until the very
Y12
end.
men's epee. It is Jaden Chen with the win. We have the slip over here. We have your slip.
I can pencil.
I have a pen.
I can do the medal ceremony this time.
Are we gonna do it? We're gonna talk with. We're gonna talk with Jaden Chen quickly. Let's talk with Jaden Chen quickly, and then sign off.
All right.
Okay. Jaden Chen, come to us. Let me go grab him.
We're getting Jaden to come over. You can see Lisa's sparkly jacket. Are you getting a cramp in your leg? Is that what's happening?
He is injured. Headset on.
All right. Here's your headset. Relax a little bit. Wow. That was a really exciting match. How did you stay mentally tough despite being tired, despite the injury? There were so many challenges that you overcame.
I want to go home.
You want to go home? You just want it over.
Yeah. And also because of my dad, like he kept on just like telling me that, you know, it wasn't over.
It's never over because sometimes he was ahead, sometimes you were ahead, and it would go back and forth. What are you going to do the rest of this week?
Sleep.
Sleep.
I'm just so tired.
Do you do anything else other than fencing in school?
I have taekwondo. I used to do swimming. That's mainly it.
Those are, I mean, fencing takes a lot of time. It's great to have other things as well. And what is your favorite thing about fencing?
It's, I would say winning, but it's mostly, you know, seeing new people. Right?
New people, friends, potentially. And what is your best result so far in your career?
2 firsts, I think.
2 firsts, and this is the second one.
Wait, no, 4. Yeah, 4.
This is your 4th gold?
Yeah.
Amazing. And which one of those was the best one?
Probably my Y14 first. Although it was just like a really small club tournament, I still like, it was really fun winning.
Great. And one last question. What is the next thing you're going to work on in your fencing?
Stamina. Like
Stamina.
I'm tired, like really tired right now.
Yeah.
And also not getting injured, which is basically just translates to warming up more.
Did you warm up for this a lot? Yeah. Lots of stretches. All right.
Yeah.
Let's get you home.
Let's go. Okay.
Congratulations. All right, we're going to be doing the medal ceremony. The last event of the night, Y12 men's epee. That was Jaden Kim, our champion, who also has won a gold medal in Y14, which is fencing up for him.
Okay, we are going to do our medal awarding for Y12 men's epee. Y12 men's epee, come on over, friends.
Lisa's doing the medal ceremony.
On 8th place, we have Junkie Shy from New York Fencing Academy. Come on over. In 7th place, I had Ki Han.
We have Fido Western giving out the medals on the Puerto Rican national team.
In 6th place, we have Alexander Picasso from Olympia Fencing Center. He took his medal in Lent. In 5th place, in song, also from Olympia Fencing Center. In no particular order, I have 2 bronze medalists, Evan Wang Song from Cavalier Fencing Club. Yay, congratulations. And I have Alexander Luo from New York Fencing Alliance. Congratulations. Also bronze. In silver, we have Henry Kim, who just fought a valiant battle. Congratulations, New York Fencing Academy.
I love the word
And
valiant.
our winner, even with a pull muscle, Jaden Chen from the Deo Fencing.
Congrats, Jaden Chen.
I give you our medal winners for Y12 men's Epee. Congratulations, gentlemen.
It's a great looking podium.
Aram, could you pack up these machines? There's no more bouts, right?
And that was our last bout of the night. Nice. We'll be signing off soon once Lisa comes back. The headphones, this headphone's a little sweaty. You might want to use that one, not this one.
And we're off, are we?
Yep, that was the end.
Oh, that was the end. Thank you so much for tuning into the 9 State Fencing Cup, live from Chelsea Piers in Stamford, Connecticut. We've had 15 events each day for this day and yesterday.
30 in total.
30 in total, 1,000 athletes. You may watch this on replay as much as you want. Thanks for joining.
I'm Jillian Harrell.
I'm Lisa Marsh signing off. Thank you so much.
Lisa,
Bye-bye.
Jillian, our live stream.